Historia roaded to the Rosokaza of the head of heroine. Von guessed the yak be to the head of the heroine novel. Zustiti, Prince Maria. Litati on a dragon in a Roski ode by his own love of a beautiful sorcerer, roading the wonders of the landscape. Statics of the marvelous spell, Yaki can be the weather. The deposit of the Council of the Capos. Ale by the head of the Bulo Bulul Jita. Raisene. Pry the soul of the soul romance Yaku Bajayut VSI. The readers of the books have become my way to flow by the reel. Having read the deck of the dozen fantasy novels, she can take 100. One time, I froze a lot of shifts, and Potim was reborn into one of the romance. Todi Buvranok, I threw myself. I romanted. I have been not so. Tsebulo is not my, but the character of the book. Wrapped in Kimnyata Gostivka was taken, a shab of dopamagti lady vnijit I to apply makyaj, Von said. Ready, Ice. The heroine was frightened. Ice? Potsivka z smishkoi vidpovila. South Heba Bell could be at a farther in the cinema chimes to the belief. For a long time I did not have to do this. Do you like it? The heroine looked at herself in Zerkalo Inombula's divan. Blekait ochi I milovidna opshik. And the satin of the plati id Safirovo idiopidal was kvidal shkir. One thought, Ziba is not a beauty. Vona rushed to her Svitnaya hair. I sniffed. Podny is acceptable. Ale show werbuve. The judgments of the same, I relied the I il ilm omnob. Vilki look at the stabbery. From Tilka ye a problem. I am not a rosemi, the boti for the men. Von looked around. I glebo thought about Seam. Innerer, in the Sobensky design of the consumer stili. Verna servant, Yak deputy Konzivka. I have a wardrobe, all over the roading plates of the Riznik EP. For love, the great Rizno Manit Yam Kolorev. In men, it's a lot of little healthy. I can find myself. Naviga Technik Makiyu is similar. Bell was goving behind the ice. Varto to the habit of you. Yogo is more for a long time you check. Leded. Yogo Svitlist. Pogevka extended her hands. A show of prey. Opamagti, led. Holding out a hand. Rise, underwear. Tell me, to me. Bell dopomagaci ledi pidvetu. Vulgarized by Vidyi Putane. Lord Virici Menerozigrati, who had been buried by the bucket. Zvidihnoi, vai ye yenli sevs, the bottom of the count. Elena respectfully rummaged in Bell. I smeared Zgadati of such a character. Feeling his imya, Vaghul was marvelous. All of the same format, Volodarki til wive Vipivadi in Yi Golovi. Elena Sevs, 19 Rock. Snovin, Zvichki, I have a strict etikati Vivchil village tila. Nasaravi spogan is few. Set. The Heba is not like a skin of another fantasy to the novel. Viklikayucha is in the wanted diva lyceum, the victim of the opal. Jinka Uzurpayucha throne, ye can be listed with non-misery. Von Bula in Vicha. Aji read Babagato Romanev. I was weeward by the count of the graph. Yaku was hung in the Roskite Odyag, Bell said. Yaka shart stadi Jinko Duke. Yaki volodit with Pivni lands, Elena thought. Yaki shchilab? Veon Zovsim drooped. Bell said to the Huilyu, you feel like a unubtrum for yourself. I guess men below Jabulo is not in self, binding. Chula, people on the pinchy is rude, and the cold is strong. Ye lean I chewed vid povel. Tse exactly. Niako sonyakne svitla, with Lissulizut monster. I shit the warriors, and on the free lands of Nichogo is not a growth. Bel Bula's divan is EPI, Rasts Epidar Dilal. So everything is Virno. Show to Yogo Svitlosti Duke. Then Vin vanity to people. The fear is superior to looking at them. Io Ogia's terrible aura. To the same, the character of the people, the yak with Din, grew up in the mines. D had a skin day. Fighting the great Kilkasti monstriv. Nosovo Vien, Risky Grobian, Frozen Spivro Malmovena with one way. Izvene Winmay, we beautiful Cholovic with the dark yak-niche Harry. I'm in May I had a one in the laundry. The Tim was coming too. The one to the wrestling of the Pivnik Duke. So I knew. Von Kram Oka looked at the laundry. Von Chomas Dovgo is not vidpavid. I said Shos is wrong. Wheel Yui, Von wrapped around. Bell? What kind of on me or on me? Bel Bula is greatly called Yi Pirasts about the Mebutni Cholovi. Ice. Yaka divovijna strength to the spirit for divchini. The yaki axis is at treat will sleed. Elena Bula is shook ua. Bell with a great sikavistia. If you got so idali vivchiti, ogi. Elena with the holozoi thought. All zovsim was not so thought. Tsu, a last inventory of the book type. Dark yak nich volsha, I chervoni ochi. Riski isertition, ala nijni, on instant yordami. Vine can bring trophy to vigidi korpapor monstriv. Fatri tsu informatski. I think I got into the novel. The head of the Cholovich character of the priest. Al look out for the superfluous to the tsu informacy. Not can be said for sure. I excite the novel in the Yaku novel. Ajay, I do not want to zrasumi in a Yaku male romance. I am acquaintance. Yakmen seyasniti. Shchomen robiti. The Dovgo lamas over Simpanya, Yak rapt, mentioning the hour of Ili to the Yogo Svitlosti. Wani Jesli along the corridor. Elena sinking to sort out the warsti. I can on my tili stigmata of the tunnel. A bed. I wicked. I was injected. Ale Nichogo is not a boom. That is the wrong novel. El after all, I am glad. Pushed into Romani. Yakshcho tse Istoria. About the Pivnik Duke. Then in the Nibanosno. If romantic zustik tsundari. Alakiba in the general novels. The plot is not about the repentance of the Sir, and not getting in telogenary hieromany. Marvelous. Vani, on the corridor, was glued with thoughts about Romani. Yak wrapped huts any. Vani Zakani knocked out. Cut it, Hwilinka! Vaughn turned around, a look to look there to there. Bell said, Islerite! Before the Yan, ye sister, Yaka Perehi. Fire on Pivnich, think about your simu, and not every beach. Lariat frightened. Tai menis rosumila? The bula was very shocking. I could not be in general on the signing. Vaughn was unnecessary by Zgadati Chtochi, is beautifully Svitlavolos divchina, to stand in front of me, IV. Lariat vidkechi bek her dovge, Svitl, has rewritten ye. Zrozumila mesjostra? Chi is not a spite? Elena was shook back. Sotsia divchina, ye my young sister? Lariat renegading, did you feel? Elena gone to healthy dells. Without a romance in the genre of sereno drama? Can it turn over here? Vaughn was not thinking about Dermnitzi. Ni, vastly blessed. In any vipad, I will be a deputy, I will live now. Judging by the reaction, I think the Duke is not Nemin. Vaughn Kazala, Vita Kilavi, Nibigotoye to see the deputy. Alatodi in the fantaside novel, Menoboti, with good heroine. Vaughn said rapt. Larita. Having seen the Halozi, it is gone. I think that the remaining day in the Tsamhouse, I have been stolen by that. Many help Skoda. La right Ziva Vodova, said. Many zjidi bulotsikovo, yak booty, yakshcho, I will not sniff it to you. Elena looked. Did you take it without? Todi trekno pigenka. Buva, sister, Vani tilkizati, was pity. Yak rapped a larite, lowering her head. Vigukled. Sister, Elena shockled shook. Whale you ye, it became. Rapt larite fucked up the pitity. Elena turned away greatly comes. In not the couples of the cold pit. She was thinking about wagging. Shjo? Non-shitty for me? I burned with while you. Tius hotila, say many? Larafet sung on a reasonable to the wrong ones. I pilled the hand of Nibi. Elena vitstapa back. I kolya larite brought closer to the wrong way. 1. Risco clicked my eyes shouting. Without getting to the distance. Larif, the depths of the not one, did not wander her hand on the shoulder, said. Vikonai obitsyanka. Do not forget about the wrong ones. Having said to be a Dali. Bel wheel yuichi ice, 6th in order. Elena thought. In simeni drami bula yakas obitsenka. Trauchi passed. Yelena Ihala in Karati on Pivnik. Elena Sidil in Kareti. I have been gloating on the fiction of the suitcase said. I am still Donka Count, and the one suitcase alone, Vaughn thought. Menini has not been drunk with West. Yes, I fed up. Chi sniff yogo. Looking at the non-yin having gone out. Forget. What am I to the same as my critic? See your vein, I can. Before that, by the people of the people, Yaka Vijash Menus, Bulabel. I do not want to get the same the Mene is so obviously smacking. Elena scorched Mahadi with her head. A bad Duma Ishli gate. Success! Chim more than Klish. Tim for men is smaller. Von virishi vidkriti on vikni, shub take a look at diveon. So you look, so cold, sliosi froze. Tse pivnich, non, playing girdridge, yakcho zib shush of the road, then Nicoli do not wibere, miracle, mini warto take it into your hands. I don't be sorry, so I can incorrectly spruce the love of the head hero. The carriage of Inhala, on the tier of the Duke, I won it. Vin said. Many daze, Skoda lady. Wounded me, organized the gateway Dugir Mij by me. I Mevian Donkoi Baron. I do not want to make your way to you. Annalena spokely drank tea. Yak rapta. Having felt strongly, choked on a strong shock. Von could not have gone to Tsomo. Trishki wounded, Vani Virishal was to be stolen. Sly gateway on Razrahunk, the Duke of P. Idvalp Idardiv. So everything is Verno. Me, Takoj, was home to Lady Mavin about the conduct of ceremonies. One thought. Spocky, Yanol. In Sviti Bagato Chu Bolo. I fake is a tender manner, can be blessed. Funny matey private turn to the Fantasi Romani, Von said. Toady, could Vicoris Davadi Mene want in the jacks? The Duke without Smnibov? The work is uncommon. Von's gravity has gone. Yakshcho is not the receipt of me. I will rush to the gear. Vian in a halted sang. I know. Chovi do not look at the TSO. Vons to the Obranis looked at the Nyoyo. Shcho! I shouted out. The Duke is bastardly categorical. One thought. Yak be many here come out. A lot of booty is a lot of is, day. The heroine of the head hero is belittled. Burned. Your Svitlist, do not rojum. What am I rummaging around? Vin is wary of frozen. Shishchel? Von Vidpovel. Many a considerate cootie turnaround. I do not love ni Fatko ni sister. I do not want to give it. Ima Maiji was abandoned by Diem Pissel. Yak Mini said about the gateway. Yakshcho I turn like that. Then men with a shame of Zakriut. Duke Bilsh is not Mig Talsi ye. Vin Rizko knocking on the table, saying, Skilky I want to have a mere tart. Ice is a kinchu. Vani Ziazova. Shcho? If Vin is so approximate, the Duke is crushing the Cossack. Chiknovi Yak Bagato in Zvidi plays of Ivo. In the man, such a deck of such Dodatkovic people. Ideal Kadnied, I rejected the vid of them. In Nomum, it was said about Divna House of Count. Chomu Vayama was smeared with a Pokakati many so unknown. Nastilki is absurd, Puli. Vian is hungry for naught. Shook off, thinking Yaku volley. Elena thought. Talk about show Vin won? I was fed up. Gra? Vin said. Once Viati Duriti many to Kinsey. Vine Pidishov to not. Toady will tell you directly. Ili Sevs, Donko Count. I'm not getting a bunny of you. Von Lee thoughtfully thought. Shcho? Honor? The reason is the situation. Distucci sheet Vin, saying. Men Maya Skoda Count. Having shown a sheet of Vin. Chino V, the graph of the Weidenpelpelovtsev. Yaksho Yoga Donka, do not make up. They are firing at your old dad. Shoyogo Polich not Tretribna. Von interrupted Yogo. Vybachte menepatanya. Until the pier, I was pushed for the chicket. I wanted to do it. I didn't fit. Cheese wrong? I'm Isimya Pedrotrimal teas. Vin Pidardiv. Virno. Through the Zyavov, if they shed at Suvistava. Vistalia Simu tyrants. Vani said healthy. I am a villainess, not the head of the heroine. Yak, I could not be healthy. I reborn the villains of the Eamyam Elena. Ostanim by the head of the head. Exceed is a rebirth in a crush. Vonley wrapped the head with the usmishko. Tse duez many dopamol, uncle. So I'm signs of a whim. The Duke of Bov is very shocking ye behavior, I shocked. Vi said, I come? I mean the Golovna heroine? Voniku, the pile of PID, said. So Vibacht for the Nadan is unrown. Take Bilsh do not repeat. I am the head of the heroine of my life. The axis, I am small on Sviazi. I almost got into greatness. To the timber. Yelena Pedaki before Kareti, I said. Turning in the swing of the count. Kucher is Divanov. Ice? Chomuvi also turned? Yelana Yahala in carriage. I was spent in Vikno now. What am I so spicy? Here it is not possible not to rainbow that's. A considerable genre of Solodchi. Nij is a rebirth in a crush. Vid Sich Duma of the Obstchi, so clarified. Von Bula daze Shasliva. Trishki Pisnish Von fell so far. Let's get out. Persher Duke Brudel of placements Z Ledi Mevin. In the other hand, Yelena Hotel to hang for the Duke Nastilka strongly pushed Istarika. In a gesture, just served. Visnovka is so. Elena Bulaz Litoy, Yaka became the Duke of Iledi Mevin. Von thought the great Snovets Romaniv. And such a time I was closed with a swing of the Duke. Zustiti Divchin Zustii. Von fought to me. Ice. Divchina, I put it in the swing of the Duke. I ye that Mevin itself. Von visited the fortune, Heredy Neshni. Elena Shvidko was overlined by Mevin. I went to the carriage. Bilshti people do not like men, nekako. Von spoke to Mariucci. Yakshcho. I will be okay, Vinzia, feeling rumors about those I snaken. Returning into a crush, cubic item for everything. I am negative of the heroine. I didn't say the words. I didn't tell me the words. Von jolly fist with great above. Tom, I am Vicarista Tsidanya, to the god Novi Chance. Bagatma put up to the top of the whole day, Va thought. Ale for the cobble is at a consequence. I gained strength. Elena Spocky was sleeping in Karetti. She straightened up to the butter of the count, and the rapt rapts of the Risco knocked on the miss. Yelena Vidrisko Zupinki was driving. I pushed into the pane. Von, in the right, Kucher sang. Vibakta Ledi. Before us is Kamin. Nichogo special. Feeling a tea, they tangled. Von thought, showing it to show myself. Vionatai Vani seemed to be Vaga. Honor. I want to marvel at yaks of the crushed ye. Kucher is Divanov. Call Nem. There is a mind. Nichogo terrible. The same. Yak I hotila bula vidkanuta. I am wrapped Kamin. Sersapid kazu. Ser Persha. Von Radisna Yisla was divorced. Kucher Z with fear of squandering. Ice. Well, Chomuts Robite? One thought. Obov Yaskovo in front of Zustichi with the head of the heroes. Pidashuviv, Von, broke the egg. Von gave it. I said it was more painfully rowing. Vin Vigliata, Daje Pilsrilo, Kucher Kam, led lady to turn. Elena Virishil to Piku Yogo in her hands. The coachman who was in the buvs of buv is very shocking, Iviknov. Shivi Robite? Von said. Yak, noblewoman. I do not want to go divided on a pier in the inferiorly just by wrapping my hands. Wrapped katos hurt. Kuker Wheelyuich for the wrong hotiv, take the egg. Von or I will transfer it to the more time. Wrapped tea hurt. Vien zvichum laved e revelations. Alavon thought inaksha. Kulchis nastils. I will show you, yak postpovo will snake. There is a mind. All my putive shout, tseg. In the novels of the Anodi King of Demon, he is the ovation. Yakshcho I will be about the Noglov, Vin in the vice of the 9th of Svit. I will be loved by me, Virno? Tai hut the people of the eggs, call the slime for the fraughts, so it is tough for the same. Idle noye, now the Zgadati romance, de King Demolis, to the egg. Thinking triumphs. Dosi is not Rosima de E. Elena went out to Dumavati, day, to know. Delka Hoden passed. Von fucked up in the swing of the count. Yelena visited the Karetti, yak wrapped. The palace of the palace with the words. Led, Visno turned. And the yak is a wedding? Looking at the hands of Vin, shookly frightened. I have in your hands, in Yogo eyes. Anyone had a marvelous one. Vani wanted to want. Tea egg, yake to snake my life. Do not hub, in vain, not inferior. Palace shoving. So Tsitsovi took Yogo. V. Rasumi, Yaki Bezlov Visasled. Von, land, for Cobb. I will fill the Yogo in Kimnati. Vin Vichichichi Yi, for Kabul. Volodar Skilini is Ishulin Magiki Vezhiz, I got it once. Vin Dodov. Vi took the Prodanian Kamin, the Yaki Buv of the standing of them. Von is made up. Kamordania common? Von, stroked Cayman, stolen. So is it not an egg? Vinguchno said. Yes, Heba mugging is possible? Vani Svidimi. Buai, my love with the king is demon. The palace is Pikachi. You are in a conjugate, I will vibach it. Having been stolen, she was frightened. Tse so important? Vin vid poviv. Wrapped vi smell in front of them. Vi we think about Simu. Von thought about her. The authorities of the Vej will all Jidipam Yatati men? Vidnosini to Volodaram Magica Veji? In the novels of the power of the Magica, The young, we are young for the general of navigations. Shos nibi, of Bojavilni, Authen. Miracles, meanwhile, is the power of the magic of Veji. It's more painfully the same people, the king of demon. The representation of the Inshirasi is right. The palace is ahead of ye. All lie in your own. Rosumi? Von Yogo did not rush, saw such intrit. The palace is the coward of Vid Haviluvanya. Vivni Ozra Vibachet, Yak Tilka will go. Von Yu Wasans. The door was heard. Yelena synced with Dumox. I will show him I am a marine. Yak, e stunches. If Von took in Kimnata, I looked. The cucumber of the stunchvika was breaking. One Bula Shukovi Zim. Yemria about the Krasnik Maga came up. Sharvi Magica to say, saying, Our Kamen is in the ice. Having struck the quota startsiv, the Bula in Shotzi was shoved. Aja Von invented his own unnecessary, I was in vice unbearably. Von shouted to all the butterflies. Vi bakte! I'm not hot, I didn't like it. Many Skoda, I gave the immunity. One power of the magic of Veji, stinging the beard, saying, See, refidling the situation of the situation in we. Having said the rustican, I am a Rosema, the ice does not bounce the wilds. Ale for us, the border cameen dust, is a tementity toma. I want me, I do not zbrasha shkoditi lady. Ale trusobli virishiti. The problem, the count is important. Can I have a Kristen? Startsi could come in advance to Cayman. It is similar to Nyaki Poshkoden. I want honor. Here is Trikchina. Yak, wiboti. One Bula in a strong shock. Tsie is dishonest. I was so distorted by Yogo. Sammy is guilty. They poured Yogo in the middle of the road. Wrapped border Cayman. Having finished it very much. Honor Aiken, makeup Cayman. Having finished Roskolovat. Tsie Svitlo? Elena, I was in the eyes of a Yasreva Svitlo, I thought. Shcho? Tsie mean I am a Bula, right? Tsie conduct bowl's egg. Still, I will have a love king with the king. You will be divided by the tilki on me? Chikavo Yakim wine, standard? Ni, I think, is Trendovi Roman. T reinforcement, maybe Boti, I Bilovolosi, Kingdom Olive. Many is appropriately offended, Yak Boti. Rapta eggs is rushed out. I, in the Nomo, Bula Svitla Ptashechka. The Bula Bula is very shocking. Bird. Von did not touch. The booty of the Ptashechka Zbil Imperium I Filatovimi was there. So romantic fantasy tease still fantasy. So the head hero Polosvir is the same in the novels. I Zvidili. Vidkrit tu Bagatuk Genrev. Ales Vyazov. Old man of the hero Poluisvir Perikol. The Bula Bula Vitrulin Vasima. Pushing the day in the day. Von came to her Kimnata. Bell was frightened. Yak all passed. Virashili. The left Tashka. Wake ourselves with a cordon. Bell was frightened. Do it mean that the lines of the magic one cannot turn? Von was coming. Now not Tilki Ptashka. Ailil stinking for a dad. Bell shut. Yak is marvelous. Elena thought. I'm marvelous here. I don't want to come right to the right. Say exactly Roman Z rebuilding at the villains? Yak! I can swell my novice jitty. I don't know Yakcho. Wrapped HTO's Hodiv go to ye Kimnata. The power of the Vej came the Vipet Kovo, who had giving the door. Rubali saying, Ehin! Creek Veja do not bury in the sides. Ehin! Vichogo, rubbish? Mi virishili, show pilt cordon zitnoya jirel magic, cheese wrong. Destroyed to that, Matok sevs to know on the Pivnita Kodi, Vyatis Nishchiti Yogo Vonistia, the cordon. Rubin is about the Ogi Yogo Sliev, a considerable non-poor, Veen, having finished Kupluvati Vogon in his own Rutsi. Ehin saying, Yak is not aimed. I yakake, inhale, Yakshcho that bird is to tell you. The count is applied to the count. Rubin is excessive shouting, Ehin. Trochi passed. Vej Voj strong, I was moving with Kikmnati. Elena sobbed the Sobivania on Teresi. Vaughn was inching those, she recognized. Roman, Deye Gotvka Bel, Zelia Vliava, Magikna, Veja, I Bilovolos, Zlitaika. I have a crushing the crushing of a warmer Durapan. Vakla, one veneman informasi to buy. Aladosi does not rosumilde to know. Hiba is not light. Pretend to be at home, a whim by the heart of the head hero. Ice Mevan Nico not to look. Ajay Mane does not start in the plot. Chi, I cannot guide the head heroine. Chi by the villain. T rendering. I'm in a way of wagon. Yak is not in the head plot. I do not may roll here. If I were ahead of an urgent, the whole cannot be so easy for that, the Duke Spocky. Elena Bula to another heroine. Yaka Pidney was in front of the head villainess. There is a rock to be a rock statistics, Romanov. Vanuvazo visited, I said. Import. About the other row characters, there are few informs. Nij about the head heroes. Bilo Kura, Blackito. Oku I is impaired, pretty friendly heroine. With such calls and any romance he will know. Chi considerable, to a good Rosumivien. Togo, who knew about the one who was found Yiruk, the advent of it, Yakivid Buk. So the people's people can be a liner. Vani Bula Jaline, Yain Shiro, picked up about the non-yam, which I had what I had. Having healthy about Sana, Vagashilvichatki Bell, Ti here? Vaughn, having sensed a tank, turned into a sound. Belle went to Terasa, bent, fading her head. In the right, Elena Zabral, in the spirit of E. Smilivistia. Risco got up. I was fed up. Everything is all they know about me. To guide the little Dribnitzy, I want to feel everything. One thought. I am a good linen about my position, and Podum is Spock. Everything is structured. Vaughn called Yeni. Bell stolen. Show? They wanted to be relieved to be noticed about Shovi wrapped. Elena said, I'm Donka Count. I'm a booty butt. Vanya put on yourself. Hiba can in such a little boat is sewing. Yakshcho ye viproiti. Treeselt seem get bored. One thought. At the MIY, I looked at Vidmanon. I am just yak of the Donka Count Donk. Wrapped Belblachuchi fought. Ice. Chomuviso, I know. Nibi is your command. Do not be a sore. Elena Bula is Shukia. Bell crying rushed. Shop piti. I am Outsiel, Rospovim Count. Yelena squeezed Yezupinati. All Zovsim is wrong. Take it. Zupanechu thought. In the head heroes, everything is so easy to hang. Chomu, Mennavita Dribnatania gives a shame. Shab, Bell spent the obviduvanya. It is similar. Naikiki vidilene. So for the time on Seni Ochi. Chu memene Rospochati. Vi yelled in the Sir Count, Yakis Bilshiv Finanosovi Stan of his family, for the housing of business. I said strangled. Alavai Nicoli did not show before the deputy Tsoble is sensitive to Modi. Takoju often yazed on the worship of the Mr. Ale Tsugo, I did not give it to her. Zipping in the way to Pivnich. Yelena Khvalila, Yapodumala. So one is alive. I almost blurted out the Duke. My mother has died. Vibaktami. Snake the topic. Shy to the friends? Bell thought about Vidpovala. Lady Suzani, Novi Hobi. Ice Maria, blocked with a wish. I rumored to be thought. Obviously the Chi is a friend. Rod. Zorsumilo, am I good to the goodness of them, Alachi Varto? My passing Jidi Inodi, Buladuga Vazoka, and Inodi is satisfied. And everything is shifted, the dead of the VID is translated. See through those, I lived so vain. I do not want to spend the forces on the life of a Bagato nobleman. Alatrishka is annoying. In men, no romantic vitnosin. I will ask one pantan, Belz Radistya said. Zvidi is yaki? Vaughn with the great Ochikavani was frightened. To the very beautiful Cholovik in is? One thought. I may slitati vidno. Elena Yerel Spokino along the corridor. I invented her. Bell called the offensive candidates in the beauties. Yakshcho talk about the beautiful Cholovikiv, then the perisher prince Klaus Yerndikev, the other prince Rudiort Erndikev. Yitrishki thought I frightened. The stunches are similar to the unfortunate one, right? Bell was tanking up. Did you have the same? Von Radito wrapped up Rospovidati. Yogo Svitlist Klaus Rodvazlivius, Ibi Tinseri is cold, and Oreort Daje Mili E Dobrius. A secret, Almis voice. HTO beautiful. It took 14 round waves, Elena thought. Everything is seriously. I was fed up. Yaksho is not a divine princess. A lot of handsome Cholovikiv hollowed. Chikatos, I have a blij. Bells Gadalad. Vi about sulfur gamel, friend of dinstership. In the words, Vin is a lot of popularity. Tom Dobrius to the VS Ek. Scorish for all Vin. My head hero. Aja, ye bagato varantiv that yak vinmig is stunned in men. Love is endless. Vona proudly seemed. I blew all the niche. Ale did not like Roman with a character in Immensi Gamel. Ale is all good. To be in particular, the great progress is allowed. Ale for Cobb. Elena Padaka, to the door of the cabinet count. Treasurely Vibacked in front of the dad, for a widow with Tim Kamanam. Vani marked with fear on the door in front of her. Yakschovin welled me. Then I was reborn into a different character, Adja, to love the dad. Vai tilki hotil postkati, Yak Rapta thought about it. Yakscho thinks so. Is it all the best of the bounty of the Smain drama? Bell said, Inas dobri vidnoini. Ale Larita did not take herself away. I tank boof cold. In the meal of great problems. Yakschot se Smain drama. Many yakai hour, Bodo Vashko. Standing around, tapped at the door. Zabinetta rolled a voice. Close. Vaughn thought was circulating. I do not want to Zersumi on the voice of Yogo Nastri. Having been in spirit, Vaughn took into the cabbage with thoughts. Yakcho and men, fly a glass, gently sink. Ale Polosha Vaughn. Mila was a picture. The graph is not picked about the Peshechka. I requested ye to go in. Count Sharivi seemed to the Elin. Father Virivinu, our princess could not throw us, not possible, I do not think. Shoti prepared such a surprise. Vaughn was stolen. I'm not Rosema, about Shovi? Vin showing a sheet. Take a look. Vaughn knocked down the sheet of the Duke. Recently, I was wounded by Raptov with a proposal ice about Gateway. Ale I get sung. Shomig, E-formation. I didn't shine with us whores. I'm getting over. I'll go to the Karavati Trading Guildiu. I am overwhelming compensation for the city. Having read Solena Bulashokov. I think it's a sincere Vibasine. Vin, saying. Our missing Dovgia for an hour was drilled. Aletse brought a chance to the Earthot. I do not know your planning. Itilki inserting sticks into the wheels. Ale is our Donka, Nami the Great Scarb. Vine Bouv, strongly calling ye. Tu specially displayed all. The Vizi Larieta in the worships of Vidnosin, and the Duke rumored to the house of the Duke's house. Yakbi is not bounced, Menibulo is mummy through those, your Komnata is empty, so Ivan is curled. Uncle! The graph is over by saying, tight to know yak pray, opomogti siri business. I if Tilki is so verosla, I write with you. Ale Tilkatata will not deceive Garazd? Vaughn was coming. Garazd, I thought. Fathingly, namey dusty of Gooden's good. Trochi passed. Yea, a sister knocked out with a sister, talk. Larite said. And I said, Shwalad of the sensation of Yehati, Elena said unheeded. Todi could be Zupinity, Lariat said, saying, Odd. Then Zagishcho's Gadwatitsa? Well, hey. Shotobi is inappropriately traveled to Pivnich. I asked for the Opomogti, one thought. Vona duplicated Shab Vidstal. In the way, Bulo. When doing it, the sister of the sisters was sulphurly welcomed. Shab Vidret Onanitu on Pivnich, Larite said. Shvidko Vidai, Mini Mardrobn. T.W. Oichala, Shovidish for the Dupom, Elena thought. Tilki is not ye, I said in a whisper. Nothing. Through you, we have been outstretched. Larite is unshakable. Tai said so, Yelena frightened. If the bulo is? Propasis ye? Larite forming, Virishila said. Beast! Elena Pishachichi was frightened. Tai Kuti? For a burgundy rospis? Larite turned around. I will hate you! I was thinking about the sister of Va. In the novels, call the young sister of Pomiknitsi, an abstract of a negative character, Ale is not there. In such a vipad for the sisters of the Pomishniki, ye novamsia. Larit, mene ye before you prokhenya. Lariktzi's listia looked. Yelena manure. Do not be angry like it. In the evening, Hags Gamel, finished the many vibrastio diag. Vaughn looked around. One thought, Romich in the loved ones. What a sea lapped. Tai still virichie, Pangamel is being given? Elena thought. Is everything so easy? Ozra's is a little bunch of healthy. Vin vidrolled list about 7 viziat Ozra. Larite got drunk. Well, I can do the Dopamogti. Ale is unaware. Pikloi shush about Pangamel. Burned. And what is the same? Larite said. Yes. Plati, Vala, showed. The axis of the Tobai Pasivatima. Rub the abandonment of the chi, and I am Pidber. Vaughn wounded to sort out the whole odiag in the dose. Ella now was coming up. Looking at her sister, the odag thought of the staraso, she thought. Chesno in men is not a bouncer of the ochikuvan. Alavona dopamaga. Larite starazno, rotted by the odiag, yak rapta new shos. About? Yurtse? Elena was stolen. Cho there? Larite picked up a small blue crystal. I turned around, showed a Yogo sister, not Rosamai. Elena looked at Cayman, I thought. Crystal? Yogo pokli tudi help Yelena? Von vid povel. So my. I thought about Juan. Crystal is viglivim, to crush the meller to crush. The ale is not more painful than the fucking io, time. Bell slopti. Male, pan gamel prohab. Elena kraz pidimbraza blackite pisni plati. I talked to Zakisk. Yelena radisna bulatinteda dopilya. Garast. I am in Ida. Yak rapt yi zupinil larite, bursting at the sleeve of the cloth. Having taken the dalo, Vonley frightened. Sister, tie pravdis brasishi kind to yourself with pan gamel? Yelena wound up ye, I was fed up. Chomotoyo soluptuish? Let's talk about it, about the work of, one thought. Now many was flooded with the assumption. Gamel buv dovgo, of Steeden yen. Alavagi yogo ignoraval. Yelena, Vichashawa, Zasamnadi thought achi. Men's stunches were applied. That is just for the time for me. The moment before the yak yogo sistrail. Todi, I did not spark the reaction. Larit, ale yakbi, I whistled. Yelena, they are hija. An upcrickador to the guests of Kimnat. Debuv ghosti, I said. Gamel, who was in a stubbornly saying. Privet, yenal. Successfully zizdil on pivnich? Vayon bula is Shokov, the vinbuv is not beautiful. Wash to the stir drink tea. Gamel said. Tios sobodny beautifully gone. I not the star of the Uncle Medvid. Von Hwilyuch Shvidko Vidpovil. Me wing the one-time skilky, chewed many nazadi for your Uncle Bear. Vinshuk sang. They reached a little to me, I snakes. Alati I perevdi, became Zovsim yak dorosla. Elena threatened with Gamel. Bell picked up Yogo so. Vin is not a worship, ale is not the same. Take Varaziniak is not a Vikaristovo to the head hero Roman. Once Eo nickname Uncle Medved. It is unnecessary. Show of Vlasnitsa Tila did not have a Yogo into the ancestry of love Isnerez. It is possible that Thiliso, the Vin Vidrizhnia, is vid otakuvan. Ale my heart is not reacting to the no-go. Yi bulo soromno, ajvin buv takiradi yi, take the time for an hour. The strokes spocky. I drank tea. Yak-wrapped gamel fanned at the wrong place. Any, vanos divano vid pavil. So? Vin. Hodimo for a walk? I haven't been in the count of the graphist for a long time. I want to go through. Vaughn. Duma? Gamel was on the table. Pidishov to Elin. I said, saying a hand, saying, South Toady on a walk. Elena extended her hand. Praised the Yogo. Having taken Yogo, she thought Valon. In the Nioi, great Doloni, the stench was moving with a butter, a whip. Yela Lidulal behind Gamel, I thought. Rosemia Choma Bel Yogo praised. In the Noi miracle till, the width of the shoulders was torn off Linya, the name of Viris Blenu Zi Marmuru, and Vijini Miaziv Bulo is visible through Odiag. The natives, show past, looked at the Nioi. Look, Yak at Pangamel is beautiful. I want to rush off again. Elena thought. Yak, the nobility. Can I put Yogo in order the Vin to the stand beautiful? Gamel fought. Any. Yakshcho Chesno. I am a hotter to itch. That is the hot V Toby Decho say. The Yogo face was blushed by Kolya Vin, saying at si. Yolena Spokiono heard Yogo. Yak raptas Razumil. Chauvin Dali, want to tell Ochishchichi Olid. One thought. Sheeman will be overshadowed? The Volasnita Tila did not know about the house. Yogo Oshchi, wrapped take Nijin, Gamel said. Any. On the certificate, I was a volunteer in the Zakhid Garnizon. Wrapped Yogo Zami. Trochi passed. Elena cried, and the Larite ye reserves. Sister, year posters? Elena said. Tsie is unfair. Lariat frightened. Toby referred to Pangamel. Ziyakik Pier. Tishus recently called Yogo Uncle Medvid. Vid e sleeve, one stroke the coat of slander. Lariat is poured out of the reserve. Well, serioso, vitri sopple. Lorite was very gavailing for not me. Vonnie was ye. Yes, you got it, if you knew. Vaughn fooled at that moment. Burned. Volunteer in Zakiti Garnizon? Poshenso tudi adesh. Rapped Hamel, frightened. Any, you can go to Panya? Tish, Yaka Strava at men herself is loving? Chi can I call the wire? Elena could not have been warning. They were superior to the Nyoye. Javs very much platty, in Rutsi thought. I could not tell Yomavid Povid at Jodna, the depth. I did not know about the Nyoy. Gamel standing Ilznizhnistya on the prostitute divorced on the Elene, Yakmovlag. Vine Yaskravo rushed. I said to the Il Universal Shursto. No, okay, T many packaged. Juan Bulas Divan. Veen Dodov. I am, the Yaksho will be a commission of the same. Then they were stripped by T-men. Ale, to feel about the work of the vast on Pivnich. One was smeared to say, I ye isdi on Pivnich. I am infused. Vin shouting, I know that Taibula, there is a naladity everything. Aler, they don't know how to do it. I don't mean that I am appropriate. Von Pidnoe, Ale Pizzle, shed. Vin is gone. I am squealing as a volunteer. I have a bite of my own suitive before you. Conskurs vidi to the subtings. I want many bula vazoko all the time after mine is feeling before you, bula bagato good. Vibich, is it not very full of trial? Vine turned around ill with the submishko. Still, many is not unreasonable, if the blocking of Meneo is madvid. Elena rose, yak all the bulla, I gave a scream. Having said the axis of the vin, yak vin mig, larita zadivavod. This is the mind of the mind. All my romantic axi failed, ale I refer to the sviti romantic fantisi. Lariat of the bittering e sliosi was frightened. Alatobi wound not appropriately approved by Gamel Hakrez through those. Chauvin Zvinya. Did you find on you since you were stuck in the NYOI? Can it through those? The Pivni Shim, Duke of Nichigo, did not. Elena crying knocked on the stake. At Choma Fiv In, there is a member of the same, Larite Zivavoda. Ni? Vibach I'm not hot. Elena very embarrassed. Chomu in Menichigo is not yak Trelino. Lariat is inappropriately. Duma Liutsky is easy to get? Elena said. Gamel Tsedurun. Yak vin mig mani vidmaviti. Lariat frightened. Home did not keep it? Did you know everything? Yelanau ziliu was. Що? Lariat vidpovila. Yogo is loving yij tsejaran asparag. In the Vikidni Vin, to hang on the Silski Rinus. Elena looked at her sister. Am I so? Lariat Peter Dila. So, Aletioma is not a Widaville, Elena thought. Did the reference of Elena know everything? To hang out of Gamel? Lariat frightened. He did not yom. Elena pilled, I shouted. Vian saying, the vidrik of his own suits to me. Unjust. I did not give Yoma. Lariat is naked. Garazd, I am Zrazumil. Yakshchotobi is so obeyed. I am Pidu Ib in Yogo. Burned. Show. Time? Larita did not look at her sister, said. So I am strong. I'll give it to him. No ko, if Yaksho be revealed to you. Elena said. Breesh. Lariat Pesviuchi showed bichepsi, I said. True. Elena said. Todi eo, time. Lariat added. Yaksho bajash. I am in the lining of Yoma ladies, so do not stick so much. Elena Bula is called in words. Vaughn was overdoing ye. Taka good. Do you want the whole wardrobe? Lariat frightened. Do you speak that you spoke that you spoke? Elena looked at her sister. Wijavil, the sister, Yaka, about me. Yelena дуже перевершила свою сестру Точі. The moment my reference is young sister. I Nikai original, disappeared. On the day, wound. Enelin Spotio slept in her kimnati, yak wrapped ktos, tapping at the door of the Gukayuchi. Any. Mom turned, but not to Zustanesh. Elena lay without strength. Do not be so suvori, I knew Bill love. Yak boti. Tse is so unfair. Do you call you a system of system? Nico, this is notable. Did I move in? Rapped Vani pitted. Thinking. Cook, I cannot put it in a novel? Bulul is a lot of unobtressed situations. Can it really? I am not in the fantasy romance. Elena Browers should for House and Hayes on Golavi. Tripuya Harry one thought. Yes, I am a boule to be imprisoned in the fact of the romantic fantasy. I moved Sudi. Think about it about Si by Ate. The same genre, Yaki Odnu in the service of Servitza, the consumer style. Yogo a considerable. Yes, I atovini per kodkit. Do not be hungry for the deed of Roshadzenia. T. Type Historia with Fantasi to the novel. I am Mictory. Here is the Bagato Krasunchikiv. I can get it. Heba can be Boti in the fantasy novels. Von 1 Veraduvati. I at the CCO is a lot of romance. T. Dime, empty stained, up Idalia Istora for the novel. Von End Null ladled, Vasily visible. Yak, however, want to throw all the romance of Inshi, the problems. Von knocked her hand to Gorith lying. Bula would be unequal by the dummy about Vidnosini. I just get to the life of the life. Elena, Donka Graf. Yai. I do not take place and prazuveti. Once I rely here, Treblinovo vidpochiti. Innovas. I get slandered, I can get the dolly. Chi, I can just get out of the Ineko not to rob. I am an overwhelming, in the treasured Kimos Romani. Golovny heroi Bagatuk Istori did not live in the spotionum of the Zhityam, in the main one. Svit was tasted, the stinks of Kokani people were tapped. Simya Terla Kra and heroines sold Bagatum to people. I am such a fellow. I don't know, Yaki problems Miles and Maybet Noma. That's the wake of the Tikavo, the dolly. Wrapped, Elena cried. Dilo in the one, I don't know, Zimnusia, I don't know the Parenchik. Yelena Garast, I want ye. I am for the cob, and Putim I'll think about the Zim. Wrapped bell mail, can I go in? Yelena assumedly. Close. Bell Shvidko. Once you do not lie for an hour. Imperator Simya, conjured wounded. Elena was stolen. Što? Što apre? Ikov? Has it became? Bel prisochachiyi. Well, you got you. Sogodny vzita Yogo Svitlosti, Klaus Erndikev. I Yogo Svitlosti, Rudiorta. Erndikev. Jak vi could be zabuti. Burned. Naughty stench here. Before that, the principal is offended. Bell stolen. Do not know. I thought the count told you. Elena Vidpovala. Fading by crying at once with me. Do not say to him, Bell said. Ox yak. The principal of the principal of the principal of was Elena is Divanov. Through me? Chomu so much? Without the principal, wrapped Bell Viperled. It's precisely the ways, through the bird, they brought Yaku. Elena clogged ye. I was fed by Vizidici. Shows to you Ptashka, Bell Vidpovala. Von became a cordon of the Magiveja. The authorities did not enjoy it. To the CCID, having requested Yogo Svitlist Klaus and Zahid Yogo Svitlist Rudiort, the cordon is not able to shift thoughtlessly, so the stench of the Sami came in a swing. Elena looked sorrily at the NOA. I said, so the Cashly is an obvious sign, and our Ptashka walked in the reference scarb. Father-in-law Imya? Belvid Povala. White through Billy Kohler. Alarapt Yelena knocked out her Mariai, I thought. Ni, set off. So not. Što, Yaksho Stunkt is not a head of heroines. Pivnichik do. King Demoliv, is eggs. The power of the Magica Veji Inshi. I am fighting the heat to have mercy. I disgrace myself. Tikovo, Yak worships Hoots, Rivnya Yogo Svitlosti Prince. And Potimwire, Pusku. The obligation to the navigation. Elena Bala Zanapokoko is with thoughts. Yak Rapta was breaking. Sister, pushed ye black-eyed cloth. Larite turned fully wrapped up to Enon, looking at the non-school. Vonley zilladly burned her head. Show with you? Tinby was in Divna. Elena shouted in a halt. Hitatobi allowing the same plates to the wardrobe. Lariat Zivavoda Vaidii reacts on the same situation. Apparently said, Togogo Gavalt Pilat, he very wadla many mardrobe. Yelena nipidayetsa, non-feel. Larite proud of it. Tai snova vidala yogomeni, if she cried. Elena roded, do not flaunt, VSI Maladshi Sugani. Grinded the snake on her own, Shiha. Bell is inappropriately, spraying male. We are in the same way, me prying. Lariat Spochaka Bulo brushingly vid. Alekolia, Enili. A mummy bula. Von thought, sister of Zradie. Elena came to the hall. Wow, the principal of all apparently important personi. Ahead of Bachu, Shob VSI was so thundered in a swear. Rapt was blessed. Noble Zirki Isperika Budinka Erndikev. Having sensed the Rifko, I diggled. The principal went to the middle of the eye. Pereshne Prince Klaus Erndekref. Other Prince Rudiort Erndekref. The Count of Worshipping, Laskovo, yours, your Svitlosti. VSI to itching princes, tilted. The graph is gone over. Vitami, you're in a humble, modest one. Prince Klaus was surprised at the head of the Count. Count rapped, having expected to take the bird Zigolovi. The prince said, Roslabesi. Count Doda. I do not get the obligation with Vizami. Yak, I can come to your svits. Rudiort shouting, all garazed. My elder brother Zavdav with trouble. Rapped a submik on the prince of Prince Rudiort. She fucked a clarity, I said. Alaimi vid tsoyo. Count Buv, of dislogging Yogo, with a jaskrain smishko. I is not amiga nichigo vid pavisti. An unnecessary was put on the prince. Rapt countess spoke. Ye intercades, we can lead to ourselves in front of you. Rudiort vid poviv, vi right. The graph is crying. Zovsimni, your svitlist is not the case. Elena Virishil was surprised to the princess. Viewed. Prince Rudiort Mayaki, I kind, hearted Krasunchik gentleman. Nogosvital hairs ib chervunuvati oti. And Prince Klaus Movshny Cholovik's cold beauty. Vin, heto is the bauti riskim, alemayak churs. Ala yogo type layout on the type of pivnik duke. You can do it, Vin looking at the non-school. I thought about it. Yak is scary. The Count presented. V, melting ahead of the stream. Momi, donkey, Yelena, I larit. The sisters rushing away. In your svits. Klaus nodding, and Rudiort said, take a cognition of the titles. Elena was thinking about them. Yak can be a nastilki riznimi. The back of the same is easy to vi, nitiwan. Radar and Manikaja, show Rudiort Shutlivius romantic. Klaus said, kind. I want to talk about Corden. Eneli marked on them. Bidney Rudert. I am aging as I forces to score Tilka Klaus. I wanted Rudiort painting. Everything is old. Think about Sevarto. Yaksho Klaus is my head. Headed hero in Somam Ramani. Treesely Bowdy Dust is old. I want it to be infected with my Mebutni reputational. Larite Stevano looked at Elena. Trochi passed. Elena translated ill with a walk for a walk. Klaus head hero chini? Skilky don't think. I am a hotel is loved by the method to penetrate the cabinet. A brush trigger is navigated. Ale the palace is a terrible. Elena pulled, I said. I skilky shchelmini, get about the house. I'm so old, I want it, I didn't have it. Be in the other way, the reference is. I am possible for him, Alachides. Rapt Kuhar spoke. Maria has been embarrassed by Svidit. I know what about Tilki Ati? Elena was angry, laying. Proceeded in them pushed, Ajavin shout like that? Having said a pair of a couple, Men himself said, Naviga Miriam, Yaka came to say about Marie fell by Ziskodev. Kuhar said, there is a lot of hands to hang in us, slopping a couple, and easy to ask pre-opo mogti. Kuhar threw at the Nyoyi rocking rod. I want to have a good go-to, Alitse is not permissible. Do not tell the beacon, I bring the kapos. Vin, having obeyed Mahadi with a head. Yes, proponuvati vikorist pratsumai, yak bout with meal, alates is not right. Kukar was saying with him. Yak rapt bila nyogo jalena, Ija said. I want gotuvati in the kitchen. In Kukara, a little cord did not bent with breasts. Male if you came? Vibakta. Ye rai samskoya nichogo, forget it. Elena Radisna came to the kitchen. I am so good, one thought. So it's not romance, but a cook novel. Kukar zupanechi yi. Yak, I will go to the Count of the Count. Yak shovikonuvati tsu brudna robot? VSI Robotniki checked out. Male bodega tuvati? One thought. Master chance. The yak is spent on me. Before that, you will, Yelena, to the original good? Tse is a beautiful chance for me. Aja to a rebirth. I VM and go to Veti. Onals onely of Blistici, vid onekanena. Sound is as this is here. Vanyad. Senari King Kukera. The plot of popular plot in novels. The head hero may sterno cook everything. All. Free to heal in the plug of an invisible savory of the pages preparing them. So the head hero is the transfer of it to the same people. Kukara Pomitnitsia was very goving. Vnesi Shitasya dopomokti, milady? Elena parted his hands in the water. The water said the water. So I will not cast up, do not go to. Just give me many potomavati, want one sterel. Risko turned out to be a one. Чи not довіриш мені? Полихниця була шокован. І швидко відповіла. Зовсім ні. Є соціальне відрізнення. Тоді is home. Гаразд. Well, пускно готувати. Поміхниця is coded. Yes. Yelena sorely rotted in the kitchen, I thought. Viewed? Shab is more than such a male co. Preparation? Yak skoda. I don't know in a yak romance I am waiting. Che pray. Opomagoli meni pidibrati menu on the love of the sterevs of the heroes. Vaughn sucked his darkness. Well, yes. Yak bi pamyata. Men B did not come to try in the road for the whole hour. Vaughn wrapped around. Look around the whole kitchen. Well, it is similar here as enough product. Kuhani arrived Dolan. Vaughn, the Noami of the dishes for the Gotovanis of the Fours of Kor. Vaughno said. Chandoxide for snacks? What a stroke that. I thought, Teda, Yetilki in Korea. Kuhar looked at the eye, frightened. Do you want a Vikoro by a burner for enzymes? Kukar Pidishov, Shob show. Burned. In the Nomam, rushing Shvidsha, Kuhar said. You know? Thinking, do not know. In the Nomam, Nabato Shvidsha. Tu misyatsim. One thought. Htob meg think, pus vin here ye. In such a vipad, bearing the excess. Von Sukati Trinibni. Cabbage, green tibulia. Party, imber. Yes, here to close ye, Shervoni pepper. Von Zibrel Vikribni. Yibiai. Products on the table, show is presented to Stravi. Great on the all-in. Ingridi Vaz thought. Meni nibi pidzald. Shotrezno gotuvati. Miracles, Todi slimo. Preparing kimchi. Ozubnaya zim kimchi. I will become famous for the whole of Svit. Vaughn won the Stirano, all narizati. Oti all, employment of Foris in Kitini. Count ich Svitlosti, principal's office, Tushita, at the Obednim table. Rudiort Zed said. Diaku, so sviatkovo, take us. Count Vidpoviv. Shovai, I was goving, they do not gidni. Klaus frightened. Chomu elder ice? Count Stevanov. Many, they said. The go-to Stravi for your svits. Rudiort said. Referee? I mock the ethics. The count proudly said. South, I want my donka. Ale miracula go-to. Similarly, she came. The door was shouted. I got into the Trimuchi Pidnis Zistervoy. I prepared it. So Godny for Vaslevich guests of the ice prepared exotichna strava. One thought. I am not drunk I can so rob. In Kitini all, they walked through my country. They asked me to represent it. There is no Vishend in me. I want it to be small. Al is moving on the Miai kimchi. We are popular. VSI in the hall, respectfully. I am marveling at yay, Strauvoy. Vied all respectful people at the NOA. It became a thief of a shade. Von shaved Kavilavati, Chi all in order. Elena had to have a reasonly piwa to the table, I thought. Wrapped, I sophisticated very huilivati. It became scary to be terrible. Klaus looking at the non-school. One thought. Mani, it was good. Alla wrapped for them will be busted. I have been so important. Elena looked around. I was driving la right. Yaka Bloodwall. I could not sit Spoki Ino. Vaughn thought. Shchokos of the Oskachchi Nashu Lariti. Nibi fell in love. Vaughn did not marry Kudiyi. Huts shouting. Male Obli! Vaughn screamed. I swayed the Padati, seeing the hands of Pidniks. Vin, having finished it, get down. Say curses Roman. Ivinosin Mani did not give. And now it is Krusome on the Tsoma hut that is in the way? Pydnus kimchi, having fallen on the faces of the prince, hit Yoma in Ochi. Vin, having explored Gutno scream vid to the pain. 1. VSIGA, luggage yourself to wipe Yoma Ochi. HTO Nabat, bring to drive Naghaino. Great for the whole situation, Elena. I foiled the cries of thinking. Yes, the problem is the problem. I'm a bula fucked up by the people in the gone. Rudiort Pidvas in the tenter. I went to Yelen. Whether you are all good ice? One thought. Encurled by Nova, I fall asleep. I'm bragging me to be obvious. I'm lounging. Rudiort Rapta was remembering the marvelous Torbink of the face of the face. I knocked out, rapt of the face, having made Yogo Zupinati. I am your Svit list. Rudiort, looking into the torbal, was driving a goal there. Tse is Surin Golka. The bula was crushed by the bula. Ajay Prince Visipov Bagato Goluk. Rudiort Zaporoi. In the timider of the Izamperiski booth is not a male bowdy of the Surik Goluk. The faces are shook. Tse is wrong. Tzvachina Golka. Rudiort frightened. Referee? Ale here's a lot of Durka for threads. Ayaka her bristle. Tsikavo? The faces are justified. In any Viplat one without poisoning. Rudiort Virashiv attached to the Shrino spoons. Vanila. The faces are justifying. Tse is just a spoon, Chornya Vidzaliza. The natives are unshakable. Viz Vinuvachu, Sevs. In the Tsomodomi, the core is the Tilki with Sribem utensils. The countess was goving for the Yain. T.I. in order. Elena Bula in Shotzi. I wanted, I said, the Vikarista Kimchi Yak Zroya. Ale is not in direct sensi. My plan did not enter the Vibivtsu. Seely, just 0. Thinking about Savon, I got a lot of cries. The countess instructed ye. The countess was inhabited by the reserve. I handed it to the pounds. Inchi Pacific princes Switzid Vibivtsu. The natives were gavaling for not people. Vi did not be injured in my Von Bula Venedita at the Vidsha, Il Vitpovila. So, melted, one of the natives said with a capture. I thought, they were prepared for the no, call Strava. But the wish, Pusk for Vibivtsi. Chomu is much closer to Zbro, Nij to Strava. Rapt Klaus said. Surrendering Gokulka? Elena looked. Klaus was peered to Rudiort. A shock look at the shit. Elena was marveling at sea, I thought. Shcho? Rudiort is alerted by Kolyavin to the Nyogo Pidishov I Hotivse. Brother? Ale Klaus Yogo interrupted. Vidai. Vin looking at Vibivtsu I frightened. Was he injected in a man with such an indefatigable richu? Vibivtsia is contrary. Everything is wrong. Klaus spokes. And Yak Todi? Vibivtsia Risko Pidviv. Do you want to see the Golkoi in your hands? Klaus was in abusing herself, I frightened. The axis so? T wo so hot via a vice for the post of the goal? Visi Huiluyuye shouted at the prince. Your svit list! Vin knitting the goal of the hand, I knocked the Vidikati shelter. Klaus showing his hand. Similarly, Tzvachina Gokka, you cannot howl at me. All in order to me. Rudiort has been hinging. Ale Vibivtsia Zupiniv Yogo, so you will tell you Virno. Per vice Prince Vizemudri. Klaus Vikadaichi, saying, Ale to encroach on the prince of the prince to be invisible with such a go, shit. Get Yogo. Vibivtsia is justified. Cook, I did not get tired of such a robot, Klaus said. I will be about the Zim at Palace. Elena Bula is accepted. Shcho, in the Neosho, Yayakas' invisible health. Dopomaga Yoma grunted with a bran. Vins Neshkoja Trefoting Chi. Can I do them? Through skilky attacks in the Nyoya Zamia Jabnist. Imported to the head hero of the Tsoyo Roman. Rapt Prince Klaus went towards the one. Vani Ziazova. Von Vidna Nyogo, I thought. Chomu Vin Shudi Fringe? Did I look wrong? Do not divine on me. Von Virish was a guide to look. Mani Zadoy, Chizapshti Zustimos with views? Garazd, I looked. The power of Kohanya is possible? Rapt Klaus wounded up, fed to the count. Vibakta, your obid is not Vishov. Through a fool. Count Huilyuyuk. Zov Simni, open my provinces. Klaus is pepper. Ni Tsemi Winnie. Do not feed yourself. Shcho, goodbye to the Tsoma Warto. Soon they write to you. Count saying, So, your Svitlist, Budomo Chikati. Rudiort said. Vyagodny kindled. Tilki was the principal of Jazli behind the door. Count Zmig Roslabet. I having to have a poster. Yelena Vanilina blisknula na pitklatku dumku. Yak is strongly goveling to the weak-edged count. Klaus Ameni Rudiort. Tsidvoya princess. The judgments of Zivsogo. The storm. The stench in the Tsomo Svitidaje is important. The problem is that I am not rosiness. Kudi is painfully than ethics. Chi to Prince Klaus, chi to Prince Rudiort. The plan of the Vonistia failed. Thinking around tomorrow. So it is the same to come up with Daje Shvidko. Can it at once skelets to Vlishtovati ball? I am not spent. I get in the one way alone. Eliak Shohaut, old man. Elena looked at her sister. Larafet, with a sum there, on those. The principle of the dodam. Vaughn did not hot, the stroke of the stroke so much. Larita such a serioto was burned by eye, melted, poured strongly, and there was so little bull with a prince. Warto vibachit, Yelena pidaka before the wrong way. Larito. Vibak through my strava, it climbs zivavadava. Sho, chomu tibachash, yakbi is not tea, it became terrible. Bespaki uncle. Gorodyaki Toby Yogo Svitlist Rudiort is flooded with selim. It was Nick. Elena wilted to take a walk, show think on one. Say Big Bernie, she vs, I thought so. Nibi Izarana recognized about Plan Vorogiv Ipidgovi, so he didn't like the one, minted in my is. Having dried legendary Viters Kalaihechi, Von Lee. Yogo thought. If miracles, Yakschop Tashka is such a dump. Von slyly shook. Todi Viragidnesty is highly Verosta. Vidnosini will become strong. Raptu was skedald, pushed until the point of the same time. MRIA, about Shvitka Kohanya Trizov. The lubs of the Duma about the cup was embarrassed. I will not rush. Rapped with the Pirishov Prince Klaus. Hurry? Elena was angry with the yoga rapped. Laying! To Chogo Pitkrashash I lakash. Klaus out of the nasty skin. So? Having stolen, the prince shouted silently. Klaus saying, Primnanik. Fortsi, I am Zarius Ochi on se. Yelena хвилюйся була збентешена. Your svitlist Klaus? Це були вай? Vin said. Here Bilshniki, cream with you. Having shook Vin, gone. T was very tankwing. Did you think about me at the moment? Chi don't rule? The Spocky was not a spruce. And here it is. Zerzumovi, the moment in the not me in the non, named, clarified oat. Se pondovdi chudovo. Vilki tile tauti and neo. Vin is exactly the head hero. I just have a lot of yoga. Yogo opchichi vidvolika. I do not want to get into the Dumax. Iani were sitting, and the company flowed to the company. Klaus is grunty. Ice? Rapta, who has come in himself, Vaughn. Came, can, a chance. Stuvidsotkiv may shoes inabuth. Tresily, do not say, get in, fuck. Fortsi, I do not osolinate. Ajez tsi yedini chance. Thinking through everything. Elena zipped in spirit. I said, spokey Eno. Yak eyes, Vichena ice. Think about your svit list? I was superfluous about the non-valid Pratsivnikivs. Klaus is stolen. Shistrokes seem to you? Vani said. Nichago special. Shvidko's Regalov. On the Yogo Mistsi, I took it to Takusobi. Klaus said. Tobi no pevno, bulo niakovo. It fell. She threw the scholars on people. Yelena, he was caught on the Mississippi. Klaus is giving up saying. Toby was just lucky. Ludina and Yaktai hit, wagged with Pedozroloy. The axis of I is all. Do not seem to be the Bulashvita reactia. Obviously, they just fell. Vinzi submishoy marched at Eileen. Von Nichogo could not say, the depth thought. I, for the time, is the same. Z, I became in the same way. Have you become a worship? I'm lying? Said the deposit yakshchemi to Peidstvo? What is the mate of the Durunius romance of Namika? Pedigrati? Von said. Melted, the servants thought about the Elon. Vi wu more, vin whitish. In the Noi Bulas Vikain Golka. Von swaying. Alish tos, saying, Shogo Kulka is okay, Vin said. I have proved my application, Chini. Toby Bulo did not steal about it. Von, roding. Do you have a lot of health I will cut off? Vin. Hello? Shjo? Von is curled. Yak in Romani. Yaki. I read Vicora. Vin ostanum an hour of popular. Almost burned. Said the worship of the bad non-resistant. One thought. Can I have a considerable isle? Psalm novel pasuvatima. Garazed. Thoughtlessly Robiti Jacques Visnovka. All one I will not sniff it with him. Vin Zadivano, looking. Elena Spokely said, Yak Bolo is not bouncing. Your svit list without becoming Biz Vinuvachivati listin without proved. Vun. I will punish rapt. Von Vidpavil. Todivai is invisible to the people. Vin Zamyan. Hibatakoi tell the prince? Rosamia, Chomuduk Brudel, Tobi Vidmoviv. Von rose, I thought. Idali Budesh Kridishizatimi. Vao is shaking, Vidluti said. I am Nyakavo via the Vipado. Can I fill you up? Vin said. Garazed. Von plunged Yom by saying, Uncle, your svit list. Turning around, Wan Shvidko Yisla vid Nyogo. Von Bula is Rosa Caroli. Її аж трусило, коли вона думала про нього. The character of Nogo is so. Take to mourn the Nestilki straight? Von shouted to the Dumaks. I was about Ido Oskachi. Vidteper will be divided by Krasenchiki with Far. Now I will definitely be pumped by the Zityum, so I said, Ele! On the day, Perez in the Izimprika Palace, the Countess explained. Opres through the Cordoni Mies with magic Vezi is very Rositsip. All over the table at the table. The Count is gone. Tom was Virishchi, Shivine Budu, live in the Empirico Palace in the center Imperi. White biting the hair, advocated the best. Say Malay to walk the tilki behind me, so I can get to the Preki High at once. Countess will you yui. Todi Hedobodi Vidpovedadi for county. Count of frighting. Can I take a mother on yourself? Countess Vidpovil. Nico is not as robish. I will go about the Noya hour. Count Bov of Kalches, Yidobra. Having been driving Vin, turning out to Donok, I frightened. And vi show Virishi? Do you want you to see in the Izimprik Palace? Lariat Rizko pinded. I am hot once, Zizdidi. Tokoj Zamaidish? Elena came up with, I thought. Snow Klaus? Evid Povila. Yes, I do not want Yihati. Larite Zivavoda. Referee? You are not similar to you, not knowing. In the capital, represent the new Vasinya Koleki Sukon. The court designer Vidpovidavav for not guesses, so show there. Elena thought. Disno yak noblewoman, vid, can be used to poison in the Empirica Palace. Nimi extra by a speech, the Countess said. Toady, I will take care of the county alone. The Count is radically pive. I will turn soon. Be patient the trial. The Countess gave the Shomatok to say to the Count. Zarly good for you. Yakshcho will turn to wound, I will punish you. The Count said now. This does not become. Shokovani sisters of Virishi Pieti at once. Elena said. Pida Zbiti Archie. A couple of Godine passed. The servants of Peroding the carriage for the canvas in the capital. They brought Tudi Rizni Rechi Mardarev. Elena to the Tsikavistya march. I was drunky hati. Al is very hivlud. Rapt I am susk with a noise. Elena Wetchum. Zberry. I am not able to poke out the tap in that very paste. Rapta Pidishov Hartos Ib. Shcho? Yelena Pidamet her head. Shokov, Shokovan. Rudiort shovetedly frightened. Vilki Shcho said a paste? Vin gazed at the wrong ones. Von Bula was very shocking. I did not know the yak of Said. South. And what did I say to Chom? Rapt Rudiort ordered. Provida, chi considerable pastors on the road to the Izparistske Palace. The servant said. Rumor. Elena panked. Yak became so? Your Svitlist could not Vudlikati faces? I'm not mute on Sobzi. Rudiort is not Rasaichi, a clash of the same. Shcho? Von thought for Nigo. Lord, Yaka Yaskrava is a little. The beauties are Trebehir. I am Nibi, enchanted by them. Nini, all the Yoma is indifferent to Tim. Yak people to feel the robot, Von said. I just introduced the Tse. The faces said. Me Neshchol Kili, all the pastes of the sitting in ambush. The prince shouted to the said, saying, Vi thought wisely. Elena Buladuza is shook. Shcho? Yes, I didn't rob. Rudiort is gone. Inili, I flooded with the globo enemy, the Yakvinu Vibivtsu. Can it through your respect? I won the Shnav, the Mebutnia Pogrozi Nashom Zita. I am closing your wise. Elena Nichogo could not say Yoma. Ajay Tse Bulamarno. Von in the depths of the drill in his thoughts. Vona looked at Lise, I thought, thinking, can you mourn? Is the rapto normal? The plot is a marriage. Rudiort said now. Rosamia, what brother, saying to the servant to your slope. One is shocking. Klaus, Chomuvin, saying about me. See him exactly the same Prince Yaki calling recently, having recently formed me a mile. Delka Hodin passed. Karadi got in of and vidrate in the nobleman to the center of is. Todai Bula Chudova weather. Yeyev Vicham did not Rosukoma. Chomuvin, telling Rudiortu to be heard before my slope. Chomuvin saying that? I am Vishchunka? Don't want. The same character until Kinsey is tormented. There is no one to the people of the people. Layrite ate respect for Divna, the behavior of the Elens. Ivirichil was to be stolen. Sister, Tiak feels yourself? All in order? Proceeded? Vigodish, Elena thought. My sister, will you for me? Tilki ti in Menaye? Vaughn was verged. Nico this? It's just summary of Yahati to the house. Larite with a nonsense. Is it smart? Elena thought with a jam. Vibash Larito. Alesho, Yaksho, Mizvichka Kazati. In the ears of the rumor of rumors? Isama Golovna. Not impudent. Pushi of Zigrati Taku. Import role. Many ate is not just Gratia noblewoman. Larita Huilu was fed. Sister, in you is a lot of nursing huts? Yea, Trishka, he was tanking a panton. Turning around Vaughn. About Shuti? Larite was nervous. Nichigo, just in you bulul tak opchich. I frightened for any vipad. Burned. About Shodivna, am I able to think? In the thoughts. I can't pull the soda. Golovny heroi romantic fantasy. Vibakte. I did not know they've come to the ground in any situation. If the Empirica Palace, Trefoil, Trinvati, in front of Zerkal, Shab at the Trekish moment, shy away. Kilka Hoden passed. Kareti conjured to the Izperistoye Palace. The servant is the same. Laskovo, Count Sives. Elena Bula greatly made up Kolya, the great Imprarian Palace, I thought. Absolute monarchy is non-interior. Bez nichni marmurni koridori. Yaki niby blisted vid sonyachni proteniv. Elena closed everything. If the stench came to the middle of the wan. Sonia Svitlo, yake in the paradise according to thought architecturiv. If the stunches were pid, the certes of the Eni was scorching shit, and Rumyanets was zama viviv. Me came. The servant explaining. Here we will be Zidi Count Sevi's iladi. The skin has its own kimnat, and such a kabiz will be Kobov. Elena Bula at the capture. In the wardrobe harassed ode. Lariat frightened. Tai Sho Ditin? Vigliazshi. Rapta Elena drove up. Can you translate? Lariat, delighted with the like proposal. Garazd! Elena thought. Larita is the boti over the Minoi I rude. Alavona Ildebaliva, young sister. Zagaduichi is a moment. Vona Zijdi seem to many not brudniti plati. But I don't put a cup so vocal, I don't whore. I want it, I'll have a post. Person to criticize. I don't have the time to the time. Vaughn still get about me. Larita divovovozo zdibna in the palace etiqueti. I showed herself to the sides of the Viklodak etiqueta. Vikldek was frightened. Yakshcho yogo svitlist vostyashtov. Yaki outfit treasel voroti. Lariet vidpovila. Wet new cloth. Vikldek was frightened. In Skilki, the yogo is Nered. Lariat vidpovila. In the bildnades of Godin, the wound. Viklodak bula is accepted. Idle noya. We definitely did not bell in the Izimperiskan Palak. Lariat vidpovila. Ni. Viklodachka patted her reciprocati. Ice is. About the Kotrai-year-old is the Obid. Elena vidpovila. Once? Trinchi took an hour. Elena read the book read. For the pre-world Lariti, I reached the mage to the middle of the Revn. Von Vujayu looked at the wrong. Von did not criticize Minnie for those. They couldn't VSCB. But dope to Kinsey. Elena said. Diaku, Shisidish Zimi is additional. Hogue, even to sleep? Larifet shouted off. I want a pre-Mogti. Thus in Persh so old. Such a wound is not a boom. Elena Wetcham thought. Yaka oplutanen in the head, Enol. If I felt the words of the reference, I did not get appropriately. On the day of the day. So it means that I want to live like that? Yaki smissel in jitty popadanks. Do I not want to have a sink yakshcho? Ale wijavel. Men is enough with peace. Yelena pracювала понад час для потад десертів. Just a hire. Rapt Larit was frightened. Що? Yelena Zilya was. Larito? In the right? Tsi at the time, Kalivesh. Lariat spokiino vidpovila. Planned snakes. Pitadichi was fed to sister. I have a harakni there. What is so sown? Elena was fasting. Yes! Having taken the saw, she wanted to want. Do you have a bula of such a Nikolai? Lariat was blocked. Yako? Elena vitpovila. Nibet sisvit is svistia, becoming so mellowing. Larite kverferal, having felt. Elena has gone. It is possible. Everything is in the one in the Empirico Palace. Chomas to build up. I want to look at everything. One thought. Now the original novel is not a lot. I'm in the other, a ceremonial coffery. Yes, il pennies in a spagato. Call the Golovny heroic vicaristovi to the spaghetti, with minus ziti, bush basab. Varto ties up? Lariat Zandavano was frightened. What a seal lapped. Having shook. It's just that I was superfluous to 8. The power is great for me, Vaughn thought, glancing at the spee. Before Tsich Pir Bulo so bagado vasogo, I could not rob through the bidnist. Ale is not here. In the zioma jitті трізнити, Larita zivitchem. Yaka power? Yelena zaovali yi питання. Elena turned around to the sisters. I was injected. They almost crying cowardly. Zijamai pleti. Yelena був страхований. Тічого? Lariat різко pinded. I got a rapt, pushed decho zrobiti. I will, having said to Larite Shwidko, I came in, ipila. Yelena, the prolonged to say. Garazd yidi. Toby is so garno, I did not dig approve, Yaklarite good o the door. Yelena gniv? Vaughn thought was embarrassed. I said the wrong ones? Ye reacts on the tsas dajadivna. Proceeded? Elena turned her head with her head. Shcho vikanuti suja duma zigolovi. Ni. Think about good things, not to nourish yourself. Vaughn was gone to the dessert, he thought. I will not be listy in the house. If I moved, I am so wrong. At the moment, it is very much just not to rob. So I thought. Buva Larito. Ye Rulhov Provadachi Klaus. Prince Klaus Prishoff is not in full swing to me. Z, my navigation of my bell, was very visited. Vaughn knocked down Shvidko Odvati men. I won the Bulas Budena, Nastilka men Bulo Leko. Have you become snob take? Transferring the simplest one Wijel Provatati the prince. My father, my sister is in the same way. I will convey your words. Klaus shook, saying, Ole is the time. I'm Prishoff before you. Vin spokino sidiv, drinks green tea. Elena are not guessed not to be wanted. Many Klaus vid poviv, so worse. I am a hot v booty odinetsi, Elena thought. Snow almost came across. Bodhi is not able to so beautiful. Trinkies, having stared, was on the sofa. Wrapped Klaus frightened. Tika threw the divil to the sake of Elisevs? Elena Bulashokov, Tisays. Vaughn. Do you want to tell me I am evil, Yak Deville? Vin. Do me a Prishov jokes? Vaughn said. I'm not Rosma. Vin shook, saying, Garazd. Vaughn. She looked at the no-go. Exactly everything, Chish Chaos Divna. Vaughn knit respectfully to Noyo. Vin sink. The Nyogo pot on the pierced look at the good. Vaughn was in a closure of Yogo cherry and wormworms, I thought. Ale is good. Natured Vin, not a flood. Treacle booty with amulet, Vin said. Toady, I will feed on the inchum. Chomu in the first sister of you, your sister, Larita Sevs. Von Bula is strongly shook Yogo words. Cold pit was visible to the Obeshi. One thought. Larita, chom. Tsia of good ditin pidozruhu? Alichomu? Well, I did not take my duga marvelous, shoviklikati pidozri. Yelena should to toes, not trasted spitchet. Call all the same speech, I am ankamal, and not just like that. Vaughn, I said. I can, Larita Virachil Pidorti, my reputation through the resident. Klaus is Divanov. Show? Vaughn was gone. Ale is a considerable sensation, Vaughn Negirsha in men. Klaus hot vi Zupini, Ale did not need it. Vaughn. I can on men, was formed by Cho, Hova, vid me. One thought. And the bucket is happy. Do not give Yoma words to say. Rapt Vaughn knocked on the table with a papier with a hand. Klaus Tilka thinking, the moment of the moving movish. Having taken Arkush Vano, he shouted clarifiedly. I don't know Nichogo, so tell me many Chogo, one thought. Funny. In the novels of Zamtsikava, the hassle of giving way to the hasty, the bulo in the past. I got a trumpet, alla all fun. Vani sought the saying. Chi can, Larita incorrectly Maxim. I am Ostonym for an hour of the inity mumble in the void. Rapt one thought about it. Switch, Heba through the take dibnitsi. Can you have a vinti of problems? Not dried, ale plot bidney. The Yanena was scorched by Yogo recessed, I recorded. In the palace, to go to the rumors about the diavol? Vin said. A lot of such. Vaughn is protruding, not alien. There is no time. Hoto wide sply. meaning pedazru through my behavior. Can it, Larita Spachaka, not about menekama? Ludina, Yaka was gone for you. I will be ahead of the middle of us. Vin, having scored. Caught, show another prince of Imperia. Stuck to Hybna's Vinuvachenya? Von's Nyakov. Todi vodkaidam tse. Von was closed at Yogo Opchik. Vin, who was injected. The one Vin's Nyakovala grunted at the Nyoye. Having stolen heads. Shu thought about my convocation, if it is so close? One thought. Ni is that ni? Von Yahinyo. Mitilki talked about the mi Zayazov with a djevol. Vin. Am I beautiful? Von Vidpovil. Well, so. Beautiful. Vin Rizko Pidvava. Thinking, he thought, in the same place, the vid joyful. Va in the same way. Vin Vidpovav. Ni. I having to have a closer to the wrong way. Shab to lead vidvert to Rozmova Elenau Zilyu was. Vin Prishav I esiv in order to sofa. Von vid and yogo. Vin said. I think it's a little closer to you. Vian looking at the wrong way, saying, You have bagado marvelous storin. You can go to the rose, al wrapped smish. I will give it a number of can, you don't bristle it. Von thought about. Seven about I beautiful? I was blocked in the same by. Nij in his zahist. Having felt for the member, she could not have a one. Klaus is crawling. Call people to try to praise me. They do not like the stars with the diavel. And true is clear. The sister was so grunted. Elenau looked at the prince. Yak Vinsmig died to such a vision. Daji precisely dumping the detail. Vin Dajier guessed, since he is a snake to take off the driving. Vin respectfully marveled at the knot. Vin looking at the sheet. Liudina, romanted in the stars with a diavel, die, to suffer. Not afraid? Von Vidpovel. Silos of the perspective. Nikoli did not bachi diavel, Vin. Tobit Sikavish, what has it become? Vin said. It was not that she was not in the way to prove her inconspicuousness, one thought. From a shuddered. Vin lead myself so, I didn't hot to show myself to be painted. Garazed. I will. Von. I am a Rosema, my wisdom of your wisdom, everything was Zrosum. Vinvigo Visha. Do not seem to be, in the pusk not virish, one thought. I bagado of such characters. The strokes, pretending to be friendly. Ale yak tilki dash slaben. Azra takachi. I will be smiled. The viper of the sip is a non-reckless type of character. Eek is more painful, Vin said. To the speech, your sister has reported to you. I have been aiming for a sheet at Rudiort Iprishov Deputy Nyoi. Juan thought. Chomu in men, nema, disim, shliakiv, to vidstupa. According to the Ogi, the Ozovchi is visible. The head of the head hero is visible. Yak mini vidnyo vidimnut, soring yedini oseb. Elena wrapped her hands, the blessings of Yogo. Your svit list! I was shaking to take it from the etiquette, and recently I did not survive Kohanya to the forecaster. Vin said. Charisse Rosbit, Von Pediferdil? So, Yaksho Kia Norosumna Lady showed to your Svitlosti. No Vi would have produced me. I will be the benefits of Yogo. Wrapped Klaus is inhabited. Do not go on so far. Vani thought, show Vin. Did you take it? Yak rapped Vin, saying. After I thought, I did not adapt to the centuries of Svit. The Bula is very shocking. Raptu was a Hogli Zbernik Kleis. Persher's signing. Yak do not freeze the hands of the head. Treasily Tlaw. Patanya is friend. Cho Yaksho the head hero through a sore of Periuli is parish. Treasurely by the statue of the Rosimi Yogo. Patanya is third. Yakboti, Yakshchovi in. I moved to the alien Tilo. Shchomini Robiti, Yak to see the situation. Can it, Tsedvin, resettlement in the alien? South melting, I also knocked out the similar plot of the fantasy to the novel. Von Zai was frightened by fear. Yak vis Razumi. If you were rumored, one thought. Ale, I have read Yogo for so long. Klaus, having spent their hazelnose, Elena was angry. If you finally have been leaning, Ajumil did not rose. Trinky stolen. Choma vayu wrapped spilled? Klaus shout. I just say that. You say your reaction. Yelena Alniak could not Zerzumi before the Vin Veda. Vonadovgo thought about Yogo words. Vin shouted out. Vin, having pulled the reacts. In the nog, Bulaya Skravo, Nizhna Somishka, directed towards the one. Elena, wrap yourself visitizes. I just pidigi grunted with your fars. My artistic grade is my artistic? Takoju Von thought herself. Mene kinets. I will not become a marvelous for the Nyoye, but a pedozrilo. Treasurely insist on your own. Vin to lower many C to the hands. Having said all one thing, throwing, not thinking. My words are the same as simple, Klaus said. I think that you don't have a worship. Elena Vidyogo sleeve suppressed the cham, ale sinking to sink. I said, Nyakovo sedemi sedem? I was trying to pidstrotita pi-id your jarta yak could. Vin vitpoviv. Ni, toditi bula by garlic. Enelins who panicked. I am not Rosma, talk about show. Vin interrupted ye. Male to be, yaksho tujni svit. Chijawesh friend Jidi, Chivi Pedkovo, turned in Paul. For me, the Siri is not important, so do not go so. Yelena, я подивився на погляд. Yak I am not nervous if my dislike of Roskrit? I-C-R-I-M is all named. Migrant, reincarnia I regresi. Stars Klaus know about everything? Vin said. Male, I am Prishov for no important reason. Men's unnecessary, bulotsikavo, your sister conceived. Ale gorodaki tsomom, izmiz, fil bagato tsikavik, I riznomanichich gipotas. Now your position is not to say? Elena turned on the NYO. Nogo Jalivius is in character, rapped Klaus Pidvaya saying. Show, Todi, I will fill you up. Inlana looked at the Nyoy Shvidko. Show, also Yaidi? Vin Vidpoviv. Having said everything, I hotev. I felt everything. I got a hunker. Show is important to make it up. I'm not comfortable for me. Having shook Vin, who was inhabited. Shoa, Sagodny Bulo fun. Elena Movchka looked at the Inyo, a shameful hand on her chest. Vani was marked by no-go, I thought. Show, Vin is so easy for Petey. Nico without clarifying many. Yak Vin can. If Vin Visha Von thought. Having entered the toady, tilky nerves of the many. Rapt Vaughn was breaking. On the table lying Arkush on Jocko Klaus, writing. Vin, writing, all without taking with him. Say impliva for me? Yai became a Doga Tsakavo, I won Vinishahi. Has there is a take written there? Having read, Juan Bola is shook. It is written on Arkushi Bulo. Male, you have a Jalivium handwriting. Elena roded. Until the Kinsey to the delay. Trochi passed. Nice came. On the unpaid, the great is the Kilki Zarok. The Yaki was sitting on the Izampiric palace. Tim for an hour, in his own Kimnati, the old plan of the DII planedly wrote. Do not miss the harmonica in the nomam. Klaus of the villain, I do not die. Pershe. Standard oskib tsezbuvati pidibrati yogo inditini. Itla yogo, Allah is a problem. Vaughn was rapped by Yak Vin Vigliata. Yogo is beautiful to try in Sorochsi, Yogo Ochi. Yogo is beautiful. Thinking about C, the blackened, I squeezed out Shvidko to be delayed by Tse warrant in the list. Other warrant, Hall Tilesni, I spiritual Rani, giving Yoma his Kohanya, becoming the Pidi Trimko in the Tsomosviti. The moment of Kolyavin was injected to herself for herself, the moment of Golkoi. I'm guessing Noiboti is not possible in principle. Trurti wart, make the Yogo tore your head vid Kohanya to me. Tse warrant for men do not get. Von thought. Can another wars? Yakschovin will be storage, so I will. Star, Yakscho so become. Not in the snake bilsh, thinking Vakov hut the feather. I don't know. I am mutual guilty of the torment. I am spady. Elena took the hob for the overturned of the road I pili in the bedroom. Tomorrow I will just read the books. Kilka Deniv passed. Yalen's lying on a lakey read the book. Viewed. Shagodni Izria Izrosku Simi. In the Pershek Reek, the hero Keladin Erndekef, the king of demon, Iogdnov, the whole mainland, is sleeping. The hero calling Yogo Uaspen. Simi Yaki Dopromagali Buli appointed by the nobles. House of Sisen, radicals of the Izemperor. Buli Vidani Central Earth. Brudel on Pinenshi, Kaslion on Pivdni. Domarti on Skodi I Enilson on Zakodi. Kojeza, becoming his head of his region. Rejecting the title of the duke. Stho to the king of Demoliv, Vin Buv of the emperor. Pislal Tsu, One bisti tisiachi rokiv nikint distivi neo io nioto nikot. Rapt Laret was frightened. Shorobish? Elena was angry. Praise! T. Kolya came. I would give a sign. Larite by walking on Lishko. Yes, I knocked down a long time. Shiti so respectfully read. Von Hotila take a book. Look at the shab. Ale Elena greatly panked through the city. Von Schvidko took the hand of the sisters. The school of Zupinity Yi. Von was deprived of the order of order. Elena squeezed a hand. Larite was very compliant with the ei behavionsi. Tichogo, I have a lot to look at the book. Elena chopped her head and thought. Skob, this is what is said. Schab vidvalikti vidbooks. Von is not like. Rapt Von was frightened. Teek not yagodny on the pable. Up of the Yogo Svitlistia Prince Rudiort? Larite Zivavoda. Von's Nyakov, about the cup. Chomu rapped Ogi having shook. Trug, the day is trendy with him. Lariat Penichichi, not Treb. Before that, an hour is chilled. I arrived, Tom thought Toby mummy, burned, referee. One thought. Ozda Larita reported on me. Buddha Pirilo Yaksho to have a book. Von Vasum, Robot Origami. Yelena Tisno Zibrana Zelbki dla Origami. I am not over to the novels, to the nasals and pomstoy. I do not want to destroy, seeming warmly. At Wolitsi, a evening. The sky was the same as a snake collier on the Tamil. Elena Tim stored her origami for an hour. Elena was sitting in Chrisley. Iverisha pulled, wrapped the back of the back. Von with Bolam said, My back. Vona looked at the commandment of the jar of origami, I said. I all have a grinding one. Ale is all one bagato scaly. Von Pidparavo, with his hand, Vashko visited. Savici was conquered by Larita, she reported to the minister. And Yaksho, you will be hated to hate me? Rapt Vana Zagadaled. Larita Kazela. Sister, in the capital in the night is cold. The moment of Elena put it on her puppies. Nee! Our Larity is not young. In the head of Tilkidurmnitsi Lizut. Von Pedejahov to the door. Since take Dilo, Warto go to the trend? I may Pobachita Shirasyava sorcerer. If the door was wound, behind them, the Yogo Sveitlist is Prince Klaus. Elna Bula is shocking Yogo by the appearance. Having stolen in the door of Klaus, he froze and frightened. Tikravita viditi for a walk? I am a mav. Vid too, give you ale. Similarly, having lost for an hour. Vibacht. Yenerbochi vid povila? Nichoho. Everything is good. Chomu vai is here? Vayan spokino vid poviv. This is just that. I just get tired of your gushkati or kimnat. Elena Bula shoved by Vid Yogosliv. Klaus Shvitko Proshov sorted out. I had to get the same to get off. Servenging. Yelena nemaya chasu na zreahovate. Vayin is respectful to be raised by Kimnatu, I thought. Show to take such a man to prove. Rapt Vin, looking at ye still. On the Namoma stood all the banks of Jagami. Yaku Elena commanded so vastly. Vin said, TSD to us. Side by the all, Tsich Paparovic ta, in Kabayet. Mich in detail, at the same time, do not let go. Faces were in Kimnat. Yelena was stalked up by Pedashian to Klaus. Your Svitlist, Chomuvitis Robaite. Yakshcho I guilty of Chomus, tell me about say. Klaus, saying. I'm a drawing up. Tim by the hour of the face, respectfully took the all Papurovi Pathos. Trinchi took an hour. Faces, Vichashis Kamnati. Klaus frightened. T.A. Karis not such diavol? Elena is rosy. Ni, Vin said. Yakshogarno, I think that they do not. Ale the younger brother pedozriu to you, Von said. Ale Vin is not here, Vin said. Ostaniman our Vin daji chutnia to Visogo, show pohpan with diavol. I do not want to be rude to Vistaviti. Von is unheeded. Yaktsli, it is good for the cranes. I just hoteled the Bazanya with them. Rudiort to argue, Tilki Yakscho himself to be at all to be a resurrect. Say, give us an hour, Elena said. Give an hour? Klaus said. Duh, it is guilty of Zerzumi, what you have for Pedozru. Chi is wrong, Elena thought out. Vine rolled. Testerly reckon. Todi, I can ask you the same signature? Klaus shook eel, saying, I can write down Skilky. Burned. Chomu vishit many, I want me to be pitching. Klaus Piuchi T thinks about. Fien looking at the wrong, I said. I don't know how to say it, so Nastevno Vichati can do it. Elena Zniakovi, I thought. Test is ineffacinus. If they say such a form, many want Toby Virity. Burned. Garazd Aliak, can you climb me all? Can I want half? Vian. Could you say so? Elena said. Ni ale I yich de Tilki wandered. Just Hotila to steal my simi sherry in the dachi. Hylena crying. I am Rosema. I don't have a chobi, ale, a number of wanders, Klaus said. Toady. Budoma warehouse at once. Vidalima for the TSO. I at once folded yike soup. Elena looked at the enyo. A day. Elena, with Larito Virishchi, Vlastuvati tea on the dvorgi, were inwards of the roses. Larita was faded. Sister, I am all the same as Rosema. Show dusty shasliva. Elena Sedil blackened. Laurite has gone. Ayla skilki mini, shchatoterno, chekatati, show to feel the miracle of is. Yakviz, did origami take the prince? Elena said. If I was Vakora in the evening, I turned to the sneakers. All my paparovi cranials is without free. Tom mini buladusty is smart vid soyo. I passed by Prince Klaus, looking at the crown of many shabsa, sloving the sabotage at once. Vin vidaliv, of the in every of the sustrich, shost warehouse at once by me. Thinking about C, I reinforced Podil Kohanya in my heart. Elena Bulas Divanu is a behavior. Sister. Was a warehouse of Zhuravlev Kozha Kozhzol's day of the Pisla Obda? Elena Vidpovila. So, all the same is the one, I am alone. Elena looked at her sister. I am hotly honestly say, they were confused. Yak proved a honor to a dieval. Alatodi men will be killed, she conducted not to Prince Rudiortu. Vonley won origami. Lariat of the bitter pit of the sister was frightened. Chomu T. Sagodny in the Kamara Slitash? Elena looked at the wrong. E. Virici. Larite Wheel Yu was frightened. T. W. Halt? Elena thought. Alaman all one is painful, Yaksho one. Yelena, having shook Vidpovila. Everything is good. Tell me, what is the same yogo is Rudiort Dopomaga Toby with the Trenuvans? Larite Ziniakov. Do not get off. Having stolen it. Tayostanim for an hour Yakastivna. Do you like me? Hugling. T. One shawl. The same my love is suitable. Larita was faded. Duma, I am hotly Ted. Tai Kazala. Let me see the Duke of Brudel. I am so badly shocked. I will conquer Pivnich the Bay. Elena Zidvidsham said. Let's forget the passing of the ebony with the ebony. Ayakviz Vresny with Rudiort? Larite said. Minyash theme. Alavid Povila, me in the time of the hour of Spikal Kuikoya, with Yogo Svitlistia through Listavana. Yelenau Zilyu was. Referee? Hibataye is not the time in the Palak? Lariat Movchka was caught on the Mistsi Vidya sleeve. I Vidpavila. I'm talking about Thai once, if you have been in our swings. Mitrishki talked. Elena said. If I were giving? T. Vzrapishalith Pisheti Pisla Obida? See before Stilky Hour is able to be so mattress. Larita hit the table. Mani Trishki is stylish. Can you do the Pathanya? Rapta crashed Tisha. The unnecessarily bounced a little light vitter. Yelena chviluyutsa. Vibak, I'm not hot so daviti. Larita is inappropriate. Ni tsmene vibach. I am risko vidregulaval. My historia is not a damage. Yogo svitlist rudiort. I duk vasna data rizni. Yelenau zilyu was. Chomu duke? Yelena thinks dirati nikti. Can it be a good use to the duke? I want to be burned right at the same time. Welcome is the references of Brudel, show. Have you led so-so? I will say Yaksho, show is definitely not blocked by him. Rapta Zgaduichi VSI is the moment to Larito. The one Zavdialoval of the Duke of Brudel, the Joba Posovna. Yelena вирішила бути вкраденою. Larito, many for a long time цікаво. Чому Jgaduish Duke? In men. A considerable soil before the Nyoye. I can. It was pleased with the denunciation. Did you write on me? Larite Bula Shakova. Elena thought. I don't want to bilsh. Larita Virishila pretended to be not known about the chog. Yaki Donis? About the intelligence, we say, not Rosema. Elena explained. Recently I came to the Yogo Svitlist Klaus. Yomuh dos. saying about the mi Zayazov with a diavol. Larito chomutsbril, did you report it on me? I nibi threw me to please with a diavol. Larito was kidnapped at still. Von Nervovo sorted out the hands of Nichoy without saying. I was frightened by the shit. Tse prosy povuan to the Duke? Yenikov became Nyakovovidyi Movchanya. One thought. I pressed it. Rapt Larite spoke. Sister? Walking a trial? Elena is curtained for sister. Viter Jelika Kolichavya Svitladovgahast? Trochi passed. Sister Jeshi in Lis. Elena rumored to be sister. Shovivyuhatiyi Rosyasnya. Elena thought. Complete Mijima in the yaks of the deaf of the mix. Von Virishil was to be stolen. Larita, sans is not a bake. Rapt Larita was fed. Sister. De Obsyanova broch? Tall Trimalyi in Komodi in the Pershi Midrobny. Elena Vidpovala. I wed di Toby Persha is a dressing room, so they are swing more than a nobility. Larite said. I do not want to know. Elena said. Don't know. Yaksho von ruined. We can buy it. Lariat shame. Tsimboti, I am isminously won. You can't do not know the nobility. Can I laugh? Elna rapped herself. On the prostitution of the cold pit. Larita has gone. Yaksho will tell Oses Devon. Rapt Elena did not blame the worship. Larito. Z, we said Viraz. Vani said. Yaksho want to say. Then say straight. I don't snake the topic of Rosmovi. Tis Taish about Cayman, not me. Larita turned to the sister. Von Lady cut down Hiliosi in his own eyes. Zazuya Larita said, Tai mash razzia. Alatis Dostoyusko, say from this Ozrako. Elena was marked by not, I thought. Switching a breeze is important. What is so-so leaded? In the count of the Budinka Dorogotsavosti on the skin of Krotzi. Rapt Larita came across. I don't know, Chidalorish Timeni. I'll everything. I will tell you a pure truth to the same. I have lived a Jita even one time. Elena respectfully marveled for his sister. Yak was in the case of saying a chip. Larita has gone. And Potim I turned in Paul. The Bula Bula is shocking you words. I respect it is not here. Larita frightened. Sound Yak Beacon, right? As if I had come to the Mabit Noye, I know, their dolly. Ale! Rapt Yelena interrupted Yi, who said, So tse Roman zi oblanyam in Pau? Larita sensed a tank. I was fed up. Show Tilka, she said. Elena Bola in the jacket. Vaughn did not spark. Yak said the words in the ear. One thought. Similarly, did I reborn into the elder's sister of Regresorsi? Vaughn led the deploys of Roman Z with her sister. Historia de my young sister Regresorsi pedozruyu. I oronoronona shuka, my elder sisters. Meaning, for the new brooches, I became a strong villain. I hotel Zanishiti all svit, hiding for the sake of a diavel. Elena said to me, and Nalan through the plow praised a luge to the regressu? Tortom hotila, I am too old? Now everything converges. I was reborn by the villain into Romani, de Golovna, heroine Larita. I don't know the romance, Larita said. Virno, Yaksho is accurate to say. In the past, Zhiditiu did not worse the deputy for the Pivnik Duke. Tai Buladuja is embarrassed by the Duke's Vidmovo. I fell at Vichai. Having hung up with a diavel, she knocked out the whole of Svit. The brooch Bula with a navigation Mija by the diavol. To the same time I pretended, made it to the sake of you. I thought to know the brooch. Alavani, tika. I touched myself marvelous. I pedazri on you fell by Sammy by sobs. Shab's minity was fed the theme of Yelena. Todi shomij with you with Rudiort. In you, the same Bulo? Larita said. In the past lives? Yogo Svitlist Rudiort, having entered my jiti, having sacrificed by he, yelling me with a deadly attack. Yakbi at Menbulo wanted a trig more strength. Yogo Svitlosti did not get to the victims of his own lives. I did not seem to Yoma about the pension of Ziti. I don't know chi to move, Elena said. An hour Vinsgada? Vaughn thought, in Bilshostia's story, to the turn in the Pudoye Take Sustrak. To them, they meltedly go to the blessings. Vaughnzi Halosis looked at the sky in the eyes. Duma? Bulobi Pondovdi Chudovo, Yakbi Vinsmig Zgadatimen. Elena was marked by my sister, I thought. I am also mastered by calling. I thought that they are Ziati, Yaksho is a little heroine. Ale on the divani, Tilki is noting to the wrong way. Aja, my reference to Simya, survived the tragedy, through men in the past. Larita said. I rose, Toby. I men became lung. Uncle, show vi mahala. I will tell you a yaksho. I got a stupid. Can you think all the time I reread the romance? Elena knocked out of the hand. About Shoti, Larito? I am Visomu, Shoti Oda said, Minnie, having gone. Lariat frightened. Referee? Ale Chomu, did I seem to Taku as a lighthouse? Having gathered, the smiled Elena said. On the certificate, I was reborn at the Tsomo Sviti. I am not a reference of Elena. Larite Zivavoda. Shcho? Elena said. I am not Yelena, but Inshaluan. Yak duckled in Yatilo. Tom, I am Toby, one thought. Yaksho Vaughn turned at an hour. Then I have to move in a rebirth? Ale Larite Bula was literal. Tai not virish many? I still Yakti can be obvious to the Cossack? Tiki Nastilki did not drive? Elena Bula Shakov? Failure! I have grunted Gurcha. Luggage around the Viproiti. I just joked. The atmosphere is atmosphere. Mene call a considerable tact, right? Shabti did not say, I am a reference to Viria all your words. Larite Zadavano turned around. Rosma of the TV, I your thoughts. I will actively take the fate in the Rosli, Divani, Shab Toby Bulo Spokino, Lariat Zai huddled. Referee? In the Zayam Jidi Tim on my slap? I do not Budish Hadit Seshchidi Svit? The spocation was Zalen, Alarapta on the ostrich. The hall was the warmth of the head. Star I Niak in Insham, Larita Pili in Owimi to the sister, Elena thought. I wanted it in Romani, now the real. My sister survived Yaku. On the day of the day. Bell was written down. Male! In the Yaki Vidno scenes, the Yogo Svitlistia Klaus, Yelena Spokino Deserti, for the readers of the book. I thought about the words. I am in Vidnoans. Zimti, caught, Trochi passed. Elena came to the sister. Larita was transferred to the Odiag for trend. Sister, Shagodnitai directly Shiash. Elena Zniakovila Sidil on sofa. Nastilka is poured? Bell said a curious natural. Lariat Vitpovila. Dache, do you have a plan? Elena Vitpovila. Mene potim zustich, with Yogo Svitlistia Klaus. Tom Bell closed. Yogo Svitlist Klaus yelling you? I without super? The Axis, I knew so much. Elena is Divanov. Shcho? Bell said. Vaka is innocent. Shcho Robot? Already for a long time in the palace, a bit of it. Conscious to the prince. Bell prepared cosmetics. Ostanim for an hour. The theme of the world of the natives of the Jerbi spear is popular for your worship. I put it on those in the Nioi. I have a considerable yaksho. I will look like that. I got 0. Vaughn caught fire with an excitement. Elena Zidvidcham said. Toby Trekno, once Pebble Bell at Dili. Larita is surviving. Diaku, I am. Alahibatse is not kind. Many was stolen by Toyoma. Elena Vitpovila. That's right. Ale meni liakno. Well, I went to the Viklikali Diavel. Ale Yogo Svitlist is not vain. Larite said. Yogo stood for people. Vin is self-wounded with demons on the overshadow. I want Potim Rapta, having roped, I Nito Yogobi no longer Tangu. Burned. Chom? Lariat Vitpovila. Todibuv is not easy. I definitely can't say that. Thinking, Klaus is not a dunji of a character, but simply a weak another row? Yakchovin is a other row. Then there are no problems Wida Vidnosen. Yelena Shasliva Vava for a servant, Pusuye Yita Klaus. Vani directly set down by joy, Pushti pillage Vidnosini. Servant to Smishko Vidkriv Doi, I beg there. One thought. Vin Nastilka Beauty, Shubula Halm, Show Vin Vazlivi. Elena walked through the door I was driving Klaus. Von Bula, Hemo, is beautifully, we beautifully. Klaus has taken off. Laskovo, I ask, milady. One thought. Trudeau Golik, Yaki ni Kvini. Do not spend an hour on the road. Sex. Vin requested Yaye Billa to himself. Please, Sadai. Vonley thoughtfully thought. I am so innocent in abutment on the mass in order. Elena Shvidko, Sot Bilan Yogo. Yakshcho think, Vinyadini, Hoto. Having moved Menpili, interrogation Lariti. Vinch Chelov by the Sustrak. My chuika is prazu. Tseyak minimum interest. Rapt Klaus fought. Male. The hill right turned up to the no-go. So, Klaus shook saying, take a look. Vin showing his own crane. Charlotte Bula is Shukov. Shitsu Klaus Vidpoviv. Parerovi Juralik. Juralik buv non milo, folds I blessed to drive yogo. Von Specky Zvidcham. See special charm, Vin said. I am practicing, repeated. Ale wrapped Vonnie stangled. Von knocked out. Krila Trelin warehouse axis, so, Vin said. True as in extensions, many is appropriate. Yelena is radically pidsila closer. Your svitlisti spokation viklikali inchuspris, Vin said. I often honor the TC, many kajit. Pi many is painfully than a tramadi mouth on the castle. Varto many yogo vidkriti. IVSI will with Dareth. Elena Bula Shokov. Von turned around thought. Tomig Takase. I turned up to the nog. About the 6th of June, say is not the case. Vien. Referee? Todi Proverimo, what the truth? Vien pidsiv to the wrong, I said. Male. Yaki character of Lenu on the Imani Klaus Erndikev? Yaku is the role in the Tsomusviti? Vin responded to Yi reacts. One bula is very shocking yogo to the signatures. Chomu Vin was frightened. Yes, sir, Svid to fear Shvidshi. I am not fiercely vigilant, Von shouted. I froze. Chovai Mary on Sviazi, vi just, Vin, the no, the joking. Say Chortavi, Roman snow with the men. For me so I have? I want a romantic vidosin, Klaus said. Tiusa spoke. She moved to Tsisvit. Tom, the deck DNI above, in the rods about the TSE. One is shocking. Vi Kasal, what are you all alone? Veen having shouted. Yak is not marvelous. Ale. I do not know how to vikinuti your words Z Golovi. Yak Bolo didn't bake. In our Persha Zustici said about popular Romani. Chi is wrong? Von Vidpavil. So pray, Bulo take. Vin said. I have read it. Elenau looked at the no-go. They read it. Romani, Vin said. I thought it. Alapotum pulled out. Especially washed. Dehiro turned in Perelu. It is possible that I myself am a little like. The bula was very complicated. Von respect for Nyo. Shjo? I have tilki, I felt Nyo. Turn in the pow? The stench was respected by one for one Ibe. Elena Bula was very curled. A bugato duma is a bugato. Von did not know the yak of reacti. Vin. Chomu too is so's divan? I think that she was poisoned here for the time to the pantine of the panton of the tsoye. E tasida si menis kshipka. Yakshcho, everything is so, I think, then you know more, I am. Vin extending to the wrong hand, I sung, yes, the same. Yaka is my role, since I snake in Paul. Vin, having taken the Harry, pure the leaflet of the same. Vin Zamyan. Do not fight like that. I'm not getting tired of coming to you. Elena with a jacket burned out. Ale chomu vitsoyo do not view. Vins ishikai sumishyoi vidpoviv. Taimen has been stolen. I don't want so robot. The depth of Muvchka was marveling at the Nyoyo. Elena Shvidko flowed to Klaus. Vonnie on the corridor stable. I was so hung up, Nibi drove behind me. Elena Bula in a strong vitcha. Yak all the same? The not the same thing did not bury the romance of the cow by the heroes of the regressors. Ale colon abdominal regresset at once. Abo is the main samples of the Golovna heroine I antagonist. Elena mage dishe to Kimnati. I don't know, my head is sick. Treasurely pt vidpochiti trig. Rapt one felt a marvelous sound. Voni Zyazova. Father. Way, alert of the general old man. There is not a mayboti at say for an hour to be a dad. Alachomu the sound of the lunar of the middle? Elena took in the middle. Yak wrapped huts. Pressing E to Steny. Vaughn. Shto! Vaughn was in the front of a marvelous billy-haired pair of the Yaki Com. Eli Sevs, Yak Bagato, Tish. Vin looking at the non-nasty. Cho for a fool's vis osokch. Elena wrote at Aursh in Yogo graphic ogre. Yes, Hoto in the melt. So. I will poke the key. I don't like that. Vin vid poviv. Voneta take. Nibi Taikogo does not know. Vano vigroko visible. I do not know. She for the day of the Sogodni Taki? Vin said. Tai called me. Von Roding. Who did I call? Tight to do not really strix. Vin roding shouting. A lot of ode, Shoshchel at the Kaj Robot? I tse to the speech your province. I am without an odiag. Through you men will be born. The Bula Bula at the vast Shotsky Ogi Yogo Raptovic. The one is not Rosumil. Sho? Vaughn, respectfully, was surprised to Yogo calling. Meaning ti cotton cowardly Niko Nikoi does not seem to be. Te tema ptashani, zani kamenu, white. Vin was very blackened by Kolya. Vaughn called Yogo tsim im yam. Vani was writing down. Tia karach wit? I called you? Vin Trishkia have hazing Pishov towards the table. Vaughn thought. Yakim tse? Vine about those. I took the Yogo of the core of the miss. The axis of those cordon chapter. Patashka. Translated into a Juna with a Piolatovi Purimus. Do not look at the shows and not a similar Vin on the people. Insha rasa? Character, Shuvivlievel at the moment. Pomiknik? Chuma Tjavivivivi. I want to have a yak. I was tormented. Vaughn foamed Yogo. Yaki is called a novel? And the genre? Have you tell me? Vin shoved. Sheer with you? Take it! Vaughn was gone. There is so bahado beautiful people Allah, I'm alone without a bet. Vin rose. Toby Trimbana Tilky love? Not a 90 of Svit? Vaughn is impressed. Poshchi many chose the take. I want to be in peacefully cramped by the beautiful Cholovic. Vien. Referee, do not change your mind. I will finish Toby Trini. Vani Zizova. Referee, Yakti Cherobish. Tilky is a Spocky of the hand of the head hero. Vien Vidpoviv. Taino Golovna heroine. I, Yakti Bajash so I will. Twy lovely novel, Detai. Sustained his Kohenya. Itsustit Z with his own beautiful Cholovic. Vaughn with a short-lived. Am I a heroic head? Breesh. In the head of the heroine, but the booty is such a great dark minute. White is Zvinuvak. Say your wine. Tiku all their souls. They threw on those school on her ground. I is the duke, I and a friend of Dinstay. I am mutual, Tiokosos robbed for the Tsogo. The crim of that Yaksidal without deal in Kimnati. Duma huts Vibyador infect you? Vin Vigo Visha. Tiv Sajdis Vid Vovika Shiash Indri Bibniki. Vona proudly. Ali in a romantic fantasis. Once I would be reborn, I will be Muriati with Rosemary. Vinzupinechi. Ni Vidnosini for you, Maria Zavreva. Vaughn roted. Vienne is inappropriate. Well, saying not to think about the extra. I do not seem to anyone, they knocked out with me. Vaughn is made up. Chom? Vin is smash. I want to tell people I banged the people of a coward and a knitting bird. Vaughn. Tito Bayu, mowing me. White vid povev. Take Tilky God be younger, not me. Yakshjo you get burnt. Wrap yourself. Elena Rozcherukal. Vaughn. Todi Yachts Brashya many dopamagati? Tell me the name of the book, Vin said. What, Yakus is very filed. Gerazed. I will generously finish Toby. I can't tell the name of the book, Ala Roskawi, a secret. Vani Zyazova. Yaki? Vine Vidpoviv. Health. Yakmesh Tilki Tilovna heroine Tsui Roman. I can gently greatly marvel. Yakshchobudesh, van by a heart of shiro benefit. Vikonya Vikona. Iotrimamish Bazan Kohanya. Vaughn are hungry for your hands. Teet Tai, saying so cool. Ala Namriko Nichogo special. Vin said. Missing is important. Vin Bevel looking at the non-school. Tiwush Chelly did not ask Kohani so much. Vaughn Vid Pavil. I had a good counsel. Your star egg was soaked. Been to pray. Vaughn. At the same way before you? Vin Vigo Vishaw. Te dosis. Elena said. Skilky want, all the same do not get. Yenish was in spirit. Trinkies coughed. Sniakovli showed. Zrobiso I became the most popular. White, having encouraged Pidkazavati. Victory is the start. Not called the Stide Vani said Galashnish. Zrobi Mani by the most popular people, White said. Shchet more. Elena shouted all her voice. The most popular. At the Vsumsviti, yay opchik bouncer in a chervone, White said. Ready, your Bazanya Vikanano. Elena should herself rotted. I was stolen. Show, Nasteels is easy. Do you have a heart of Shwichabi? Vinzi said. Duma, I am noble to the worship of the same. Von Zekavistya was fed. In Shirachi, judgels to the fioles, demon, virno, vin proudly vidpaviv. So, before that. Rapt is not in the zmozi to agree on vin to the bird. The bula bula is strongly shook the yogo raptivim transfigules. Chichas rapt. Has the take become? Vaughn looked at White in the uniform of a little bird. Nogo spun the head. Trinchi took an hour. Yelena willed in her kimnati on Lika. Yak Winrai, putting on his raptivim transfigurations. Chomu Vin muttered into a wrapped in a bird. Similarly, Vin was tired of saying, Wrapped Zabulo Shos Subsliva? Elena looked at the steel thought. Chi, I wander. I renounced Kohanyev Sogosvit? Say mile for me? On the day of the day. Nadvori Bula Chudova weather, it was Sovi Sonza, the birds were hung. Nichago did not shout Bidi. Yak wrapped Yelena tailed along the corridors of the Vud of his Zakiknikovs. Behind her, Yak servant's palace, so I creative. Vani thought, Cho for Bojaville? Say so my Bazanya Vicanelo, Via Sibyl and everything and Kokani. The stench Meiji was navigated by Yi. Vani screamed, Nee, I don't want to! Such is the mind. Why, the offensive has been baking, Yogo. Hot, do not. To finish the mail wrapped with the door of the door. A hand was a hand. Yaka took it by the hand. Susie. Having taken the yan in the middle of the door, they stuck. The servants with the creatures, the nested, were navigated by the sulfur at the mist sea. Elena spent about the stir, the sabi, out of the dihanya. Diaku, they were lying on them. Klaus marveled at the same time. I said, Ibnia for me. Having felt a Chalavi voice, I was Zylavi. I looked at the Inyo. Your svit list, Vinshuk saying. Bulo Skoda, Shichora, so Shivitko, I shit the axis. Tha, according to Blidnila, Datitobi Prokolodnyaderi, Von Vid caught fear at MISTSI. Ni! Not at the same time, Algarazd. One thought. Baida. Through the Bazanya Meniko Hayut Sami Rizni Istoti. Yak Boti, Yakshcho Klaus Takoj Zihov with a stupid? Yak is scary. Can it, Provice? Von Will you Yui? To the speech, Demi. Klaus Spacino looking at the non-school. In my specialty, billiotets. Without Moy, the perpetuity of Nikto, Krim. No more to go here, so Roslapsi. One thought. We are a double? I was fed up. Vinat Zatia Shudi Klikati? Vin Spokino Vidpoviv. Well, Yi hands made a shaking. Todi Vibe brought many sudi for that. Vin Zidivano looked at the non-school. They moved to you. And Elena is not rumored, interrupted Yogo. Shab to shout to the Kumnati. Klaus Boof shocking ye words about himself. Von, led by self-estimate. Sigs. Were the stupid of the Kohanya to me. They scooped it with me with it. Shab Nikto, do not might look in my direction. In you, the face of Yak at the obsessed. Klaus Boof and the vast shit. Do you have everything in order? Toby Ostanum an hour of Nastilka Vashko? Yea, and a vocational shock on Klaus. Right. You can't make sure that they had a stupid of the Kochani? Vins Divano. Ni. Eichvili pushes the Somresh of Saram. Vaughn with the eyes on the slope. I think so if... Such is the mind. White, I'm definitely you, Vin said. Let's snakes the topic. Vin Zakavist you. So show, Chomu wrapped VSIs drew up to you. Von Vidpavil, I think you do not have a yen. Vin who said, saying, I am Vikora Kasav. Men is important those, Pusha. Vaughn, he was touched by Ogi Yogo. Klaus holding out his hand. I may in such vidna if I do not rule your own secrets, including on the yen, your reberliness in Sisvit. I put it on yourself, my regresia. Yelena vyshla z Roskakati. Similarly, at me, he had a slander of a special bonus of the hobby. I threw myself up, I shouted to Odramavati Lyubov, Vidvik, Vine Zakavistyu, just like that. Tinyak did not think his behavior, Von Vidpavil. So just like that, Vine strangle yourself. I all that beacon about the isolation of the cups in the Soma Dusi, Tishush. I also am one of the cheek, all, Vin looking at the non-school. Chomtse did not stick to me? Vonov, I don't know, you cannot in my smack. I am a passing to the Cholovikov, Vin said. The axis means the yak. Vaughn looked at the no-go with her blatant purges, Vine proudly saying, I was thinking, with the Osachi, Yak at me, smacks. I will also not be a matey for you. Vaughn is settled by Yogo Beauty. Just in Sveti, I lived. All about Cholovakiv, in the Yakitilki, Beauty Ie. Klaus shrugging the shoulder of Pidishov to not. It was possible. It did not pinch on Mene. Elena said. Nee, say is not so. Vin was driving to the Nay Whitley. Home to Hawk. In men. Inners enters before you. Elena is marveling at the Nyoyo. Rapta is angry. I do not want to spend on many dosligenia. A shob doslididi to a robot of a hitch. Vin shoved. Be a lace. To finish the sort of divni rechi. Pedozri znati. Fuck yaksho zviazovye. Zvinuvachenya nekruntavani. Vaughn. Chomu Voma has gone so far? Vinzi said. I want to rejoice you closer. See my specific interest. I will say Yakshcho, Shotai Memna I is pretty, Zrazumish? Having felt a male Ratelli blackened, one thought, Serioso, Chomu Vinso? Klaus, who got into the PID, fueling a coil of Bazani? Did you stink in Mina Revdi? At such a pace on men, people to attach to admit in Kohani. Rapt Vaughn thought about Seam. Cook, Yakshcho VSI at the Sviti, stabbing in men, then he oriort as such? I do not want to come to my sister Kohanya. Yelena Chviluyuся була збентешена. Your Svitlist in Menzai was alone in a hassle of situation. I am able to pay PETE, Vin said. So Rizko. Von Z Slosami. I good you. Such is the mind. I do not want to be. Hitovidibye Kokano in the young sister. Tim for an hour on the trendy another day on calendar endes. On the courtyard. Larite Trenigan with a prince. Prince Rudiort is pre-Magao in the Trendani, Mach. Lariat Z all the supers attacked a Yogo sword. Vin ice Zmiz Vistu. Rudiort a wound back. Vin said. If Vi said they can, I thought, with a share of a broin. Age Viledi. All, I'm very pleasing. Vaughn, adjust the hair. Similarly, 6 was not crushed. The ice hubs to the Fenbang. Vin nodding his head, I said. I admit, I thought the university. Larita Zadivavod. Vin, having gone, say. HTOB mag think. Vi good Volodi. Can your Vikeldak walk around the NY? Von Zniakov said. South 1 Ludina set aside for a long time. Tim for an hour, Elena. Sprinkled behind them, Z Kushchev. Vani thought. So the office of fetched Vanya, Lariti tse Rudiort Zemini life? Buy a choke am I so Siju? Tse Shchob Pravita, Chimaj, having fucked my Bazanya on Rudiort. Well, I do not want to go to the young sisters of the ski. Aja won the infection for an hour. I'm straight. I became the heroine of the heroine, if I think Yak Roskazchik. Yakbi is not bouncing. I think my Bazani did not drive on the Nyo. I have been in your Shiros before Nashu Lariti. Piatti Day on the calendar of Endes. VHID on the trend. Rudiort is in full. Did you bring you there, I Sevs? Vaughn, do not give a fuss. I just felt, my sister is here, Vin said. Vaughn at the middle, tender. Yakshcho, you have to write on the right, I will poke. Elena looked. Nee, not at the same time. Shcho, I'm Pidu, one thought. I almost plunged. I clearly came across a dust. Treasurely tomorrow is a spent nonsense. Rudiort is not to the way. Devony Day, take a boot. Elena sprinkled behind them. Rudiort said, Larito, let's go to Sogodny. Dashi of Tanu, Vaughn said. Now the voyage of the Imensi, Vinsnyakov. Yakshcho is uncomfortable for you. Vaughn Shvidko Vidpovil, Nee! Men is more than Yak. Vin turned up to say, Nashravdi, Maniak is not marvelous. In vacation, call you in a many. Tim for an hour in the pieces of Elena with popcorn. Pidskoya was rapping in a voice. The axis is. Rudiort with Larito Buli is very shocking. Elena Zabul, Pew small sediti quietly in pieces, not to serve the sound. Larita was shook. Sister? Chomu vilis lasviti? Elena daje huilyuyuye. Just walking I daji sudi? One thought. I thought. The Pomet turned to Noyo. I didn't remember it myself. The yak spoke. Ale, I am all the same. Now you can argue. I got. Good luck, Larito. Larita is surviving. Chogo von Rapt came Sudi. On the day of the day. Klaus Z. Vikna. Detractional, prosocial for Eneli. Yaka actively told Z her native. Vin was saying with him. Similarly, more than nikto, not biga. God bless. Von Yaskravo shook Yaduchi. Vin shouted, threatened by not me. Tsia Divchina is sobbing to himself, his unhanger behavior, wrapped in the door of HTOS tapping. Tse Rudiort. Klaus wrapped his hands around the door. Look at the shab, Vin said. Close. Vid Kravaichi door in Kimnata, having intended to go in Rudiort caucus. Brother, I am a hot by children. Klaus is stolen, in the right? Has it became? Rudiort Hwilyuchu said. Men dishcho turbu ostanum an hour. Klaus spokino vitpoviv. Once your smnivi, trasil viviuhate. Rokazui. Rudiort caught on mistsi, having blackened Vin by saying, Men, I have arrived, I arrogant by the perevli, divanya vid yelias. Klaus buv shoving. Perevilidulal? What mutual, thinking so? Rudiort stood with a smellful of Siddha's head. Many Niakovot sekazati. LA is similar. The rest of the remaining Tijin Yelena Sives posted after me. Klaus, sensing Zrazraz Razumiv Pro, Chauvin, Tom, Fsora. Respectfully, having merged after her, fighting, Puskuznova, to the nostril. The reasons for the nesting of Zaviri. Ale von Chomus, Daje, Stirano Paravild Rudiort. It's not a bagato of marvelous bugato. Yaku von May? Razimen in details, Rudiort said. If I got ahead, I thought. The Vipadkavisti. Alviavilo, Shchoni. The skin, if they were trembling with Larito, Vani nibi doslajuval men. Von without Zupinka wrote. Klaus said. Buvayut lady, Yakim support Bachiti Cholovich on the site. Chi is wrong. Rudiort said. Can, ele von Spotstrigai Tilki behind me. Klaus frightened. Vis zustje die Krimsites? Rudiort vidpoviv, ni, Klaus thought. Yakbi, Rudiort, devoting to the trenches to his own, through the Nikoli, not normally hungry with the divks, Klaus said. You can go to your sister, Trenda, with another donkoi, Count Sives. Fuck yours with your non, Zeus in your truth, you can simply Myadkovit Stratov. Rudiort said, Vi right, Klaus said. Rosamia, rapt, having made a walk after you, to anyone, is like a terrible one. Before that, there were rumors about the wrong ones. Shu for reaction? Without Dosi Hvilyuch for the TSE? Rudiort Hvilyuchi vidpoviv, ni. It is not good for Sevs. Rudiort Bluvonov Frau bowed his head. Many turbu Larita Seves. Klaus respectfully divided the reaction of his brother. Zidovan. Larita Sevs? Rudiort vidpoviv. So, men disho trishka hwilyu. Ale zaicho, so I'm afraid. I will fill you on somom. Vin Vaishov's Kemnati. Klaus shook. Vin is the same for the Weiss sort brand. Taki straightforward. CHOs going on in a yogo head, since it is a viewing of the take of the Oskich. Sebastench did not get good with Larito Sevs, Maya Yak Kamesis. Klaus Pidishov to Krislas Asiv wrapping hands. Vidbuvaida Bugado nursing speeches in Somoziti. Klaus instructing his hand. Yak rapped on the knee magic, the rank of Golden Globe. Nibi of the sights of the sneakers. Great at the Nyovin, saying, Blind those who did not bounce in the gone. Now the time is Rospranki. Tim for an hour of Yelena Izlala in the corridor of Thotachi. Think about Yakshcho, Peaslia Klaus behind me. Bilsh Nikto, not being moved. Von roted. I was smeared with a nun of the sea, ale white tonight, without thinking about turning away, and the Tilki was engraving with a dad. Von was the moment of the sister. Ale is similar, or Oriord I Larita safely tolerate. You can do not Hwilvat. Elena got into the bibliothèque. To the speech, to put on, in the Tsomosviti Disney, imported. Parting in Imeni, Sonyakovo. I was bearing to Chichpire to Klaus in Imeni. Aletsi. The wrong manner of manner. The reference to the reference of Elena, sprinkled. Treasurely, you are getting more. Rapta Yelena struck Prince Rudiort. Vinkkas went down with books. Vro Buli Shokovani. Visian looked. Ice Sevs. Von. Your Svit list? Takosh thought. Hacking. What kind of chomami got down here? Rudy Orch shook. Our Shliakovs to grind. Von shouting. It is not similar your Svit list. Vin Tilki Hotiv. Can it be sent? Yak Yogo Rapta interrupted Klaus. Axis vide, my. I'm shocking to you. Elena Bulashokov. Your Svitlist, Chomuvinov is here? Vin said. She for formal? Speak yak call. Taking it up, saying, Show is important. Show me a male chop once warehouse Paparovic Zhuravliv. Vaughn said. Me for the first time? Vin said. Zabraish, becoming an emacrine. Ignoruvati shingle to be attraction. Rudiort Hotiv is to be stolen. Klaus frightened. Brother? Klaus turned to his brother. I said with a sample. I spend the ice, do not go for us. Take care of your own right. Charlotte blackened. Kudi idamo, I woma vu trima me by hand? Vin said. If I was pushing you, tu was my own. Hand dosi hurt. Vaughn. To the speech the hand did not snake for an hour? Vin shouting. Well, I do not seem to be. The statramal. Vin proviv yi to voril. Yekscho want it for the trendivani. The cups of the masses. Burned. Do you want a warehouse of Zhuravliv here? Vine vid poviv. Without thinking, pushes to Sichpir Duma about them. I don't want to tell you. I will recover you, Paravildavati Rudiort. Standing in front of him, Vani was marked by Nyo. Vin is in handy with a finger. The door is stuck here. There is little Vartovik. Tresel Buti with the amulet, Tilki Pithauer Zmini. One well you yui. Your svit list. Peris please duvanya people of the Zlostin. Ye, Perevli, Divanya of the Com is illegal. It is not possible to rob it. Vin Bov Shovki. Elena has gone. I do not know the law of the Soyosvit. Alay and my to the front for the so. Tom to Zupini Perevoduvanya Prince Rudiort. Xiao is illegal, yes. I samil Udini Vitchoye, unnecessarily, will. Klaus is in a halt rummage of Vidyi. Yelena did not Rosukom over Jim Vin, so in a Veramari. Chomu Visi? Vine Vidpovav. So yakti I said, Pereviliduvanya, Krinkles Lorchin. Von, Chomu Virishi. Virishi showed the serum, Vin Vidpoviv. Rudior to Astanim for an hour to build. A logo Pereviladush. Time, just hotla to transfer yogo. Vaughn said. Al many jij no longer treasel rubni. Vin get stared for non-named. Do not Skoda screech on the soma? The whole hour of Tachi was Bachi Yogatilki on Trendiani. Chicken say, Ogi ego. Vaughn vid Pavel. Say is wrong, Vin said. Virno, that I would be a hotiv on your mistsi marvel at Rudiort in Zvishnoye Ziti. Show thought? Vaughn thought for Nigo. Think about Yaksho, I can rule it. The whole hour I banged Yogo trembling. Zilarito. I thought, in them, in the Mebut Noma, all the good of the good that was, the spaghetti flooded at Rudiort, about Ziti to regressia. Ale, yak I saying Klaus, I don't know, yaki Rudiort without Lariti. In the Tsomo ye sensation. Vaughn. Chomu, I wanted. Did I get a thing for Yogo Svitlistia Rudiort? Klaus is a marshmallow. Yakutsa Majnya before you? Klaus shook saying. I want to talk seriously with you with one. Vaughn was scored. Yes, is it good? Rapt Vinyi interrupted. About the reason. Chomu tilted Odramuvati Lyubov. Vin, respected. Getting stuck on the non-named. Say through those, the Bazani pledged. Chi, not rightly saying. The reason, Chomuti wiring my love. Bazanya made a Baziani in that? Vinzi Submishkoi marveled at Noah. Judging by your form, I really. Elena accused bite her lip. Yak Vin, I know. What am I able to, mysterious Bazanya? Vin Taki in the hands. Sink a considerable sensation. With the cobble of the Vaimihao propository of Klaus, do not tell the extra. In us, the deceit is considerable about the city. Klaus visible saying, Men ye a deed of aloud about your Bazania, about those, yak vacanally vicentized. Vaughn was scored. Show you think? Don't be nervous, I did not say about white. Vin shook saying, I am Rospovium Toby, if I will be in addition to our suits. One is shocking. Show? Vaughn, your Svitlisti is two ways to be a stupid. Klaus Vidikaichi. Todi post or after Rudiort? Vaughno thoughtfully thought. I am burning Vidobrenny. Yak Vin can be so far like that? Yak Bitilki is not classes. Vin turned up to the wrong place. Many of the grinding of Piche. Milady. Vaughn in shovelly thought. Zvirina Chuika. Vin holding out his hand, saying, Do not go. If everything is settled, I'm definitely Toby Rospavim. They got it at once. Olena Pislia Ostanogo did not know, yak correctly dad's hand. Vin said. It is similar to bring you the first to come to you. Elena took Klaus by the dollar. Shob vin yi proviv. Vin, having encouraged rozkazувати, shob vidviti dovir. Great viragidnist. Your bazanya is good for me. Vin, sang a bit of the nair. Elena is a trimmel yogo by the hand. Trinchi took an hour. Klaus provav in his bibliothek. Von, Choma Yogo is a Rudiort read. Yogo smack is pleased? Klaus said. Yeah, I know. The Ostanum was stuck on C Diavel. Alle marvelous. There is a sinus. Can it, Yogo, Rudiort, is the same at an hour? Vin vid paviv. Don't think. I have been writing down. Klaus is respected by the books. Having read the Yoga Brother, I admitted one PID. Cho take kurvanya rosum. Rapt Vin said. Mail kove, I shvidko snick. Elena stood shoking a Trimaichi book in his hands. Show? Choma rapt Havadas. Rapt to the no ne Pidishov Rudior. Vaughn was cramped, turned around. Look at the hut there. Rudiort is scored. Mail. Choma vai with books. Yaki I read. One bula is shocked by Tsiu. Vaughny said. I'm just hotter to get on the table. Klaus S. Shavanki. Tresely Bumble of Shvath. On the day, Elena thought. Paislal of that day. Klaus was wearing a hop. Ale, I do not get difficult. Klaus is superfluous over me. And I fell into an unnecessary situation with Rudiort. Vinzi hostility to me. It took 3 days. Elena knocked out with a Rudor. Talk. Vin said. Lady Savis, Maine has Rosmov before you. Vin, who was on his head, say, Vibakte, Alemi. Elena Shvidko Yogo interrupted. The nickname was not blamed. So I'm not appropriate for you. I know that I did not bargained. The yak, you do not take mine. Vi not appropriate. Roslabasi, Vins divano. Todi chomu mi jijdi peripines. Vaughn are justified. Tse certificate, Vipedkovsky. Hiba ye in she mishya for a walk? Vins Nyakov. I am not right to you, one thought. Yaki simple-minded. If it was so jittered, Varto presvati Kupadon? I know, in you in the Circe, in the ye insha. Yak, I want to feel before you. I'm unaddled to steal you, it's love. Rudiort respectfully marveled for Yen. Not Rosma about Shuvan. I am not in a Roseman about the cause. In my Circe, Nemo Nayakoi Divchini. To that, Mira, Vi have mercy. Vin Serulicize ganging at Nome. Yakshcho move wounded rumors. Can you Rosavi? Vaughn thoughtly thought. Shcho? I virishil to be stolen. Venu refer nigh, in whom is not zeal. Setting up to my sister. Vizhovnim for an hour taki close. Vine vidpoviv. The mines have Nemaiki Niakovic putiv I to Laridi Savis. One thought. Niakovic suitiv? Von Said. Zrosumilo. They just said, Sho Larita told you about the Miimnis of Yazov with Diavol. I thought fate. Vaughn was gone. I wanted to viniklai through the small non, Rojosinya Maj, sisters. I wilted. The Vaojo Pliski. Vin plunging. I am a yak once tuned to Vibachit. Vibachti, show almost spitting your honor. Vaughn is made up, not at the same time, one thought. Similarly, the sister of Disno was Zatravita Hibne Zvinuvachenya. Aji spaced on the pisol. Toby is appropriate. Rudiort is hiding in the bottom by saying, Men is treasily think overall Pazel Rose movie. Men ye cooped, I will fill you with the first. Shche, I asked Vibachenya once, for the non-Zusinya. Tumbling Vin Vishov. Great Yoma in the back of Vani, I thought. Can it, or Rai, is not Rosim. Take is still possible. In Bagahawk novels to pass through the hundreds of chapters, in front of Timyak Kohanya, and all the way. Get up with Krizla, Garazd. Kohanya zapsdi bagato hour. Chim pizne tidkrish ochi, taibudish skoduvati. So the Zrazumi scorchert Rudi Ort. I did not know Alishche, Shotsevipado, Shu, Mani, insignificant. If the plan of the rowing. Tim our Klaus in his biblioteutsi. Vin reading the book of PID for the first time. Chotake Kurvanya Rosum, Yaku recently reading Yogo Brother. People, who arrived in the fuel of a Dieval, Ziri, vaguely Rosukomi, and the bucket of the Vidnina. In Kimnat, Zamishov Rudiort. Klaus said. Ostanim Tai often came to me. Did you snake in a shower in you? Rudiort Zniakov. Sauvé brother was so remembered. I am left for the Ostianum for an hour marveling myself, Klaus said. Not so wildly, just thinking, Puskidnivik, you like it, Rudyard said. I am not led by myself. I became a non-validity of the Bilsh, called the Nij, so having stolen the Slidkovati after me. Klaus is Divanov. Što, I thought. In the Vipad, if it is sorted out, the snake of the elaborate is a weak one. I Hibna is Hormacha, Klonde is a sacrifice. Rudyard said. My sofaswa rumbled, Pili Zustici, Larite. Vins chilled his head by groaning. If I was ahead of Larita Sevs, the Emmy glanced myself to the wrong place. Ahead of Vinbov so much accumulations to the cloth at the cloth. You'll call it, if you asked me to be torn to shitty. Ayla chomu Larita. Ni, not so. After thinking, they buv do not take care of her. Klaus buv and Shotzi. Yak axis? In us here is a love of consultants. Rudyard is gone. I'm not a quiet one who got into a fuel of other people's sails. Ale, I am so easily pushing. Generals you were wearing, show Elena Sevias is not win. I can respect Slidkovati for Larito. Ale, I wear up, I won the order. Klaus, cutting down the shouting, is a book. Persha Sake, in the Dosleys of the the Bula Bagato line. Rudyard Zazov's hand on the breasts. Vano in the Dumox. Sniakovivin shouting. I think the Larita Sevieta Sevi is my mirosum, I to be in the Zvopvi with Diavol. Troki passed. Klaus Prishov, before ye, Rosov. The situation so said. Što Duma about the same situation? B2 did not say, I am to Zarius on Tse Ochi. Yelena Goril Lutavid. The little Peruria cranial was afraid of ye. Vona shouted to the entire Isparistan palace. Chauvin already faded. Tse Zamihi with a deaf of abandon. Yakvin Mig. Vonley knocked on the table. Yakim Durnem Tresel Boti, Shab so mercy, Vin said. Blind to the Rosaminyam, Von said. Yes, Yak cannot a nobility? Zapsti Slidkovati with a look. Think about the people's people for the whole hour. Say all sympathies? Klaus respectfully marveled for the wrong way. Von Almene Nibidecho is very turbulent if they started talking about the city. Elena is an old yogo. Your Svitlist. Alvin, not beasting for nothing respect. Von Virishchila approached the no-go. Vine Zapivavani. Shchotai Robish on the table, mild. Vano is assembled. Shakova therapy, otherwise they visited in themselves. Vin shouting. With you, it is not possible to get out of Myth. Ozraza Zos Divna. Through the Buddhish Chervanti. One turned to the sofa. I all good, Chauvin telling you, and not becoming resiled by Zim on one. Vi Werliel was the scent? Klaus spokely saying. Ni. Ye. Itching the bool of the bula is very shook, I unnecessary. Potem was stolen. Vitos so flooded? Chom? Vien vid poviv. Yes, Skelkioma in the same rock. Treasurely to the Zerzumit. Before that, the Rudyard is able to rule. Clap Yaki Nikoli, not having been stood up to the same statist, was stupefied. One thought. Tom, the stroke of the stunches of 1-1 to regressia. Ale, I do not want to be so rosovidity about regression. Roskriti truth about the core of the head hero. Larita Ma, herself about the Rosov, if he wants. Vin said. Bulo Virishino, Shoyak. I want Rudyard me to be proceeding to the Roslajidvanya Lariti Seves. Yelena is Zdivanov. V. Seriozo? Klaus Vidpoviv? I finish your older brother. Vonley thought. Just unhealthy. I don't want to give it. Von Virishil. Yak Vidana Chitachka romantic fantasy. Yak elder sister Larity. I will get bore. Elena said. I do not want to tell you all. Ale Larita Zovsimniak is not good with a diavol. I am all moisture. Vian was blocked. Yak T. Sherabish? One wheel you. I was tank by Tilki Council. Think about say. Alavirish Shvidko. Thinking. Saying. Thoughtlessly asking the hour. Do not be May to have exact plan. Well, Garazd. The Bula Shasiva is to feel the Bule. Klaus adding. Ale in men, ye alone. Give me in the fiction plan. The depth of Movchka was marveling at the Noyo rumor, having shook Vin, saying, Many dajet sikavo, show budesh robati, show to prove the innocence of Lariti Seves. Trochi took an hour. Elena turned into her Kimnata, having translated into Piam. She thought about the plan of the sister's sister. Vaughn quoted the words of Klaus. If the plan is invented, the arrival in the Maiwai Kabiet. In you, the Ye is the Taizen on the rods. Turn on the Yogo, yeah. Vin so simply want a man on the nerves. I thought my hands. Yak is more painful than grunt? Good in the Nugum Dosvid in Vitnosanov, even Trishki Staromodny. Alishcho, Deville, Yak can be thought of. At such a pace, the plot is flooded. Derudiort with his hands Kina Larita in the Turma, and Potim will be Shkoduvadi about say. Trebodno, Shob Rudiort Shvidches Rosamin. Rosrepushiji her hair. Yelena animated respect for the novel. That romance edited. Chomu is a slaughter of a slaughter. Third volume great on say, Roman Wan came up with. Trinchi took an hour. Elena Shvidko defeated Rospovedati plan Klaus. Vaughn tapped at the door. I will look at the door. Elena said a knock. You're Svitlisti. Feelingy Klaus's voice dawned, saying, Tai Shvidko came. Did Osib, jak virishititsu, knew? Elena shook clarifiedly. Zvid is. Її блакитні очі сяяли від радості. Він закавистю. Do you have a plan? I am waiting for the impatience to feel. Vaughn's gordestu vidpovil. My plan. Tse of operations on Viklik jealous. Vaughn showed Roman now Pidmiguichi Klaus. Vinbov of Zdivani. Turning around Vaughn, she went over. The deprived one of the other prince of Vitchuvuutilki Premni is so bad to Lariti. Thinking about the beacon. Poking the book on still. Alishcho, Yakshcho Vin, Vitchathili prees this. Sholarit Larit will betis? Turning to Klaus said. Todi, another prince, is looking vigorously for himself. Such is the mind. Jealous, jealous? Rudiort in the center of respect. Ozur Larizetta threatened by Tilki at Nioyo. Tomvin of Rosaslax's Ornduma. Yakus Lights Assembly. Alishcho, Yaksho Wan, to be minimized for more than an hour with the same Cholovik, and not with them. Starlioma will not be. So Vin Novnozita Zimedwid Junny. Aji Larita, wake up the fiction of not Tilki. Klaus said. Facial. I wanted Rudiort e Madnovatius, Ale, Yakshcho Vin in the hands in his own Vichuti. Vitakathi is not, Elena said now. Once vi so, I am Spokiina. Vin. Chom? Von vid Pavel. I know a sinky character. Ale Yakshcho brother take Saja. Chauvin of Fishens. Is the chance, Yevirno? Vin said. T.A. Reed. Alin Mena Yapania. Vaughn. Yaki. Vin. Hitukli with a lariat sevs? Elena thought about the Nyoye. Vaughn said. Menea ye, one is the people on the mind. Klaus Zikavistia. Hatio? Vaughn are hungry for Nigo vid Povel. Say vi, your svit list. Klaus vid, it was shoveled by shoved on the mist sea. I? Can I realize the reason, what a vibbled mene? Vaughn explained. Persher left another Prince Pedozriu. Larita, loved by Zvinya Cholovic. Wake Zarahovani in the GRU of Diavol. Once Uranus is instructed to conduct a Roslidwani, mean this is the goodness of Vidliakavadi Daemon? Tseyaksi Royanoi Golkoi. Vien get not fed in a flood. Well, I know, the shit is not cut off. One is shocking. So Bulo take. Von Virici was indignant. Find the Yaksho in you is a lot of health. Ye e insha reason. Vajaduga in the sample. Sereda Cholovikiv calling. Yak forced the other prince Vichuti Pogros. You have a tilki, Klaus Bov. The privilege of Obov Yaskovo Potribna. Von Vidpovil. Star. Rivenshi lease of this, in who woosted. Yaksho put up to Lariti Abi someone. Vin can be tanned the whole plan. Yaksho is already Robiti. It is a non-relations. Trariben blisking Cholovic. Yaktses Litak golden. Having said to the globe of Klaus, the golden globe of Klaus, Veen looking at the non-Nibi Hotiv drive. Elena is marked by the globe. Your own and chi crystal chi gold? Luggage yi vidvolikti. I can't get it, if you praise it so. Shomena robot? One is radically. I will find it at once. The first dill to make a funny bun, I atmosphere at once with a lariat in front of another prince. Yakshopilus too, Vin to be wiped out of place, to cure. I just lead the Raz Liduani. In you, good to blame, Siti, Klaus said. Say my special talent. Vaughn was gone. I will be a nerves of another prince on Interca. I will add Percy. Vani piled the greet fing from Gori, I said to Smishko. Idual plan, tell me? Vin Movchka divorced, not me. Vaughn was gone. Koloy, another prince will come. I will give a sign behind my back, rapped Klaus, woking his hand on his shoulder. About Shuti? Hodimo at once, having pulled Yi with it on Zustich with Larito. Elena Bula is shocking Yogo with a man of the worship. Trochi took an hour. Klaus? Yelena Iblarita sobbed tea. Larite said. Sister to love wormers, right? Klaus frightened. Referee? I will smell ice is. Not by Rosma. What is an impartial face in you? The Ulana was angry. According to my plan of Vi, in the two, you will safely spend an hour. Before that, the theme of Iknoi Rozmovi Zinov Yelena. I don't know about Yelesh. Klaus frightened. Your yak is loved, Iaza? There is a mind. Kimchi. Larita is circulated by Vidpovila. Westlings I know, sister to love fucked fruit, Elena thought. And I want some Gepsal. Puchita Yelena rapta rudiorta. Yakia spotasta for the ichnim teasmans. Vogniziazova. There is a mind. Rudiort. Similarly, my strategist has been trained yak. Vins Niakovli, Sprogavav behind them. I want it, I respect it. Al is not a rosette yak. Now Toby Bachiti is glad to usminenu Larita of the Cholovic. Deadly jealous, right? Want Shovan Shuk Tilki Toby? I Bilshnika Krim? Chi, isn't it? Without gaining smiled, Rudiort Pishov. I think Pishov, I was not aiming. Similarly, Roding. Chomu T. Virish in the yaks is a marvelous immortal. I'm all ascended. Rapt Elena begged for respect not to Klaus. Yaki divorced not here, Elena thought. I myself do not let the OTD kokanya. Looking at the Ilklas Rapta itching, one, Bula's divan. Laying. What is it so on me? Klaus Bakiv Rudiort, looking at men, Shab Doldomiti. Varto to screech on the tsoma. Elena, crushing the company, coughed the sign to Klaus. Vin, having spun it on Tse Rasag. Vin Pidvalia. I take an hour for a Nashi Roseman, Larita said. For me, the honor of Chwaits. Hotil is goodbye to say goodbye. Your Svitlist to the Skachenya. Ala wrapped Vin is buried on the shoulder. The sensed in us, having handed over to him, Vien with a sample, saying, Our origami. The Bula is accepted by Yogo D. Vaughn. Haibati is not a deputy? Larita said now. Good for you to spend an hour for you. I am Paida Persha, sister, Elena thought shookily. About Shoti? Do not why. Do not stick to me with him. Klaus bov content. Elena Yisla after Klaus to the cabinet. Vin is not tanned. Did you get good? Chomu Vin many. I can't say to Larzumi. Can do the Larito? Vin Wiendelka Dinev back, signing many about Bazanya. She win by knowing. Dishuval to the cabinet Vin. I didn't say Chomu Taikogo. Elena was Zilag Yoga Panya. Show? Vi about show? Klaus said. I was written off. Your sister was Roskazovanov about the TV love of deduces. Kolir Iju. Vaughn. Vnuzdi pushed many through say. And not to that, the wake for Larito, having been fatting to Pedozrilu rich. Vien, in a halted saying, Tse is not mine on the right. I want a nobility, Yak Ti Lin. I want a Shub Tu Vid Povila on my Patanya. Vaughn looked at the NYO. Do not make a joke and tell me, they wounded the male. I won't lead the words more on the cud, Vin said. Caught, they don't know, but she blackened it. Vaughn's Nyakov. Tylo, I susment of Zijdi Dite Oru, Vin said. I'm not joking. Tai Perevdi Meni Tsikava. One thought. Snow Vin as away, Yaki to snake me. Vaughn. Do you want the nobility? Takoj thought. In the nigh, the character, the Vin to kinseymen, does not vid. Vin. Your sister said, they love wormwood. See so? Vaughn vid Pavel. Men is appropriate to heavenly booby. Shtoiji, I love the fried miaso. Vin. Todicho there is not so much? Vaughn said. Well, I am not a reference of Yelena. I can have mercy on this. Vi of all you cannot viriti. Ale I am inchaliuna. Vin said. I am all the same. Vaughn said. Yak Bolo is not bouncing. I'm gathering in the slope for the prince. Vin said. Not vice. I am not recognized about you. Elena said the spocker. I am not Yelena Sells, yak many of the nobility. And podem was resumiwed, ibulas divan. Shcho? In handing it? Do you want a nobility about me? Vin said. So, the Tistelli decord the vouches flowsed. Yak in you in the reference? Image, if I don't know. Yak to be bewitched to you. Elena thought out. My is. Vaughn was smeared with Zgadati Yogo. Ale could not. Yakmen was the name of the life. Unnecessary Otstkovo. I am Pamyat everything. Shkilny hour in Piratovka until Ekma Sanyev entered. Bogado red romance. Robot Kalg. I have a cold pidlog in the guest. Alachomu, I don't pamper my Iji. Von Bula at Vicha. Von said. I do not pamyat my own imani. Vibachte. Vinzatuja, saying, do not vibaked. Tsi pluta. So we will be Rahuvati, the mini Voruskika till not isnun. Zichichpir, if I seem, shchomeni tsikava, tsi about you. Vaughn said. Ale I am not able to get some cup. Yak you make up. I myself am Zvichena Divchina, yak I vsi. Vin, having shouted, saying, I want to feel about say Zvichain. Thinking, take up chichiv mi robati, wighaze. Trochi passed. It was niche. Yelena willed in her Kimnati thought. I thought I would have a snack in the life of the life. Ale trikishka, marvelous vichuvati, yak I blew my appearance. Vani hand to Gori, respectfully marveling on the wrong ones. Shcho, yak shcho, will I forget my passing jitty? Todi will I become a reference to Sives? Bulo is more painfully, yak be erased all the time. Abi yak flooded the stench? The application is unnecessary. What am I reborn? On the day of the day. Elena threw myself up I to think of thinking. Treasurely be relieved of information in white. I closed to Todi. If Vince Nova arrived, to be stolen in Spock. Wrapped kiddos tapped in Vicno. Elena Pidvel looked. Shy for the sound? Rapta Yelena was injected after Vita. The Yaki axis is translated. One bula is very shocking. Vin flew into Kimnat. Ozrita translated into the people. Thinking in the VMRU. VIDOBD, count SEVESS. Correctly, saying to Zakisk, saying, Chomu all the power of the magic of Vej. Do not have to flush me. Vin, having finished correcting the Odiog. Yak Tilki, I wrapped their stir there. Ozra Prishov before you. Wrapped in the Nogo Paul. Elena Zial Zlistia attacked White with a pillow. Ah, Tai Brekun. Vin Zmig bent ye bastards. Vine cern the wid ye. The pillows of the pillows. So? Poshensobish, I have been not the case? Vaughn did not cease to beat Yogo seemed. Chomu, not knowing the certificate? Chomu on my Bazanya almighty nature has faded to love me? Vin pitstrishing to the steel kasav. To be at the Mai, looked wonderfully. Tom I am Prishoff, Shobrosposti. Vaughn's Lizno. Tresely, Bulo Odra, say, Vin said. For the cobs, in still rye, listen to me. In my own reason, having argued. Garazd, tell me. I will listen to the I Virish. White Smig, he is relieved to see the TSH. Yelena не хотіла його прощання. Вона кинула його в нього піло. Ale, I am all one, is kind of. Reject once. Trinchy took an hour. Stunned on the sofa. White said, in you is the strength of the serpent of the rod, Ijtori Yak Tobi. You want to. Vaughn said evilly. Wounded, the cups of Tilki Vin Vidpaviv. I am afraid, Pabel and Divna. Shtir Bazanya Zagadan by the snake Wantaluta. I did not say so importantly. Vin Belayuchi. Svil, Vaughn said. If you say, without saying it, then Buv Dopomogti is guilty. The show is not as much to concern. Vin rose. The thought is easy? Nedotipo. Rapti Elena sprinkled luta. Nedotopa? White is very angry. Podnight Bazanya Bibilsh concrete. B2. I Todi I can easily snoop out to you with Zim. Having expended Vaughn, he was surprised at the no-go. White yours. Vin, having finished translating. I am not a special one who is not of you, but there is still... Kind you did not want Raptovo, I'm to Todi. In the monastery, to the same time, ask for a trace. I will be divided by you. Vona was marveling on the Neo-Tremaichi pillow. Paisley ties sliv ven, translated into a little bird, I falling asleep with an end. Vaughn said. Snow turned into a bird. Elena spent the back of the sofa thuggling, without saying a special one, but also translated. Similarly, in the Nyoi, you are limit. Squeezing the hands of Juan, looked at the bottom. Chi is able to do the Yobukoma. Who said it? Not similar, Shab Vin Brehav. Vano Vajo visited. Yak is the same. The axis of Bai could be nobility Zarana Kanets. I owe the romance. Allah I do not know. On the day of the day, Elena minted Klaus thinking, Vin, putting a finger at the Noah. Warto will be good for Taku's luck? Elena Bula was angry with Yogo. They climbed. If you came, Vinzi said. Huilin Quinzatom, disturled, Yak Tibubnish. Vaughn was stolen. I muttered. Vin. Vigliadash is not kind. SOS Turbo. Vaughn vid Pavel, Trini second. I thought. I don't look at the yak, Claus's whine. Vien. Todi Varto Pinyati topic, yak to snake you will wake up. Vin screaming and Oda saying, Pamyatash, yak to chilka back. I have a vice versa, Pufo your bazani? Elna nodded will you yui, I said. V said you have ye. Vin said. South in you, the power is to make it. Ye opokino pidildil. South thinking. It is similar, Vin allowing the cob to the very earnings, so I won't change. Those who know about my strength, it's not also important, the axis. Vaughn. Chomu you think, what is the power in men? Vien spokino vidpaviv. I was in a bono recently. In front of the Zim, I have drunk, ale, I still swept. Wrapped Klaus wilting his hand, eye on knee. Having stumbled the globus, Vin said. Ale potim tuja, she said. The Bechish axis of the Se. Elena was stolen. Se is not just embellied on your timid table, Klaus with the submishko said. Embellishment, yak is a saint. One bula is strongly shuddy. Saints? Vin pidardiv. So the holy, krim men ye nehto do not batch. So I call me, I just stick it in cabinet. In kinziv, those, show is not visible, not to be wrapped up. Ale chomos tuyi, I can bakiti. Todi is migzrzumi. Chomi za, volodum, with a similar force. You can make a bajanya. Elena is marked by the nyoye. Klaus respectfully marveled at Elling. I was impressed by Kavav. Well, in my worm, I am Vikonovati Bia Bajanya. I inhibit my Bazani into real. The Bula Bula is very shocking. One thought. Sho, tse wit dopomaga meni? Todi, Roswami, Bazanya Vicent. Vikorista force of white. Hibani. I wrapped Klaus Chaja, Shotse Yogos Dibnist. To them, rule them? Klaus said. I just thought out. Shiti, Gagadal? Vaughn said. I thought she did not get the creatures. Vin said. Zovsim ni. Your Bazanya Buloshvidko is spent in this way. That's my power of Vikaristan is not right. Vaughn, Choma Vikaristal is not right? Vine Vidpoviv. Not the Shobo Buloka especially. Yelena Vasily visible. Sho? Is there a seal? Vin hided Vidpoviv. Absolutely correct. Elena was caught on the Mistsi vid Stivuvanya. Vaughn grunted on no-go. Sho? Vayin. Having said at the table, saying, Substrodni wechibate on the tsoma. There is a Zupanechi yogo. Cook. Sho vilki shimali on Sviazi. Vaughn was cunning. Without you, you have a traffic, my strength. Shab is a seal of your own. Feeling Klaus Rapta to knock on the Mistsi. Vine turned up to the no nay iz, saying, Can it so? On the sea noti, I am the kindle of you abandoned my. On the day of the day. The linen is in a panting Rushatan. Yaka thought about it. Klaus Chi white, an axis in Choma Panya. Bell hungry. You will have a hvilu? Ostani dni vaka bolda. Elena turned around. I was stolen. Roll. Bell vid povila. Daje. Elena said. One Liudina said, she herself, he himself, heavily vikanati, bia bazhenia. And Ilnsha, pusk for the ground by allies. Who did it turn? Bell said. Tseobov Yaskovo? Too similar to Shahrav. Elena said. All one Viberi Karosi was. Bell thought about it. The yak is painfully than Todi. Zupani for a beautiful Belsh. Elenau tunedly turned to Bell Polovici. Shcho? Homti turned off such a warrant? Bell is radically vidpovila. Yakshcho all one will be able to rumor on the beacon. It is more painful in the people who want to be beautiful as a beautiful deposit. Elena in a hinged thought. Yeah, invisible Rashene. Allah can be able to guide the fiction. Yak, I said, Bell. Yak shoan panya. Do not vice to know. The people of the new guides are in the same way. Before that, Mena has a lot of hour on the outlets about the TSE. I am guilty of Shvidsha statu Cupidon. Yaki obdinna laritu, irudiorta. A day of the day. Mies Klaus on the exit day. Klokik dive, Klaus Rosmovavu zilarite, if or. Vinspragav for radically rozmoviayu chiavaya vava divini. Vin mig distract of movkaigati. Rapt rudiort viljavu procholodnu, water to the head on the head. Shob is to be stolen. Yelena Zodvano spotalegal. Klaus is successfully goodbye to the lariat. That is to Rudiort. Your svitlist? Chomu vimakri? Vin vidpoviv. Garicha. Nepomishi vidakichi flask, saying. We poured his brother, Larita said. South me often zatika, Rudiort said. Ostanim hour. Zrozumilo. Rozmova bola cikava? Larita Spokio said. So, Vin accepts the people, Rudiort said. Zrozumilo. Vin krasnomovnia. Vin's Niakovil was in the case. Larito can. Hipovu viter. Vin is gone. In you as a partner for the Kvitiv festival? Tai moose, Elena, sprinkled thought. Kvitiv festival? Partner? It's like a snake on the type of romantic. Skvidsha tell me once. Rudiort Niakovi divorced Larita. Larita correctly hair. Vibakta, your svitlist. Could you repeat it? Elena thought. Do not smile. I am a closet. Ale yaksho Rudiort to reconnect. Vin, having said, saying. Nichoho. Let's go out of the Trenovan. Elena thought rosily. Idiot. Give Daviti to Kinsey, wrapped behind the back of the Pity Ishov Klaus. Male. Spread. Wrapped Vin, having finished the Rosostobovadi Gujiki shirts. I correct the hair. Elena Bula Shokov. The blackened Va thought. Yes, Yakmen are arguing here. Chomu Vin is mating. Vin Mahayuchi. Garyak Sagodni. Trokipast. Ye Klaus in kabinetsi. Von Said. I think our used plan. Sagodni Vin Buv. Vin to take water on the head of the goals. Before that, the Buv of the vomiting of Tim. The Ostanum for an hour's Lisa with you. Vin looking at the Ye Ispaki. Vin jealous, Izek ego. Yelena is marked by Klaus. Klaus is crawling. Say, or jealous. Ale to the Yaki PIRs, treasurely sinking the whole production? Thinking with Yelena said. Legal of the other prince not to reach the PIK? Klaus frightened. I will have it. Vine Pid Meganwan saying. Want, Shobiborg to Maina Ras? Vona thought unheeded. He asked for the pre-mogi. Von Zavichum dropped her hands. Vin rolled. Yakbi Ziatka Klaus did not bounce. I didn't have a rap to bring the plan in the DI. Opres Rudiort is definitely jealous. Ale chi Rosumi tis Vin himself? Cheese moj Klaus Chestakati. Abandoned Rudiort Zos Razumi tis. Yakscho Klaus has been made up to the Minot Rosligid Vanya. The Budus is a failure. Lariti is not able to Rospovedati about regression. Treasurely, the foundation, Yak, force Rudiortas Razumi. Vipado Yakipedilia oil in the wog. Rapti Yelena wrapped the moment with the pants about the Kvitiv festival. Your svitlist. Klaus was clicking at the non-school. The worships of the Dolan was spocked. Chotak for the holy festival of Kvitiv. Vine vid poviv. Tse holy spring. Ale nash revdivin for zakons. People admit the soils of their own kohamim. I have a bell out at once. One thought. Say, Shuchi, the span was writing down. Vaiti, could Laridi's partner be a partner, your svitlist? Yelena shook off, to Rudiot vidragu onse. Yakshchoch to sina izhni west with Larizatoto. Vin is not survived by tse. Chai's mojati bodi is such a spokionim. Rudiort, rapped Klausi said. I do not want tsirobiti. Elena Bula Shokov. Chom? Vin vidpoviv. Thoughtlessly asking the partner of your sister, attacked. That is not divorce they want. Elena said rosily. Ni, I don't ask you to go to the festival with Larito. Say exiled trips Vikliki jealous. Vin said. Todi triselno bulo azra consonite. Grounding, saying. Well, Garazd, I am glorified by your plan. There is a mind. I was a second, Vin said. Ale is time for me. Vaughn looked at the NIO. Yaka Umov? Klaus, respectfully, are hungry for a non, seriously saying. I am a hot buy. The show moved to my side. One, Bula's divan. Zazhai fist on the chest, saying, I do not want. Shobtse svit snov buv buvanations. Vinzawi divorced not here. Troti took an hour. Klaus Bov is one in his cabinet. Vinsitiv on Chrisley Spragaichi for saint. Distribute to the saint Vin thought of. Elena Saves daje divna ledi. I do not feel like a Zrzumi. Yak, your reference? In Dinstix, Yak Tilki in front of me. A saint was Zeitan. One Bula by a throat, I was clarified. I am a buff. Ale, according to Miri, Yak Svit was closed by Vian. Hunger, plague, death I chaos. In Sviti, a lifeless is created. The saints of Vid Sugo Soldila was commanded by the golden alcohol, before the departure of the golden ka found. I called soon, I am Zerzumiv, I get Kinet Svita. Shob Zupiniti Yogo, I was moving all the way. Ale did not Vistal. In the angsty Ostenoi Miri, I turned an hour ago, I was a thunder. The saint stopped snaking. At once the appearance of Saves. VSI also led to himself. Yak I went to life. Alva Bula in Shuyu. Not like that Yak wound. On Vidmin, Vidi minus Ziti. Vaughn did not Viklika Diavol, Shobs Nashchiti Svit. The people of the Nya Nibi were snaken. With the very earnest, I am close to the wrong way, Tom thought. The no one has such a plan. Ino dai sits his tea, I'm not Rosma. Alekolia bahu, yehedvanu manner, I will uncover pidlasteus. Does hetzikava divchina? Nikoli, I do not guess I asked me to go to my side, and I said it. I did not think, I don't know the words in the life. Rapt von Rosbraba, I said the hair, said. Well, garazd, ale todi takoj dali many. Ayakasa is unjust. Well, I asked the Magti sister and Vi about Svit. Vin said. Von Rasumnisha Nij, I thought. Vine thought out. I had a fingers with fingers on the ruler of Krizla. Von said, to love the sky blinkle? To hide, the collar is the only minute mini, calling soon. Vin Sidav, on Krisli Gelbo thoughtfully. Rapt Katos tapping at the door. Vin turned to the door, saying, do not let me be immersed in the sentiment. Close. In Kimnat, Znishov Zniakovil Rudiort. On the Yogo puppy, Chervoni Collier vid Znikovinya can be seen. Klaus Spokely, asking his brother to seek with his hand. Sidai, Rudiort, having rolled up. Uncle, brother. Klaus Zikovistya, how did you bring you up anyway? Rudiort Suzev in Krilo, I was overwhelmed by the trig. Standing up. Rosliduana Lariti to take place upgraded? Klaus said. Star. T. WF himself, Dechilka Didiv Bachiv. Rudiort said. Alameni Zado, show for the Rosligidvanya Zvyavr with Diavol. Vonado Rososlablene. Klaus frightened. Rudiort, in you, there are problems and problems. Rudiort Vidpoviv. Ni. Turnabout not mothers. Great for brother Klaus thought. Miles Klepchina. Men is appropriate for Detin. Rudiort Sidiv Zniakov. Klaus, having encouraged Zgedwadi, Dinstay. Just to that, the Vin Mai younger brother. Yoma Al-Jita had a tardy pork. Ibesnichni Perishkodi on the shit. Alavin Nikoli without jealous. Without ceasing to try, with the Sinuskaus on the Ostanchi. Naskik. They were boldly baked with a pitch of his life, Vin, having rushed to himself. Virus, as the right Deton. In the past, Jidi Tekinzi is struck by the same. Shopaniti Kinet Svit. Izustriv his death. Klaus said. Rudiorte, I am your words. To Tom, I do not cease to be divided by Larito Sevs. Allah does not get a demon. I pit an hour of Rosligidvanya, having thought. Il miles. Shorizni divnosti, yaki tu vids. Can it? Here is the back. Bilsh tonki? Called traction, friendship, trepitchi love. Rudiort dug for brother. I roptid Viluvanya squeezing the handle of Krilla. I said. I do not get to the soils. It's not possible for Tse. Klaus Spokely saying. Rudiort. Treasurely out of the Bazanya. The soils of the I strong O P-E-R name. It was Nietzsche. Tim for an hour in his own Kimnati. Lay in a little. I wrapped her hands in Glybo thought about the sabotage. I have the power of my Hazardi Bajani, and Klaus has the strength of the Vikonuvati. Shell in the neo, spogadi about perelujiti. Elena squealed partos hati kovdra. Mi right jak reference golovni heroi roman. Kazati in lives Chels Bilsh's poem. Bell coughing said. Mila, ego, purdy prince of Vidi, has gone to you. Elena is Divanov. Jak? Bel vidpavila. Persher, having told you to call you to see Chimvis. I did not bite Kovdra. Elena thought out. Vin me on sobazi. Show me Ostvyatka, Povini, Zakinchiti, with the Vitno, Sinins of Lariti. So I will look. Elena looked at Vikno. Many is closed. Puite sulfur riot. Yakcho, I am the contribution of the union of claws. Alevin do not come. On the day of the day. Yea, Larite spoke in the corridor. Lariat frightened. Sister, you will be a turbai? Elena thought radically. I ideally inflated the Rudiort route. I said. Larito, Tainu, on the remaining day of the Cave Itive festival, if the ball. Men came requested. Larita was blocked. Wad! Elena Vidpovila. Yogosvitlist Klaus. Larite Bula in the capture. Elena said. Ale I got in. Larita Bula is very shocking. Sho? Chomutai Robish shows take Divna? Purvis Prince of Horses in Toby? The Gravici said innocent. Veen of the good of Liudin. Alatrishki Totlu. Larita was fascinating with her fists. Shoteda Nasesh? Tuvin take is your. Cho in your head is wrong? Elena shouted. Cook, Daja Bruce. Layrite has gone. Fetched Vanya, Magia, Science Vin, reaching the Vsogo. Vin, Idealnia. Elena knocked out Yi. Layrite Canal. Sayadini, chance without problems, declare about himself in the Svisky community. Rapt Rapsiha Rudiort Von said. Larizetto, T. Shit on my mest Sipili B for a ball of Svitlistya Klaus. Larita Vitpovila. Star, burned. Reference? Larite said. Star, such a chance. Yak rapt Rudiort sudden ye. Larita's divana turned around. A whisper to look at the hut of the hand. Elena settled behind them. Rudiort Znyakov. Larito. You can talk with you. Yogo Puhoki Buli blackened. Larita said her hand, she said. You're Svitlist. Can you be nipped? Vin is diviv, a Jesu is not as resumiv tsoyo. Having said the hand, saying. Vibachte. Many is just Terminovo Trisel Bulo, for you checked, I am not special. Larita said. I don't know, it's a bit of it, Ale, I say to my sister. Elena Shasley. Ni cho. Talking Piznech, Larita said. Uncle! Ale, Purdy Prince, Obov Yaskovo, make your partners Rozumil? Elena thought nervous. Tilki Vicaristal Standa, tricky itself. I clabbed the rib. Ale once Vin, I have recognized, show on the competitive competitor. If a Nabapato is more likely to be recognized in your own soils, certificates. Having felt Rudiort, he was accurately Zyom. Elena Shasliva Ilaz to Klaus. Skorhe, Treselno Roskazat about the house. Rudiort Ilarite visited Wulitsu. Elena Radizna. She was in the cabin to Klaus. Chen, you're Svitlist, Klaus said. I am banging, Yak Stenchi Jasili at once. The atmosphere of Dino Bula is invisible, Elena said. Chikavo, what is the same prince? Hungry, admit. Yapusos? The type of magic, Yak to allow you to feel, it is far away. Klaus, back magic. The type of cubic meter. Yelena is Zradila. Shab rumor about, to say, there. Veon was distilled popcorn. Klaus is Diviv. Cho for the snack. Rudiort Kasav. Ime Vibachit. Larita Zandavano was frightened. Shcho? Talk about Shovi? I do not want to Zersumit so, Rudiort said. I picked you up in the Tomnis Godi with Diavol. At the moment, the Yak is ahead of you. I am a warfare Vichuta in the middle. Thinking about it, they pushed on Mina, a marmois. I asking his brother to prove it you. Take Vibachenya for everything. Larita whisked a Sich sliv. Vaughn was in bulk. Zrozumilo. V-E-OK. Do you think about me? Rudiort Ozra Vidpoviv. Ni. I am Zrzumiv, pushed strongly on your Rahunok. Now I don't think so. Having worshipped the valley on the chest, saying, I am in the departure of the hotel for you. At the turn of the moment, they wilted to Zeroil in dreams. There the trigs were flooded the knives. V. Nabagatato cried more. Ale did not get excluded at the say often shoved. I want Ayandali Bachiti, Larita Bula, accepts Yogo with a wingy words about not mothers. Rudiort is gone. I have been in the fool of the non, Rosawenya about you. Now I will have a prudent of Silov, do not vibachu me. Tom chi allow vi men to get a border of you? Vi Jimim Kohanya was divided by Lariet. Okechi yi, Rapt Vaughn was frightened. And I, Yakshcho, are I calling not your Vibachenya primati? Rudiort ziomu ziom. Rapt Vaughn turned around and said to Smishko, Vi was vaguely pardoning, to be inhabited by passing the baguette of an hour. Before Tim, Yak, I want to forgive you. Feeling Selena shouted Gutul. The axis of one, romance! Klaus shouting woo-ha. Elena cried the hide hobby, I said. I spokes in the Tsomosviti Eisnet demoni. Since ye angel, may boti I demon, Rudiort said. Larizetto, chidasta voratitis tsuklond, on the day of the Peasley-Peasla ball? Snyakov, Vin. Looking at the ground. Zviki, Yakshcho, you have a partner. I won't get tin. Back with Azim. Elvrita knots at the prince after the dolo. Iaskravo shook Vidpovala. Garazd, I am for you on the ball. Elena Bula in the capture of the rumor of Tse. Your Svitlist, cheats is not young. Klaus is cleaned up corn to non-nam. I'm able to Hogadati, Tilki Durnitsi, Yaki de Chichpir, shaking Rudiort, Smili, Elena said. Yaki Fisukar? I thought rapt. Klaus, saying, in the Nyoye, a potential partner. Chikavo, Totse. Klaus was radically divided by his brother through Vikno. Rapt Rudiort said. Lorido, I thought here, Nashravdi. Having sensed, she finished saying, she turned to Veit. Vaughn with flooding marks. Virashiv a Poles recognized. Well, Idila, I thought. Vin to lick the bip on the Vipadkovost. Rudiort sipping the spirit of Virachiv, Rizcha Rosp. I am a hot by to tell you. Vimint. Tim for an hour in the yen. The Filovani stumbled their hands, won the Vitarati eek about her cloth. Already Spitnio was an Otagania. KVTV landscapes do not fly. Todai Bulo B, shoes romantic. Ale, all the same thing is important to the Zogo recognized in Kohani. Tilki Rudiort Hotiv is recognized in his own soils. Yak Rapta to the sky. A great Kilkist Kvitiv came. Kaviti was covered with Rudiort to the Vonistia. Finding the heads is not visible. Larita Bula is very shocking the situation. Vid Kvitiv Rudiort, having checked Chatti, Iyogo Harry, Vyaznaya Elena's Klaus, the ties in a strong shock. Elena thought. Tse cause? Larita Huilyuyashit Shvitko Vidkopovati Rudiortas Kvitiv. Your Svitlist. Yak Boti? The Yogo Tricy Von, wigged Vitirati Opchik. Vi in order? Veitzli specially tugged for me? Rudiort spokes. Star any. Tse became Vipadkovo, I will not yell here. Rapt Rudiort sneezing Vidkvitiv. Larita sorted out to see. Vi so cute chka, Rudiort said. Do not shift. Ye and Panitsi. About knee. Recognized. Getting into a non, Klaus fried. Male, Tajani basted. Elena, struggling, seemed. Hungry? I just thought. For the perch atmosphere, Bulo was cool. The Yakbai Ditsilka Palustkiv spun in front of them. Klaus said, I want a stench to be flooded with Sharvivimi. Larita Draznil Rudi Orta. Vayan in his worm Zniakovli Knav. Do not shift. The words of Yeni. I potim Tsaitu Radiznogata festival. The axis is all the zim Izakinchi is radically. On the day of the day. Yeah, Larite Rosmoviat. Lariat frightened. Sister Chula Novini? The festival failed. Through those, show via psych vidi fact. Elena is not to give a look, so I know. Vin with Navin Fivident Kovative. Elena crying thought. Tease through me, right? Von Bula das Rostroinatsim, Ajus, Hadius, Zipsu was all. Well, I just thought, for atmospheres, Bula was cool. Yakbi Dalaka Palustkiv twisted. What was it so much? I am mutual Vin, saying, the Bazanya Vikona, Tilki Yakshcho Daji wanted. Well, I didn't like so much yoga. Yakbi Viavavali, the whole of the Kraneon, was flooded without a cavitive. Shchobo Buluzi with me? It is terrible to be injected. Rapt Larita was fed. So I will think about my people's people about your own? Elena Zavaviadi, I caught up on the Mistsi. Larite to get up. Forget, I'm pure. I am a hotel Rosby Toby Pershi. Elena Zupanechi. I did not think about Shoenchi. Before that, I think I know. Our Maybutnya squad of another princess said. Larite Sniakov. Don't make me like that. Elena said now. Garazd. Men duje tsikovo, I want to go. Larite said. Tiu is not a drill. Lariat rospovidala. Yogo svitlis trudiort, saying. Bidoznavu vuvu mene. Elena said. On the Noma, I will not tell. Pushes. Toby Treaselbulo asked the castle. I want it. Vi is all the same. I Kamash Yogo just like that. Ask me? Larite said. In men, there are a lot of such planned. Argue. Elena said. Chom? Tea, tie? All an hour so goving, Larita said with a sum. I was so pleasing to the TV Rahunok. Eyes Vinuvala, in that, she did not rob. Elena thought that moment. Takoj is Virno. Pislal Rosliduanya Klaus has become Zerzumilo. I wiggled the sister of Daze, Lariat said, saying, If you were unfairly Zvenuvo, Tai did not weld the Zerzumila men. Tom Ivibachi. Elena thought of embarrassed. Me of her in the rifle laid. I know, Sia Svit Roman, that Rosma, Pusk part of the plot. I want to shout at Bagata Chogo. And for Lariditsli Ridney, Larite said. Yak marvelously, Pusk you, Elena said. Teet Sal, and in the gone of the life I wigged Diavol, Larite said. Not Tilky. Rapt came the plague. I people filed a dead. Tsebulo Nanavogo to Svita, Svit. Elena thought. Klaus to Koj Zasov is similar. Alechi conduct in men. Yezupinity is all? Well, I just hotly romance. Huilu use Lagli's cloth with your hands, Larite said. Toady lean lives of the day, buv. Similar to hell. Through the Tsivan is Stephen. And at the same time, it is just a noblewoman. I'm above the one. It's so sniffed in the dolly. I do not want to experience T. Dini Snow. Earned embarrassedly lowered her head. Rapta said to Rapt. Zvidno Larito. Tiku exactly Gidi's axis, with a skeleton on the Ostachchi. On the day of the day, Bell spoke with the same. Yak stupid the take of merciless, they fell out of all? Yeah, I refer. Ayla, the fruit was overwhelmed. Apparently, the Existaus Zberet was. Bell said. Alemi is not wolf in the everyday life. I thought to recommend you the Duchessi Sane Salon. I felt about Yaki recently. Al has not now been impudent. Chop. Burned. Should say? Bell fucked up. Zabrana PID passing to the capital festival of Kavaitiv. Elena said. Tse Menaniak, do not stop. Bell is stalled. About Shovi? There is a thawed Vidatni ice. Tse monster's chance of Rachiriti Stroyazyaz. Rapt one thought about it. And, you don't have a little more painful 2D. Elena Rozcherukal. Bell said. Starly, because of it, you have a % prince. Elena Bula in the vast Shiatsi. Nico in Men Nema. Bell said now. You may not pretend. The natives were in the Zrzumi. They appreciate the prince. Elena said. Tse Brechnya. Yak Duma, poofer so a bit? Bell said. Ye a bunch of proves the one. Pushing for an hour you vin shame. Show is important at the remaining hour. You will also be itching? So call the love of love. Yela now Zilyu was, one thought. Referee? Silaviki, the hub of the lobby about the Kiyu, turned around. The bell did not have a bell. Trinchi has passed. Elena came to Kabiet Klaus, Vin said. Talking about your strength, I about Spasinya Svit. Elena thought outstripped. Varto Bulo Ochikuvati in Shogo, Vin said. Vigliadnesh embarrassed. Von Vidpovil. Who is important? Having said, she said. Let's everything with the Vari Izakinchim is our sake, Klaus said. Applying Tija is motivated. Elena said. Tom Chi is not a misfit, Klaus said. Aliakshcho is all according to the plan. Your Bazana essentially Vicentally, Malyuyuchi said. So I guilty booty, menu, I got it, Vin said. Toady now Toby Trevino deschos robiti. Having told Tees Vinzi, I transmitted the sheet. Vaughn took Yogo I frightened. Can it? Klaus said. Star, yen the sheet of shed, to read. Requested in the Duchessi Salon. Show Vidbu in front of the KV Tiv festival. Vaon rosnumela, win will vikorikt mena yak innamenter? Pereveliduvati people, yaki vibrance buzos pidozril. It is possible to know the Tomnidor. The Yaki are considerable on the colds, with the pied pilamententer, skol viviv, with will, with water. Elena said now. I will come up, Klaus said. I am not so anger for you, Vaughn said. God bless. I am a rosette. Vin Malyu Yuchi on Doshzi, saying, I will take care of the Rosliduans. To this, your task is wake up. Tun Yush, my partner. Vien, having molted the prince of the prince on the Doshzi, was luminous of Elena, great on the Yenuvin spokes. Pish Z for me at the Gvaitiv festival? Von Vidpavil, Starly Pier. Klaus is transmitted. Tiku definitely Zrosumil? Vonley said. Vi asked on the ground with your partner. Simple. Upsholaviku Bulo. Bulo with my Bajan. I don't get it. Do not whine. I am wrong with visuality. Raptu was frightened. Al yak povbi my fate in the salon I status of your affiliate program. Klaus is important visible. Not a spruce Elawasens? Matok Duk Vitkriva, for the obscured Kilkosti. For requesting Yi. Yelena looked at the Nyoi. Can you just come to any Viepad? Vij, Vien vid povev. Without a pre-general drive, the stench can be angry with men, I say yik. Burned. Vid them? Klaus serioso vid poviv. Provisivs of the Duke of Sasani in Skoloti. Yaki will be the same to the reasons for the Ninite of Svit. Elena is shocking. Skoloti? Klaus said. In the past, the Duke of Jitti Pidnui is a stab. At once, I have invaded the Idemoni. So the VIN did not get difficult. Once Yogo so scorled, Yogo Viesco is not great, I want to clear. Ale Yi allies were bordered by the head. I don't know the Hotopidrabimov. Ale advancing without Kinzia. I will take care of all myself, one thought. Yak I can? Well, I read about the stables in the books of the Atoria. Can I want to tell a bun? I don't know how to, Rapt Vin said. I am a bastard of all the non-Chinese Vitrati on visit in the salon, so the abundance of Liubin Sukni I embellish. Yaki Pobhash, Vonley said. I am numoverly closed with your boundless generously, Vin said. Once I can do with your reaction. Yea and do max. So, behind me, to stand the most piercing prince of the country, can you get? I'm just a gathering Spocky, Vonley said Miriucci. Manostanum is appropriate for Rogevi Diamanti. Klaus is unmarked to the Nair. Rapt Vin. And me? One overwhelmed. Did they say? Cause is struggling. Nico this. Do not atrocity. Von Z Pidozrilo. V show welded me. Judging by that, don't vidpov. Vin turned up to the wrong I was frightened. Trust the nobility? Wayona said Yaksho will not boil. Having gnawed at the wrong way, saying. Having said they. T. Building many daje milium. Elena is marked. Silov Yakov Vani forget, I don't get you. Vyaz Bilsh do not deceive, Klaus said. True. Rapt Vaughn was frightened. To the speech, the salon is plan to plan? Via e kajet, she vin vid misaizi through opal kviti, Vin said. Do not go. Salon bode Bilsh psashni, Nija. On the day of the day. Elena came to the salon. I said M.I. Kajit, in the Somorotsya, the salon is an especially great festival. You can sit with a shame, Elena thought. So Sebulo for the Gviti became Riznaman. The Countess came. Similarly, all in Zborsky. Show W. our Z-brand. I am the power of the county of the Zeben. I will be the Magati for you P. the hour of the salon. Festival Kavitiv BUV of the Transfigurations for that beautiful ice. Could Sviatkovati Tsvitinya Novich Kavitiv. Elena is Zdivan. Well, just a Budomo warehouse kviti? The Countess said. In Saloni Takoj, you wander Zustiti Dobrich partners. Elena thought. Mientom not with vibers? Snow, is it likely worship Shukati Kods in a partner? The Countess has gone. Lady Yaki want. A skeleton of the vibrations partner. Guilty of Vidatia medallion, Yakiyahi. Elena looked at the Yakiki medallion dolly. Say? The Countess said. Say stan vexid belay for your partner. For the regional guests, the guests through 3 DNI Millimoma partis parters in Saloni. You obowiązkowo mayat surezuvati. Trochi passed. Elena turned into the palace. I knocked out with Klaus. Vin. Did you have fun? Elena vidpovila. Yaki there is fun, and I wanted to make a marvelous man. Vin. Що? Vaughn said. Tootie lead. Once by the partners, Klaus said. Virno. Vaughn was gone. Alice Stinks said, they can zustatai a new partner there. Pidzavochi a mug of tea. Yaktu thought, Chomu in the cabin request a partner's sled? Elena said, praise the worship? Wrapped, having taken the mug of mug. Ni snapaki. Elena Bula is Shikovo. Što? Choma vida, take my tea? Pidsovovichia inshu kurhol. It cham. Salon of the M-sets. Day is alien to the couple. Yak Toby is appropriate. You can look for his own. Yelena is Divanov. Što? Todich to stand give to your partner? Vin vidpoviv? Tom to bring Cholovik simi. Tudi vidlavil bratov. Yaki could know the groom. Nasurabi. Mass for Zustichi nobles. Elna was shook. Chi did not know the people of their own grooms. Vin vidpoviv. Star. Buli to take the stakes. They threw their adversaries. I was elaborated with Mij. Yelanau Zilyu was. Before you, the melting will be the same. Rapt vona zagadaled. To the speech, your svitlist. Vizali, shoyelyudina. Do you want to like a person? Nico, I will become your partner. Ipita Tudi West? Vin spokely marveled at Elena Yak Ki. Vin shook vidpoviv. Tsebulatai. Krim is a lot of people who I am hot in Bachiti. Respectfully marvel at the non-Namsud, frightened. Do not think, what do you alone, Yak partner? He said, thinking. Well, I'm offended by non-sound people. Me union migrants I regressor. Vin bov of Rasicha to her. Vine vershiv to be stolen. Male, tea, robish specially? Vaughn is made up. Što? Vin said. Just forget. Yaksho ipidu with the divchino. Exactly to blame Pereshkodi in the Rosliniani. I don't want to ask to be honored. Elena said. Ale yakshomi pedemo, at once people can think. Our union marvelous. Vin said. Trinbna is our is. Vaughn's radila, directly yak in books about love under a contract. I am a kraz hotly one time. Vin, ziyakik pir. Vaughn vidpovila spetnast. Viozasa thought, I am sitting on ditin? Vin said. Tiroto trishki is nautsna divchina. Ale, I have a jerk vili. I can go to your bikanati. Elena Sidil's divana, I thought about the zim. Chomu vin post, or words, zbiva menev pantelika, Vaughn's nyakovi vid Yugosleeve. Klaus said. Mass is specific. It is important that it is not the dates of the other divks to get closer to the minds. Elena said. I am breaking. To the speech. I thought out our Persha Zustik, yak to you. Vaughn showed a sheet written by the Historie Persha Zustrici. Elena Sevsa navigated for a dad in the capital. Deniki did not know. I shook Deni lonely in the Empirico Palace. I alone, one, with a glance with a Prince Klaus, who was walking on the self, walking into the cage at that moment. The stench of the second, the strong-willed traction is one-to-one look. The stench could not be a glance of one vid alone. Yak rapt ye, pass by the servant. I will see Padati's vikna. Klaus is very complicated by tsom. I was zatriamati ye. If vinspimav ye, with the hands of ye obli oknichchi hiring one-to-one. I stained the stench. Klaus supinechuitsu, izidko torn the leaves. Trimai in the hands of male, von Rostroy, my senari. Vin said. Grazed, more likely to go to the order of me. Burned. Chom, vujbid Sammy to spend the Ross Liduani? Klaus said. Yaksho Stan Vidomo, I don't like it. Hut is sornery to the Toby Naskaditi. I will not be in the infamous Mississippi. Vaughn said. The one is not filled, Vin said. Not inherently, Yak Vorajani is able to pidgotuvati. Vaughn. Velection? Vin said. Yaksho PID our salon, me often we will be missing. People to soak the penton. Substituted to think of it. Elna said radically. To say the Mio Dobre is held for an hour. Klaus Bouv shocking words, I caught on the mistsi. Vine is scored. She said, Von Vidpovel. Chomu views divavani. It is possible to tell, the me mi spent the hour of Odinetsi. And the yaksho is stolen. The CIA? See for a good hour? You have a special talent. Thinking thoughtfully, I peer in it. Vin. Mail about the cup, think people, tell me, tell me? Elena looked at the Nyoye, having frowned, saying, It is possible, not Rosumish, that came to the Svita. Ale here is a naughty rumors. I'm in the foul for your bazinya pray. Opamogti. Ale mene trinibna deporiga. Yaka will not be fantasy of your honor to hurt you, Vano said. Men all one. If everything is safely closed, I only have to make a bajanya I all. Klaus is strongly out of the yi, subtle visible saying, I myself will think about the plan, so your Garanosty is enough. It took 3 days. Mature of the Duke of Sisani. Ye, iri izni Izrili. Що warehouse kviti z rізних матеріалів. Elena Bula is Shikovo. Mizivsim Nihogo is not Robimo. Ziev Sima Klopotami on the warehouse is about the servants. And just the studs are inserted. Triseli Tilki insert the CE, IWCO. Show for the barn of the self, the Countess said. The worships of the tissue, up of the tissue kaviti to hang a cook before you, Elena thought. Do you want to recognize the robot of the servants? The Countess said. Ale in front of Zimmi Povitati of special guests. Yelena thought in an Itswani. Rolling. The Countess has gone. Shab Vasnadeto did not amuse themselves with partners, the Yakiki VID brought. Am I a pro? Sample of Trisha meat? Elena thought. All Tilki I think about those. The cavalier is the cavalier. Rapta to the new Padashali Lami. Ice Sevs. Vaughn thought. Hoto Zia is beautiful ice. In front of her stood an ice, brown worm in the hair of the second Kavite cock patty. It is similar to the many no. Tsa is not good, Ice said. I know the skeleton. The Count of Sevius is Nima Sinviv. Vi in order. Can I want it to the same to know the partner? Elena grunted by the wrong ones. Without free of all, to Huayluta for me? Viavlieva, in the insidious community, I am brushlessly, I am so ringing. Ale I am guilty of a chop. Elna, not fodder. I rushed about the spock. Not in a roseman, about the pusk. Ale I am in order, the Countess said. Lady, show came with partners. Pine in front of I, present in order, Elena thought. Vibach, ice. I did not hotly brahati, ale taki ostfanini. Ale wan to build up good. Yaksho will be able to make friends with her. Ice of the construction presented. I am Jesson Allendale with County. See my elder brother, bear up, rounded. If it was so jittered, Varto is so admired. Just getting enough, I can't do this. Yaksho is just divided. The advanced ice introduced a partner. My younger brother, Havian. The ocularchy thought was thinking. Nizde Klaus, Vibuva. Insha Lady introduced his own. Other older brother, Elena thought. Vin is not such a beautiful Yak Klaus. A sulfur is a Yaliva. Hutz introducing his uncle. Elena thought shovetedly. Paravati of the image for Klaus. Shwidshi Yai. Inshik Lavi Pidozrilo looked at Elena. One thought. She herself did not remember. The yak was wearing all the Parivni Uvatis, Klaus. I was so dating to Tilka Erndekev, the standard was dependent, the Countess said. The lace is the Ilina Sives. VSI obsited to taste note. Dim Sevs in the Yaki Rosema za Duke Brudel. It is similar to the stench for a penny to be twisted by requesting suti. The rumor of Tsi thought. Garazd, say Skilki Baja. Vaughn, I was presented. I am the Sevs of the county of Sevs. Me partner, the shouting of the door all the Prince Ibuli Shokovani. One thought. So soon you will not say to say. Vaughn was going to imagine a partner. Kosoko is a noble perpetor prince of Iz, Klaus said. And here I have thought more people. All the nobles in Shotzi cried their mouths, not in the Zmozi Nichogose. Elena was marked on them, I thought. Take a look at all Shokovani. I'll look at the tinsel of the Thishoi. I will winter the Zupaniti. The Countess was frightened. You are your own. Yaksho is not important to you. I can't do it. Klaus Vidpoviv. Garazd. The Countess was frightened. Vibakt is my rude. Ale Chi is correct to Rose. Shivi came. Look at the barrel of the Kvitiv. Klaus Vidpoviv. Ni. I wrapping up the Talia by saying, it's just that MITH, MITS, MITS. Pid Miganwan Vin, saying. Zai with his partner. Elena said now. Your Svitlist, Pio. In the thoughts. I am not ready, the Countess said. Presented by the partnership Zakanin. Now you can turn to the warehouse of Kvaitiv. All lady surrounded Yen to Klaus. Your Svitlist, your sin. You are your own, I am deprived of the far. Pedivali one li key. Your Svitlist, do not go to the Nadavago. Klaus Vidpoviv. I do not want to stick my affiliate program. Ice in Roshercare was Vidmov. Pidahikali Insha Isel. Yaki tea is appropriate for you, your Svitlist. Klaus Vidpoviv. Men is appropriate to the same, puss. Looking at the non-school. Do you love the Yaki tea? Elena said. Lavanovi, ice was the signature of Rizni, ale Klaus Zmigvid Povistoi. So, Puho Brosharovatijich. Elena Bula Shokov. Vin is not a penalty. Klaus is spinning now. Well, I did it miraculously, Elena said. Vyaku menazim, Klaus said. I accept Sia click. Rapta Padashek Laklistici. Your Svitlisti I can. Yean Dumax. Kind. Elena's Laus Washly on Wulitsu. One reaches out. Take Vidchutta, I condemned I respect for everything Ziddy, Vin said. I marched on you. To the speech, to Sinikviti, good robish. Show I was inofferenced by the office, Elena said. If I got it ahead of you, lie buli beznadini, Klaus said. I am recognized as a recognition. I don't have everything to visit it in men. Transferring the topic. Similarly, your sister has been settled with your sister. Shitty warehouse? Von Vidpaville? Don't know, just like that. Klaus leaning down. Todi can be made up of my bazanya for the pre-Huravlev anti-euphorus? Burned. Your bazanya? Vien Vidpoviv. So I am a Bagato sample, Von said. Many be more than half reached the reload, Vin said. Tse is not important. Elena visited, said. Garazd. Yak bazanya. Do you want to mysterious? Vin shouting. T. Secret is secret. Hiba will toss to the right, inalvivo rospovidati bazanya. Elena is overwhelmed. Ale, I'm all Rospoville to you, they had a lot. Looking at the non-nam, saying, Clotted city. Yelena is marked by the Nyoyi. Above her, Nibi Rosvilili Kviti. Turning around, said, To the speech, here on the marvelous Nima, Klaus said. I got a barrer, a hot V, to motivate in a cow. Elena said, and it seemed the cup for the Roslace. Potim, dumbfounded. It is similar to the spitting, mini suck. I want, Imaya, my bazanya was tolerated. All I can't tell, the Podibni is not calling me. Wrapped with a surprise to Durkee in the stir, Bula Bula to Zashokovan. There, Nibi can be seen by the corpse. The fear of Vaughn gathered behind Klaus, screaming gently. Vaughn knocked down very much. Klaus is Zvanov. Male? Vaughn in a touch with a touch finger. There in Tricini in the stir, it is similar to the corpse. Vin looking at Tootie. Say, having not fixed to prove, Yelena Shvidko yelled Yogo, Kuti sik jidi! Many is terribly not to stick many here, Klaus spokely saying. Do not go to the wrong ones. The same thought. The tinsel was about the end of the eye to look at the eye. Vin said. Slid chaklunism. Vin destavs nishtini, lyalku voodoo, idina sklianka with a Baloy river. Vaughn is made up. Not magic, but chaklunism, Vin said. So the magia of the storage of the stern of the stir, and the chaklunism of the energy AA. Judgations of the method, the necromancer. Vidstikui. Can I get the way? Uncle for Viluvanya, Vaughn said. Vibakte, Vin said. In the Imperia, the chaklunism is leap. It is similar in the duchy I want to Zrobiti Decho, Vrizakon. Yelena looked. Once a necromancer, the stench meals to revive a frozen? Heba is so unobtrusive to Hovati, Klaus said. Necromancer call to be transmitted. Yakbai, I have not read the old books. Are not a Zrazum of B. Yak Duke is recognized? Elena said. Can it yim? Behind them can stand. Yakas Tamnich Lubin Yak Tsium Karu. Melting, the duchy of Tsos Marions. Call the pardon to the dwarfs of the head of the head of the head. Vaughn. Not maybe such. Heba knows the people. Yak will Vicaristavati the Duke of Infection of his own Zeli. Inclusions on a bottle in Rutsi was frightened. To the speech, she teased for Billy Reardon in Sklincy? Klaus looking at the bottle. Having shown ye having said, Sumish with a change of people, the people, Yakuzat kiri viklikati for the pre-person of Charv. Yakshchovility ye on lialka voodoo, can viklikati lyubin, yak bila by the power of Tsichki Kosti I talked to her. Zajayan, saying, Now I am naked, in the duchy of Vidbuvas. The Pedazril, Von said. V new proof. Chi good? Vin said. In the shower I am over, they don't. Not a hotiv viriti, inish peri, yak hotiv zahistati, yeshimniki. Street winnie hotili sprinkled, shed their own spiviches niki on the ranger. Fuck yaksho odramash Vlad. Krana is not a snugget without people. I spoke about those who do not have it before you. Vibak, forcing him to Huilavat. Elena thought. Snova tsevichuta, yak I said. Klaus, for Meneno, just depth of the book. Rapt Yelena said, Chomu is not like, say your dill. Hearing ye Klaus Boovs accepts. Vona said Shiro. And I am over the dopamogti. Left in my strength, right? Takoj thought. I want to. A shit of a munition hunger. Vaughn, do we have now robot? I would be hotly imprisoned. Relied Tom Naslidkovanya. Chi-men go to the all-military district? Vine Pichichichia, saying. Tunadno Rosette, brushed out. Vaughn, out of line, speak. I said I will finish it, and Vi. Vin Pidishov before the wrong I'm correctly said. I joke. Toady will be in your pre-post. Walk skilky soul fucking cootie. Your intuitia is able to do it. I will be visible after you. Yakshcho Budanan, Podel Kik. Vaughn said. Veres said, as an A system. Vin said, Are you going to Prince Yak to Przivnik? Well, Garazd, having said to be on Kolino, the Bula Bula is very shocking. Your Svitlisti, Kio v Robite? Vinzi said. Chiva dasta voimeni Shorliwadi honor? Ice? Vin holding out his hand. The Bula Bula is accepted by Yogo D. Iziakovai was marveling at the Neo. Yaya puppies blackened, and they were inoffabited. Vaughn took Yogo by the hand. I said now. Garazd. Vien pidvash zikolina. I stroked the pid hand pidsh-ashi. Elena said now. Vi said, I want to go toy Kuti, so I am Zrabimo. Klaus said. Garazd, go to Kuti Bazash. So the festival of the Dernitsi Aneni festival. Vaughn was transferred to Biolinius Wolick. Potem wooded the rose. Vaughn was lying. Vi like a, chuckle me. Vin li chichi. I am guilty of the prey. Magati Toby hits Kuti want. There is crying. Can't the Vosnubi mass for the Roslijidovanya rock? Do not look, but I have a Dergsi. Klaus Pidishov I giving his hand to saying, Zovsim ni. For me, they are robbed by great power. Dopomaga yeni. One thought. Yich i flirtu navchayut? Shvitko Pidvil said. For tsi, I am not a tree of a tree, Vin said. Garast. Having said to Klaus, fasting with Majika Polat on the yeni, a shab dopomagti is a hall on a tree. One Bula's divan. Vanyu was fed. I am in a zeal in the lifting. Tsebula Magia. Klaus was visible to Pid Hardwood. Star. Vaughn shouted to correctly hair. I did not ask you about C, Allah uncle. Rapt Vaughn roamed the Nizdo of order. Vaughn was smeared to reach for the nog. Klaus said. Tu said, Shobudesh on my sides. To that I have shuddered the BB. Vaughnley thoughtfully thought. On your sides? Elena reached the heading. Al Rapta fucked Padati to the bottom. Klaus will you Shvitko Spimav yen in his hands at once with a gneezed. Elena very much angry with a wrapped Padinya. Klaus is embarrassed by looking at the wrong ones. Do not lie down like that. I go to you. Elena looked at the no-go. Sniakov said. Vibukt. Just a tree was zinc. Rapt Vaughn was at a closer look before the Niza I was injected. Yakas box, Vin said. It is not for nothing that Toby was finished. Tsi urna, for the dust member of the Duchy House of the House of Sisson, on the day of the day. Klaus, having drunk. Vikorista was the ashes of the urni. I made Chukati accurately incident. I wanted the part of the Roslajidvanya Proviv Klaus, and I just marveled. My role here is the Bula. Rapt, the servant frightened. Chieto? Enili wrap yourself. God vibakta. One thought. My role of the shield of Klaus Pd our Yogo Vitsutseti. Mis yogo svitlistu. Shukeli tiko mas, shab primen to spend an hour. I got there, the servant said. Vibakte, Klaus said. Me just speak. Ye Olena looked at the Nyoyo. I want the problem in the one. Once. The post, bum, is added. Vona said unheated. Your sweet list. See your words without getting Kobili 15ist. We are in a conquest of the currency Nibis Kohani. Vin. Toby is not appropriate. I am turbid about your reputation, Von said. I am back. Starry, I want a opamogti, Vin said. I have a call to the vipads of the unobtruse. I'm not getting tough for your honor, to justify myself. Having shook Vin, gone. Tai many, without a tsoi, in the more dust. Greatly magish, his attenstia order. Elena said, Ale. Vin Mahayuchi with the head. On the certificate here is my pride. Yak is not allowed. I do not want to put in the difficulty laying the road for men Layan. Elena Bula is called. Garazed, Rapt Klaus said. Garazed, we were not bounced to the duplicate. Turn to the hall, Von said. Garazed. The stench turned. All said. It is similar. The yogo is a reference to the best of the C. Divcini. Elena thought. VSI, look at my. Ludina Tse creator is that adapting. Wrapped before them, the chervono hair of the ice was pied. Ice sevs. Elena turned around. Tis that Divchina. Yak hotila many dopomokti. I do not know ye, imeni. I said. Countess, zakinchi shagodni trishki ranhe. Tom, I wrapped a trial for you. I know, with Vivitko Prazu, you are with your hands. Ale, for every vpad. Elena Bula is accepted. Great to the uncle. Yak, I am able to vidyachiti. Ice vid pavil. Nichigo special. Shai W, I am in vimused. Elena, said the Poshika. Taka good divchina. Ale, I do not know ye imensi to chichpir. I am stinging my dust with guilty. Elena looked at Klaus Vichichi. Can you know ye imes? Ale vin nichigo is not vid poviv, vin, free. In the divchin, the hair of the hair. Elena thoughtfully thought. Chomu vin is so wild for the wrong ones. Can it know ye? Trochi took an hour. Elena to Klausi Holly in the palace. Vin. Cho do you got to the same? Von. To tse? Klaus said. That divchina is the hair of the hair. Yak spoke with you. Elena said. Von zimi sissen? Vien. T, shit with her? Von said. Von filled about me per day, if they came ahead of the other. I did not know Nichigo, Vin said. I don't know, and not me in mind. The Yak organizer Renoa was in the same way. Kato will be your partner. There was no time to get, Elena thought. Cecina Nicoli did not approach Klaus. Is it good? Build, Klaus ate by noche respect. Rapt Von was frightened. Your svitlist, Yakshcho Viantarazavani in the ice sissy. Vin Shvidko interrupted ye. Tse is not so, I ordered. Zrozumila. Vin. Do you have Tilki on your mind? Elena Vidni. I thought about children similar. Sticking on the sofa. Many Von was built by the goodness of the people. Varto deposed her. Allah so much my intimia. Vona thought, unheeded. So show, Wanyama is not a tsikava? Minnow, I was goving. Stilky hung but did not come to myself. Rapt Fulyuich said. Yak Bivan, Ozra, conceived. Did it get the same? The Tisankvi did not give Benny. Klaus shook, saying, Once you're so, I'll have a word for a word. There is a rang. Referee? Vin said. Speaking, Virya. Virya Toby Yak Liuna Liuni. Ayla B, more than we have a brush. Yelena is marked by the Nyoya. Yakshcho think, so is the power of Plashim so much? Yak inigra, de Ziyavil system si vikna. Yakbai in the skin of the people Bulo is visible to the status. Bulo Bul is easier than the Zrosumi. PID to whom is Treba Kopati. Rapt Valkani Zandiva. Above Klaus, Ziavavi was still systematic. Veen Zapivavani, male. Bazani made a bun? Von said. I would be hot myself, but it is not the my wolf to hang out. Van. Show made a bun again? Von Vidpavil. I want Bachidi Vitrividi a Manu people. Klaus is diviv. Is it possible? Knight, you can't easily. Elena said. I can. Now I am able to Bachiti tease. Klaus is circulated. Yak tere bachish, upmansish? Von said. Trinky is similar to the GRU. Vi do not know Pusk. Simple worse. Rapped Vin, having stole the plank of I crand. Elena was picked up. I wrapped up the thoroughly. I am Bachutak Vikno, Yak in Sviti. De Ranish lived. Here is a winding, Mana. I do not know, to the Ostanya. Ale Vin Trishka, Ale Vin. Ye health? Vin thought out. Tachi Bachish T's in numbers. Yakshotsi is the firmware of the Trinish is vitrating, possible, the power of the divine force. Yelena is Stivanov. Divine power? Vin said, many is your rations, my strength is unable. Say I ye divine strength. Vaughn, Vikoristovyavasavi for your Bajan. Vaughn. Thinking Virazuromi, have it zone that? Klaus said. Вірно! Єлена переходить. І я є готелем у секретах тебе, зробиш тебе біжанням, як є маленьке. Vin. Ailtoya, the same, have a casual of it. Vaughn is made up. Що? If? Vin vidpoviv. To zustichi with me. Elena's gaduichi. Vin, as a chali, if I was reborn. Ale I did not make up, without it. Vaughn at Vitcha, being to say I did not make bajan. I paid with pennies for the darkness. Vin z submishko. Pressure, my power is dizo. I wicked yak 1 vtika, one directed in the direction of Pivi. If I thought, it was traveled by the same feeling in the Pivno County, a commotion through the Kaminovnovny Common. Elena thought. The axis of Chomu Vin is cheating. I'm not aware of the diavol. I Vikaristovi yogo power, Klaus said. Toady, I am a buff in the other Toby. Through those, she took that kamen. One of the problems of Minoy was Virich. At the troubled hour of that common snitik, Toady rummaged through Vin Mij with magic vezi. One is shocking. PID our Tutsenya demon? In the tunnel, so I thought. Our Dawan, as Vaughn said. I am hotly pravita shell. Aladosi, I do not know the yak. Vin said. An hour's so let's go. One thought. Yakshchomi Klaus cold with divine power. For Chogo Todi Prishav White? Yaka Yogo reference role in Somom Romani? Ichomu Vin Jijdi Breshemini, Puel? The decked Nia Nik. White Prishov Providachi. I hung over her, having expected Yibodi. Tsite, Yenya. A lumpy raging, ragged a person over her, and the bid of the Dovgo shock could not zrazumi, she widen. Vaughn reflexively. Vid was faded by a fist by Oshchi, I screamed. White Takoj Buv Shukovizi Tsim, Vin said. Yak, you can beady? Vaughn is ignited. And Chomuth Ataiki went into my Kimnat in the middle of the night? Vian is Rosalie. Tom, Shotsili Day is not Vidlapash Vid that Cholovic. Vaughn said. Ti about Klaus? Vin said. So I Meniniak do not get. Vaughn said. Tse via Roslijidvanya. All one is not a spite. Tayak once. Raptu was frightened. Chomu Tiberkov many? Vine shovenly caught on the mist sea, I not mig read open words. If? Elena thought. Look, has you hit it? If he said, the dopamagash many, I could a mysterious bazanya. I said, the stench is not vicentized by your blessing, but through the power of claws. Vin Rostroy, Tai Bagato saw. I was bored with above. Can you go to the whole truth? White, saying, Vibak, I do not want to leave Ale. Vaughn, getting out. On Toby Shu, Skadon Yakas? Timi Periovan, take Navenik Niko, without clarifying many. White said, Virno. I do not want to roskrak the secrets of the Tsoyosvit. Yaki Toby is not able to nobility. The such order for all races. Enkins are embarrassed. I frightened it, so I did not know. Ale, I did not know that he did not know. The Vin was not the mig vid povesti. Ibiva? Vaughn said. Forget about those, they do not mig say. Ale non. Sho Igalovna heroine I inshi? Vines vidchum, saying. I'm afraid the pardon. Sho yakshcho tik. Show in your powers of the backbone of the bun. Vidashisha spoki, ibudish, smeared with tseishchiti svit. Tomai crooked, puskin romani. In order to make a bajo bazanya. Elena is shocking. Stop. To meaning, mi odraza is not in romani? Chomati, nastilki drantniasha in meni? Yes. Htozi bravosti, he has been tanned. Live in Yoma good? White is embarrassed. You're to the shifts of sea. Elena said. I am a closet, in the gone of the vicklous vickle of the demon, Razdoing Vine. Did you know the cube? Vin said. Non-rush. I went to the Elena not vykukt demolis. Yibazanium bulo zishchiti, tsisvit vonistia, Elena thought. There is a hotel of Znishchi. The Duke of Brudel did not turn out. Thought Von Hotila, Keruvati, the Duke. White said. Legani demolive on the ground, shab supiniti teshinya. Ale was a conflict with people. The stench was incorrectly visually. The yak vian was flooded with tis von, meaning the boovings of the buvnia through the Eileen, Vin said. I can't say it. Von. T, in-law, cup of fence of the fence, Vin said. South. Yakshchotu Savponish will not get widpavid. I will also snoop kazat. Well done. They knew Tikosti. Von. Ti about the urn. Vin vid poviv. So, injos testi podarunku. For Vikanana robot. Vin shook his fingers with a chuckle. I am Princess Descho. Show Toby Drazoje, Injauki. The magician in the hands of the Eninovie Podarunkov box. Vaughn in a spanningly hotel to be stolen. Should say? Ale peering Wanbula Shokov. Chomu Vin Snow to sleep? Transferred by snow into a bird, giving many Tom? Giving the Pidkeska more. They are Nij, show me Menomi? Scary vid Kravati. On the day of the day. In Kabinatai Klaus, Elena said. Your Svitlist. Demon, I spoke. I talked to many teas. Klaus, having fun, taking the box. Shab vid Kriti. Elena thought. I knew in the Toms Vivi as a demon. Oma is all one. Elena was shook. Chomu viros vyazayogo? Vinzi submishko. Ti talameni box. Shobayam vitkriv. Hibani. Von said. Allah we do not know there in the middle, Vin said. I don't think, Pusos Pedozril. Tish, Shotzi? Elena said. Frames for does on the water? Ale navisho Vin, presenting to the many. For a choir stroke many? Klaus frightened. Tish, Kochi? The showing showed. Yakshcho hiditi. The axis is so, you can know, de flow water. All is not a TSE. I am a guilty of the pre-Leo of Shukati? Klaus shrugging his shoulder. I think if Shvidsha will be stolen. Divine OTM? The Elena was made up for a thought. The yak is not more than the matter of the important of the Pantony. Klaus, looking at the non-school. Von said. Vine at once in the power of the magic of Vej. I go through Klaus's Divanov. Scho? Von said. Garbedly, Tashka, Yakazamu was with a Proordinonian Cayman. Tse, ye demon. Inodavin translating. Klaus frightened. If you turn around, yea a hand. I don't know the TSO. Vin himself wants to come. Rapt Vin. The demon is beautiful? Elena conceived on Hwilka, I said. South, I wanted Vin Schelm de Teen. Rapt Klaus Pedishov is not Nam. I drowned out. Beautiful Niz am I? Elena looked at the no-go. Cho for divni panya via rapt. Vin shook saying, I refer, drinky divna patanya. So show, the demon is a beautiful Nij? Von thought about. From the in front, I said. I don't think so. Vin Gravici saying, Vibak. Zavniaki calling me. I can be a closer to you. Belsh is beautifully Lubin to think out jitty. Von is curled, so little things are in my smack. Men is appropriately called calling. Vin Raditso. Yak at me? Von vid Pavel. Well, you have a yak. Vin's Nyakov. Streets, menits in the shower. Vin directly staring at the hide. Elena said shookly. Say Svit is non-Hogichi. Divai people's Vicaristovit divine power. Ale alone is born beautiful. Vin said. I'm hanging in. It's unjust. Ale Scho Parobish. So Bulovirish is fate. Yakshcho Seriozo. I am similar to the vessel with divine force in the middle. I will not interest the Yakshcho and Yakisha sphere. We can do it. Pamyatash day of Kolya ahead of the first time? If I myself and my shit. Von said. That day is untrue. Vin saying. Now I can admit. The men ye ikunitate to the all. I will get it. I am visible. Golka Bula is Otran. Von is outstretched. And I could. They don't have a health, Vin said. Takoj, until recently. Here came the fate of Zvyazov with a demon. I, all the same, is a secret of the Rospavila. The current meant me. Uncle, ice is Sivis. Von Yovli. I just don't want to statue to the character. Vin has re-elected. Distribution? Vaughn said. Ti yaki movat to ostanyoye, at the critical moment can varnish rasp. Vin said. Garazd. I am a hand made about. Burned. About pio, vin vidkri e uchishishia saying. That is the divna urna. I thought, yakbiyi is more painful than the dosliditi, distillating butichka with ashes. Ilialka voodoo, saying. I Virishiv himself, vicaristed necromancer, shcho to see. Vaughn was stolen. Shcho? He but say is not inflated? Vin spokino vid poviv. For me, it is not a good thing. Mene more turbu, pusk in the shower. Through the time at the moment, if the Duke of Vicolis is the soul, the vine is more snot. I have a char. Vaughn. Me they took the ashes, hiba vines mojiklikati dead? Vin vidpovav. Sen one part. Vaughn said. Meaning shell. Vin said. That's right. In the duchy, the ashes of the dust are stolen, to the stench of the stench to be unknown. I say, the form of Urnibula is popular 3 wiki. In the ti hour of Maya, VSI was zomed by Kostia dead. Izbergali in the Chilkoch Urni. Team more honestly. Tom chim baga chubula luna, team B more earn. Elena thought out. 300 rocks through Maniko Zerzumitsu tradition. Yakbi is not bouncing. It is not able to bristle like that, Klaus said. So, if it is shared, the Yaksho spirit of the ancestor of the report of our Rosligidvanya. Elena thought about it. I said. Kind such a vipad to finish. A show at the swing of the Duke of Sasani? Vin said. Virno. Raptu is proud of the hall to the stir. I was the hands of Klaus Vesselweir. Vin buvs divani yidi. Vaughn with submishu, drunk. Jak puzdoro danyatoms? Yeni nibi roskvitla, saying the sea, by Yaksho problem in the bits of the keystock. Is it possible to just inject everything? Klaus is stolen. Shitio want to look? Zijimuchi took the hand of the ashes of Vinkazava. I wanted, Yaksho church and night grave. It's not a bit of the fuck. Is the stars in you unallocated? Vaughn Pidmiguichi. In the novels of Yaki, I read, in such situations, they were cleaned with tombs. Elena thought now. So I did not reborn into Romani. All of his own genus Fantasy's feet, the me will reopen Vaslivi. Rapped Klaus frightened. Male, I can spend the Ross Liduania myself. Vaughn is made up. I'm not opposed, Alchom. Vien vid poviv. I just want to provis kids myself. Vibak, I will return to the yak as possible for Shvidshi. Vaughnly, do not spind. On the day of the day in the salon. Still, it became. The nobles who were injected with the one-on-one docks. One of the ice was cunningly. V Lady Sevs? Can you talk to you? Elenau tuned to them, turned up to them. Vahovyu, the span was fed. In the right? Everyone is not getting down. I respect you, do not fight. Lady Bula shoved by the behavior. Shcho, Elena thought. Say win. Psychologist in the spice of the community. Yak ihotila, Lady said. It's just that your cloth is beautiful, Elena thought. Have mercy. It's unlikely to become a 1, Rapt Lady said. Vonete classic. Apparently, you will eat tradition? Elena thought now. Still, it's good. Vaughn to wander to pull. My cloth picked up my cloth, right? I read a bunch of romance. That Rosma of Tse. Varto vidpavisti. Vaughn shouting. I can't say. I just rapture the traditions. Just to me outfit, I make an abundance of Yogosvit list. Ale, I will pass on Yogosvitlos to your praise. I said. B2. Yogosvit list is precisely the Zrasumi of my sliv. VSI, upsited to Tassant about 1N. Do not go to the MI adaptive to you. One thought. Busted straight. Trended to go today. Zrozumilo. The male of the Tsi does not tolerate. Rapta Yelena scolded Pideti. Dry. Chomu Viksiki? Ice is alarmed by the approximate. Elena thought. Trisol Zakinchiti Pershoy. You can't suck out, Postivchina. Bachi yaks ahead. Came to the salon? Chiduma, have you insolent? Mepidlastas? Rapped one Zolovikiv saying. Visabili his own. Lady Sevs. Burned. I want to be stolen. De one. Vin said. Yak Taka Grubianka has been in the way to be the partnership of the first prince? Vaughn said. Are you uncomfortable? At once. She set her face with an innocent face. Men is Taco. I have so much appreciated by the Yogo Svitlosti Klaus. I want to be in our minds, Yakvi grew. Your form of your character, the character became so signs, Vin buff, Shcho? Vict. The image of the image, Rapta pidajek lakirinoa. I want to be stolen, Melodi Geredar Geltran. Visumite. With your own words. Do you think of the Duchy of Sisson? Vani showed proudly piking his head. Requested in the Buli Salon Vidparaveni Vesim, HTO Vidpovid status. The image of the Atlan here is able to shake to us. Heltrand having exposed Nervavati. Veus is incorrectly Zrozumi, milady. I am the deposit of the Opamogti of the ice sevs. Renoa interrupted. The elaboration of Vi dried up in the Vyborski Yogosvitlosti prince. This is the duchy of Nishoy not Warta. Heltrand having made more than Nervuvati. We have been deprived of it. The Ledisevs did not know the unnecessary rules of the TSOO Mistsi. Renoa Padaki said to Noye, I said. Non, your rules? Do not make sure. Here is the Nemble Nami. Geltrin roding shouting. Similarly, Vi is a matter of an important, since the Duchy of Sissi, rapped Zashov Klaus. No. I rocked, saying smugly. Tai Bezklokovi sin Markiza Geltran. Chi is wrong. I do not seem correctly? Geltrant is angry. You're Svitlist. Klaus Mahayuchi, saying. Naviga Skoda Markiza. Jediny syn, Yaki et denyo, ye idiot. Heltran roding. Vilki she have among dad? Klaus said. Ni, I have been forming you. Tika Yuchichi, saying with a finger. I am fasterly overwhelming. Pusk my Kohan Divchina. Aleti all the ones sticking out, not to cook your head? Marquisi can't get to the pence. Aji Sini all the plilis. Elena is shocking. Then Vinbov chickens to me. Elena Pili Podopyakovati. In a tilt, she said. Uncle, for the Dupom. Renoa is coded. Many Skoda, Posno Dopomogla. I pounded Dojadovgo. To that many. I have a Sorcharivi situation. Elena thought. I thought correctly. I am in a foul. Vi widened Sammy. I was cool. Renoa said embarrassed. Zovsim ni. I was superior to the Imi my father. I myself did not look back. Elena not Rosmik heading her head. About Shovi?